Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to the Angry Cast and Fallout Shelter 2022. How y'all doing? We're doing just fine. We've got our water treatment plants here, and we want to replace those with some water purification since we've unlocked that room, having 80 dwellers in the vault. So we are going to be doing that. First thing we need to do is move everybody out of those rooms so that we can destroy them. Can't have anybody in there when you're trying to demolish. Demo day has arrived. Let's see here. Yeah, there we go. Okay, we'll build this out. Get that built out, and then we will upgrade that to the fullest of its possibilities, which, again, we don't care about cost because we have plenty of caps. Alright, and now we'll just drag everybody back in, and we can move other people in as well. Give us 1 second. 1 second, 1 second. Okay, build out the second room. Alright, get them, and then, yes, we know if we want to build an elevator to gain access, we're quite aware. We will upgrade this, and then we can move these 4 people over because no sense in having to drag them to different floors. We should be good otherwise, and we'll just, once they're all gone, whoop, Mr. Handy's still stuck in the room. Up, where did he go? I think he went into the elevator. Nope, he had just magically appeared in the middle of the room. How about that? Alright. And I think we need to spread some of our peeps out a little bit and make sure we have coverage in all the rooms so that we do not run the risk of having either, not enough coverage for incidents. We still get all the maximum, the most resources we can get. And yep, I think we're good there. Yeah. Now eventually we're going to do some stuff with the Nuka-Cola bottler, but we're not there yet. Oh, our folks have returned from the vault. They picked up some stuff, and we're going to send them out on another quest at some point. But we can unlock these recipes that we got, and we can continue to work on, see here, vengeance. We can build ourselves a vengeance, because we're going to have everybody with, in our quests, have a vengeance and a +7. Sorry, +7 agility suit. Okay, our peeps picked up a quest out in the vault, or I'm sorry, out in the wasteland, and we're going to do it. We're going to send our folks out with the level 50. I've done this quest before, Mystery Vault 666, from the old series. I think it was like episode 105 or something like that. But we're going to do it this time for you, with our new vault. Okay, we're going to investigate the Vault 666, the Mystery of 666. Yeah, just investigate. And while we're talking about that, this is a very quick one, so I want to go over a couple of things. I have been obsessed with this show on TV. Oh dear. It's on Amazon Prime, so you gotta have Amazon to watch it. It's called Upload, and it's in its 2nd season. I think March is when it aired. It is phenomenal. Basic premise. You have a character played by Robbie Amell. He is a programmer named Nathan Brown, and he was in a car accident, a self-driving accident, and there's a lot of tongue-in-cheek references of technology and everything else. But it's a self-driving accident from the car, and he has the ability, like he's dying in the hospital, and they have the ability to upload his consciousness to a virtual environment. Now, if any of us have played video games, like Skyrim or Grand Theft Auto Online or any of these other games, we kind of get the idea of like what a virtualized environment would be like. And this is, his entire life. So it's just really, really interesting how it all plays out. You go to a place called Lakeview or Lakefront by Horizon, or Lakeview by Horizon. Sorry, and he didn't have an account. So his girlfriend, played by, what's her name? Her name's like some weird name, Allegra, something like that. She sets up the account and basically has to approve all of his purchases. And just like, any other game we've ever played, there's in-app purchases. Like, you have a room and an outfit and you can go to the dining room every day and have the unlimited buffet breakfast, lunch, or dinner. But if you don't get there in time, you miss out on it, and there's nothing there. But you go to your mini bar and you can do swipe left and right on these screens, and it shows you what it has, and it's like an in-app purchase that you have to make to buy it. So it's kind of like, it's really funny how that all works out. He is given this. Oh shoot! Hold on. Damn it. Sorry, I got a text. I had to answer it. He arrives in Lakeview and he is unsure what he can do or what all this means, and he's helped through the transition by what's called a customer service rep, or angel, who sort of like gives him the lowdown. And this is a girl who doesn't really have a lot of prospects in the real world. Her father is dying. He doesn't want to upload because he thinks it's against the plan. He believes in heaven, thinks his wife's going to be there. She is like all for it. And she like kind of gets him acclimated to being in this afterlife, which he does not really kind of understand, to the point where he gets so pissed off because there's like pop-up ads everywhere, and his hair is all messed up because they drew it in wrong, and all the other things that happen. So he decides he's going to go commit suicide by jumping into the torrent. For those of us who he's not alive, for him it would be like you're just erasing yourself. And I'm not doing it any kind of justice. I had an all pre-recorded thing on this, but I thought I'd just wing it. And I have the cat attacking me in the corner, so I have to keep him at bay while I'm keep him from my cords while I'm recording. So Nathan decides that he's going to stick it out after she talks him off the ledge, and he starts to see that there are worse things in this world than what is happening, and he needs to just get over it and sort of mature, in a sense. There's his friend there who is played by Kevin Bigley, guy. He plays a character named Luke, and who is a vet who lost his legs in a war in Iran. And again, this is set in 2033, so where technology exists for this kind of stuff to be uploaded into a virtual reality at death. And he just decided he didn't want to live like he was, so he decided to just upload. He is great because he exploits all these glitches. Remember, we all used to play the, let's exploit the horse racing glitch in Grand Theft Auto. His thing here, he goes to the buffet, he misses out on the food, he walks over to a cooler, slams the door 5 times, and all of a sudden a roll appears in a basket next to it. So it's he's all about exploiting the glitches and workarounds for things, which I have to admire on a great level. There's also a young kid named Dylan who died at the age of 10. He fell into the Grand Canyon on a school trip, and he said, "Yeah, you dabbed on the way down, didn't you?" Yeah, well, that's how you get the views, man. He's now 18 because he's been there for 8 years, but he doesn't have the body of an 18-year-old. He still has the body of a 10-year-old. So it's it's funny, but to see him not act age appropriately. For the outside of him, but inside of him, it's okay. But there's also a guy who lives next door to Nathan named David Choke, who's actually modeled off of one of the Koch brothers. There's rich and powerful, and he eats endangered species for dinner. And when you open up the door to Nathan's room, you see a regular room. When you open up the door to David Choke's, you see a field with a big, huge palatial estate in the background that he runs into. It's just rather. It draws a very huge line, between the poverty between poverty and privilege. There is a section in the hotel or the resort that they are in. It's modeled after a Victorian hotel in upstate New York, where if you don't have the money for the full effect, you can do what they call pay as you go, which is called the 2 gigs. It's in the basement. It's a very sterile environment. Looks like a really bad dormitory. And if you think hard enough, you will run through your data and you will be frozen until they put more money in your account, or you wait till the beginning of next month. Uh-oh. And here is the El Diablo. Mwahaha. Yep, El Diablo. Are you ready to burn? Anything we answer, he's going to fight us. So let's there you go. So like I said, the line between poverty and privilege, being that some people can't afford this afterlife, is kind of where Nathan came out of, and his life, regular life. He was working as a programmer on a free version of the Horizon Afterlife, the Lakeview, whatever, upload, called Beyond, where anybody could afford to get there and then work towards building up their estate, building up their build a house, build all their stuff. They wouldn't have to pay for everything. We got a lot of stuff here. Woo! But he was mysteriously killed. And I didn't say he died, he was killed, and that becomes an entire mystery surrounding why his memories aren't all there, how did he die, what does his girlfriend Ingrid know about it, that whole entire situation. It's a really, 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 really good show. And the first season was really tongue-in-cheek, world building of what does the world of this afterlife look at, what's the dynamics of living in versus the dead. You can call and talk to people in the real world even though you're dead, but you really can't do much other than talk to them. Nathan goes to his own funeral, but he's in a video screen behind it where he can see everything, but not actually really interact with anybody. But they do have a way of interacting called a hug suit, which gets played hilariously for laughs as far as what they use the hug suits for. And you can use that to sort of feel the sensation of hugging your loved ones in the afterlife and them hugging you and all that kind of thing. There are some, there's a gray market, or the black market, where they go to find hacks that involve a kind of a hilarious switcheroo with Dylan. I will say that the show is not really for kids. It is definitely for adults. So, it's on Amazon. Just letting you know that. There is an entire other faction called the Luds who want to destroy or mess with Lakeview, and like I said, the father of the customer service angel is dying, and from, of all things, chronic vape lung, and he's part of the Luds, which is based off of the Luddites from I think the early 18th century, or 19th century, where it's the cotton gin, we hate the cotton gin technology. They shunned technology. They thought it was going to make their lives sort of idle hands, I have nothing to do, we should be embracing work, not trying to get rid of it, kind of idea. We use that terminology now for anybody that kind of doesn't like technology, a Luddite. But the second season, and it ends on a great, a really great, not a cliffhanger, but it ends in a great spot where we don't know what's going to happen, and leaves a lot of questions. But the second season, only 7 episodes, ends in a real cliffhanger, but they kind of went a little ham-fisted with some of the, and I don't want to give anything away, but they get a little ham-fisted with some of the themes, or what their narrative is. I understand why they did it. I didn't think it was necessary for the show was fine without that. I'm hoping that they kind of steer back into the curve after that and get back into what's great about the show. Which would be, how does, I mean, I guess if the second season plays out the way you think, or the third season starts to play out the way the second season played out, I don't know how much longer they can go, because they've sort of found a way to get around things. There was a chance in season 1 for people to download, but it didn't. It went horribly wrong for people. Their heads exploded. It's not pretty, let me tell you. But it's a really, 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 really great show, and I highly recommend it. I've been kind of obsessed with it, only for the simple fact of how plausible could that be, in the future. I mean, it's only 10 years away, in a sense, and Dylan had been uploaded since, for 8 years. So that you figure that would be right about, 24, 25. That's it's kind of an interesting concept there. Also, what sort of rights do these people have as uploads? I mean, it's the afterlife. They're a product. They're a commodity. That gets explored in season 2. Their existence is I mean, how many of them are going to become NFTs, considering that we have that nowadays? What happens if the company goes under and they have to shut down the servers? Do they get the choice to go somewhere else? Do they just disappear? Like, what happens, in the next situation? Terrorist attack that hits the servers. Is there a redundancy plan? There's all these, questions that I have that I take outside the show and keep going with, in my own brain, just because that's how I am. But it's, probably not things I should have to worry about. Just enjoy the show and keep watching it. So, yeah, it's on Amazon Prime. Upload. Really, really good show. Check it out. This is not paid by any means. This is just things I like to see, I watch, and then I pass along the information to you because I feel it's worthy of your time. So there you go. We did the burn we got a burn master out of that. We got a pet. We got a power armor, which is great. Like I said, we had replaced all of the water rooms with the water purification rooms, the purification plant. We are 8 dwellers away from opening up the Nuka-Cola bottler. Once that happens, we will then, from then on, make any of our any of our water or food rooms will be Nuka-Cola bottlers. Although I am going to stick a cafeteria in somewhere just so I can have that for Halloween and Christmas, because I like to have that. I might take this middle one out. I don't know for sure. We'll see how that goes. Other than that, we are staying the course here and continuing to bring all of our peeps in. You can see we have a lot of people in training. I've got a couple of, I got like one person out in the wasteland getting up to level 50. We are doing very well on that level 50. I mean, we are pretty good. We now have just this many people left. It's still better than half, but still, we're heading in the right direction. For that, and I think I might take some of them and run them on low-level quests to up their thing. But I don't know how much experience you get on quests versus just traveling the wasteland. That's a really good question. I'm sending another dweller who is level 31 out to the wasteland to level up. We've got one out there coming back, and we've got one out there getting leveled up. But also, we're doing this quest, Rescue Operation, which should be interesting because it's received a distress call from a settlement. They're willing to leave and join your vault if you save them, which will be great because we can then... oh, look at this. We're going to have to do this too. That's the next one we'll do. We have 23 hours to finish it, so we'll send them out immediately on it. We're 94 dwellers, and instead of keep calling people in from the wasteland, because, that could get... once we have this quest under our belt, we might... I saw you show up. Well, look at that! Rain, make it rain. We have this quest that I just saw, and I figured, oh, well, that's a good way to get some dwellers that way. So, and let's go ahead and do it and see how it goes. So, rescue operation. And also, by the way, all 3 of those dwellers have on them, 2 of them have vengeance. One has a guided fat man. So this should be pretty interesting. So let's go ahead and get in there. While we're doing that, since this is simply just a go find and rescue, we talked last time about a show that I really enjoyed called Upload. There's a equally interesting show that just had its first season this year, and is a mind screw if anything else. It's called Severance. Imagine, if you will, going to work for a company, and the moment you get to your office, you don't remember anything about your outside life. And when you go through your day, you have a different set of memories, a different personality, whatever. And then when you leave at the end of the day and you go home, by the time you get out of the office, everything you do in the office, your personality, everything, you don't remember, and you only remember your outside life. That's the basic premise. It's kind of like, oh dear. It's kind of like here's a good way to find out how this is going to go. Dude, you're getting attacked. You need to turn around. Oh dear. It's a great premise. It stars Adam Scott, John Turturro's in it, Christopher Walken's in it. I mean, it really is phenomenal. And it is it's on, I think, Apple TV, if you have access to Apple TV. It is definitely worth watching. It's kind of like weird. It's like there's a job that they're doing. It's this company called Lumen. I don't want to give away a lot because there's so many spoilers that could be given. But they work for a company called Lumen, who is apparently is like a big, huge conglomerate that does tons of things, but they have this one department called the Severed Department that, or the floor is called the Severed Floor, and they work on this floor, and they get an implant put into their brain that allows them to toggle, like split their life into their work persona and their home persona, like their innie and their an innie and an outie, they call them. You wake up on a table, and they start to ask you questions, which makes sense later, but I don't want to give them away. Like, what is your favorite color? Where where were you born, kind of thing. Just basic questions that ask who you are. And when you can't answer them, they say, "Well, you scored a perfect." So there's a reason they ask those questions. But then you go to work for your department. Now, the main characters of the story work for a thing called Macro Data Refinement, which is a made-up name. It doesn't mean anything. There's no such thing in it. Oh, we got one. Yep. Okay. All they do is they sit at a computer. There's 4 of them in a set of desks, in a really weird, just kind of like a sterilized environment with different colors. Kind of interesting the way it looks. And they stare at a screen with a bunch of numbers on it. And you kind of like hover over the numbers, and they kind of like get bigger, like you're like zooming in and out. And you have to figure out, like they're scrubbing the data with stuff. For stuff. We don't know what it is, and you don't know what that data is, but these numbers represent something. And they have to feel their way through this. And I know it sounds weird, and they're like, well, how do you feel when you get those numbers? They scare me. Well, that's what you do, and then you grab them, you scrub them, you pull them into a box, and it's like everybody has a box, a container that they keep track of, and the people who do the best over time, they get little perks like finger cuffs, or a melon party, or these weird like totally nonsensical things that only make sense to those of us in who have ever worked in an office environment, which I have. But beyond that, the department itself and what they do is so, like, it's the lorem ipsum of technical jargon. If you don't know what lorem ipsum is, whenever you look for like a font type or a font face, they kind of give you like a paragraph or two of words that are just gobbledygook, nothing, that they show you what every letter will look like, and it doesn't mean anything. It's just lorem ipsum something. Somebody actually came up with this at one point, and they just continue to use it. That's kind of what this this work that they're doing. Now, the other departments they have, other than security, they have something in design, and that's where Christopher Walken works. And all they do is they just pretty much rotate the artwork that is in the building, and like these little cards and whatnot. So it's very interesting. Like, they're a department that supports the entire thing, but they don't contribute to the overall company. And then there's another area that is I forget what it's called now that I'm thinking about it, but it's like it tells you the story of how the company came to be, and it's kind of like a cult if you think about it, the way it works, the family that started it and how it goes down through the ages. And there's a lot of like quotes and a lot of like inspirational things that they keep passing along, but it eventually gets to the point where you start to kind of like feel a little bit nuts working in this environment, so you want to quit. And the only way to quit is to submit your resignation to yourself, and I mean your outside self, and they have to approve it. Well, they may or may not approve it. They may not. They just say, "Nope, you're sorry." But you don't know why, and they don't know what's going down under the surface, and you don't know what's going on above the surface, because those memories are hidden from each other. So it's, like I said, it's really interesting how you find out what's actually happening there. Why are people not willing to listen to themselves when they want to leave? What's really the story here? So you have people in the innies who work in the company are now trying to figure out what the heck is actually going on, and why is it the way it is. And then you have the outies, their other selves, that for most of the season you only get to see one person, the one worker played by Adam Scott. He starts to try to figure out what's going on as well, because when you supposedly when you leave, and this is where it gets kind of like into a moral quandary, if you leave the company, you're basically committing suicide in a sense, because that personality that you have worked how many years in the company is going to be destroyed, because once you leave, the implant comes out and you have no access to those memories. So that's like that person doesn't even exist. But somehow, one of their coworkers managed to retain, somehow get around that. I guess the implant, they somehow bypass the implant that stays in your brain. And he seeks out Adam Scott's character and wants to tell him that, you need to look into things, and that sort of starts the whole chain of events. And it's just a really, really, really interesting show that kind of ends with a huge cliffhanger. I mean, there's really a lot going on, and it's sweet and it's sad and it kind of like scares the piss out of you, because you think about think about having a life where you leave the office, and when the next thing you remember is coming back into the office the next day. You have all the benefits of sleeping as far as restoring your, restfulness and everything else, but you don't get to go and dream. You don't get to go and enjoy it. You're not tired, but you don't know why. You don't know what you ate the night before, because you have your lunch just at the office. You don't know what your dinner is. You don't know what your breakfast is. What if I eat a cereal for breakfast, but I have cereal for lunch too, because I don't know the difference. And what are the implications of somebody bending that and using it to their own will? Oh, how do you know you went home and slept for 9 hours and came back to work? They could have changed the clock the minute you hit the elevator, and so you come back, oh, it's 9 o'clock in the morning again. No, it's actually 5:01, and here you are back at work, and they could just work you to death, and how would you ever know? So it's a truly weird and scary show, and it really is worth the time to watch it. It does not have a lot of things that you probably couldn't watch, so it should be okay. All right, we managed to get one person. We rescued a settler. I thought there were going to be more, so I apologize for that. That kind of was sucky. We got Russell Peterson. Oh well, we'll take him. Okay, with that being said, we're going to bring them back in because I want to get them in and send them back out for the next... yeah, we'll take all that stuff. We got 10 penny suit, Piper's outfit, a boosted plasma thrower. These are all the recipes we got. Heavy wasteland gear, that's pretty good. We can open up that. Once we're able to open up with another 5 dwellers. No. We are not going to be able to bring 2 people in, I bet. Unless we start them in the other direction. So we've got... How many do we got in our... We've got 4. Oh no, we could bring 2 in. Okay, excellent. So we will bring that one in too. Carol Pratt. Is that Chris's mom? Alright, you, my friend, are you... Yes, you are. Okay, let's send you down to the thing and get you a weapon. Get you that, and then we will put you down in there. Now we're all full up on this room for now. I like it how we brought somebody in from the outside world and they keep their original outfit, which is nice because I'm kind of not in a heart for outfits, for good outfits though. All right, let's see here. Did I heal everybody up? Sometimes I don't. No, I did not. Okay, well, let's get them ready. Alright, where are we at with 2 minutes on that, 3 minutes on that, not a problem. Should be okay. Let's go do this game show. Got one. We get another Mr. Handy. We are going to be swimming in him. Alright, alright. Alright, good to go. Have fun out there. Ladies and gentlemen, we will bring you back in, and probably the next time we talk, we'll be bringing them back in, and the Mr. Handy we'll be bringing back in as well. So with that, let's go ahead and let's open up these lunchboxes and see what we got going on there. Oh, whoops, we didn't hit the lunchboxes. Okay, we got a pet from one of our quests. So let's see what we got. We got 500 caps, we got 50 food, we got toy car, we got bespoke attire, E4, nice. And oh, I clicked it too soon. It was a power armor. No. We'll check it out in a second. Food. Initiate rope, caps, duct tape, and we'll scrap that for parts. What else we got? We got military fatigues, we got caps, we got water, and we got, oh, what is it? A trifold flag. Oh, we got one more. Oh, we got another legendary. Mr. Burke. Mr. Burke. Oh, that jackass. He was the one that tried to get you to set off the bomb. Oh, look, we got another blade. Another parrot. What's this one getting? Pip. Nice. Oh, that's awesome. That is so awesome. Beautiful. I love that one. That's one I have in another vault. Oh, dear. Hey, wait. What do we got? We got. Let's see here. Casualty, 55 incidents, we can get another. We'll do this. They're not going to be able to probably stop them. Make sure they go down to the second level. That, we have to get 55 whatchamacallits. And that will give us 3 of them. So anytime we get attacked from the outside, we can use that to get an... Oh my goodness, he just jumped out there. Hello. Okay, whoops. You're not doing so hot, so go... Oh, well, okay, good. Alright. I don't want to. I want to leave. I have to make sure he gets down to the next level. So, because they already have good parrot or animal friends. Animal friends. All right. They should be able to take them out. There's one down, and there is the second down. And now you see, we had 31 to 55. We've got 34. So we got a 3. That's like, I love that. I love having Pip. That's awesome. Okay, so very jolly good. Jolly good. Awesome. Love it. Alright, Mr. Burke. I don't know what we're going to do with you. Look at, he got his little gun there. This is the guy that wants you to blow up the bomb for, in Megaton for 10 penny. And you tell Lucas Sims about him. And he tries to kill him, and if you go back and watch me playing Fallout 3, also on this channel, you will see how I intervene and save both him. I save Lucas Sims and take him out as well. So, Wild Bill Sardom. You can keep that for now. That's cool. But that's great. We got that's one I've never gotten before. That's pretty awesome. All right. Well, with that, we are going to close up shop for the day. Like I said, we need three more peeps to open up the Nuka-Cola bottler, and then once we do that, I can then replace all of my actually no, I don't want to replace the gardens. Anything I build going forward, I will build that. I'm going to get rid of these here right now, because I think what the next one is going to be a power room, another power room, because I want to make sure I have that. And then on either side, I'll put the Nuka-Cola bottlers. And then we will put our cafeteria somewhere else. We are just about to crack open 100 dwellers. Oops, we'll do that in a second. Don't worry. Oh, Mr. Stranger. He's somewhere. He's right there. But oh my gosh, see, and it doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter. Let's drop him in. We've unlocked our room. Alright. Give you a good weapon. Give you a good weapon and a good outfit for now. We'll give you that for right now. And that means we can now build our last room that needs to be unlocked, which is the Nuka-Cola bottler that gives us both water and food as a resource when you collect it. But yeah, first let's go take care of this quest out here. Game Show Gauntlet. Why not? I don't know why we're doing it, but because we are. Excuse me. Answer all the questions. It seems like a very short one. We're going to just power on through it. We usually talk about things when we're doing these quests anyway, especially the ones we've already done in the past. What else is going on there? Oh yeah, checking out season 3 of Umbrella Academy. Liking it. Yeah, I mean it's harder to get into this season than the last 2 seasons, and I feel like I should go back and watch the other 2 seasons. Shoot, I don't know the answer to this because I didn't go to Nuka World. Let's just do that. Okay, there we go. Yay, I guessed and guessed right. If you have never watched Umbrella Academy, it's on Netflix, based off of a comic book, but the premise is that on the same day in October of 1989, a number of women across the world suddenly became pregnant and gave birth all of them at the same day, so by weird thing. And this Reginald Hargreaves, I think his name is Reginald, he's like this rich, weird guy in New York, went and he adopted 6 of the infants. Actually, well, he bought them, basically. he paid for them and brought them home, and he trained them, and each of them had special, like, sort of a power. Number 1 being the oldest man. Well, they're all the same age, but the I think his name Luther. Yeah, he's got like these arms and looks like a gorilla upper body, very strong. He's like the de facto leader. Then there's Diego, who has affinity for being able to use weapons, like throwing weapons. There's Sloane, who says, "I heard a rumor," and can influence people to do things, and she's sort of a famous person by her own right. There is Ben, who had like a sort of like a Cthulhu thing. He could just make like tentacles come out and kill people, but he suddenly weirdly died at the age of 12 during some sort of an event. And then there's also, they just call him 5. I actually don't even remember his name, but he is super smart and can teleport, and he can travel through time. And then there's oh god, I can't think of his name. He's sort of like the hippie child. He's just kind of drugged, but he can inhabit the dead, or he can summon the dead, or he can talk to the dead. And then there's through season 1 and 2, Vanya. Japanese needed to defeat Coulter. A squirt gun. Vanya, played by Elliot Page, who was then going by the name of Ellen Page at the time, but has since transitioned, is now going as Victor Hargreaves. Spoiler alert. Vanya didn't really have any powers, but was always kept sort of, I think, suppressed and like kept to the shadows. Wasn't part of the main group that would go out on missions and do stuff. But we found out that Vanya had a secret that could pretty much destroy the world playing a violin. Oh geez, I forget. Okay, there we go. I'm doing pretty good for trying to remember some of these answers. And there's an apocalypse in season 1, and there's an apocalypse in season 2. Every season there seems to be an apocalypse, and it always involves Vanya. Season 2, they travel through time, and season 3, they've come back to find that time is altered. That's the basics of it. The manner in which they know that there's an apocalypse is because the one, number 5, he had gone to the future where he was actually living in the apocalypse for a number of years. So he's actually older than the rest. But it's not really, there's like a, it's kind of like in Loki how you have the time police. It's kind of the same thing. He begins working for a group that has to go through and fix time or keep people from erasing things that should have happened. So that's your basic premise of the series. It's actually really good. It's funny, tongue in cheek. There's a lot of talk of family, and there's also a chimp named Pogo, who's like their not butler, but like sort of like their keeper. And there's also a robot that was their mom, basically. And yeah, so it's a really good show. I really enjoyed the first 2 seasons. Like I said, I'm having trouble getting to the 3rd season, but I've only given it 2 episodes, but I've been watching a bunch of other stuff. I've been watching Moon Knight, been watching just going through it and clipping up all the things like Flash and all the other things I haven't watched. I mean, Westworld just started. I've got to start watching that again. I kind of Westworld after season 3 kind of like jumped the shark a bit, and then I need to go back and watch season 3 over again before I can start season 4. That's pretty much where I'm at with that. Okay, last question. Last question. Now for the final round. Which of these none the flavor of Nuka-Cola? Nuka Fresh. And that's right. Anything but fresh. Okay, I remembered all the answers to all the questions, and we got a Mr. Handy. That's why we came out here. It was for a Mr. Handy. How about that? Oh dear. Oh dear. Okay. Crappin' doing pretty good with that vengeance. This is kind of this is the test of using the vengeance on a Alpha Deathclaw, and it's not going too bad. Even though only 2 of them have the vengeance, the other one's got a fat man, so that's pretty good. Awesome. Yay. Alrighty. Finish this off strong. Get the last of these ones. I don't know if this works. I have a thing. Hold on a second. Oh, darn it. Well, never mind. I have an objective to kill so many raiders without a weapon, but I don't know that I could do it on these quests. It would be interesting if we could, but no mind. Does not matter. We've done it all. Let's go back to the vault. We got a military duct tape, we got a legendary weapon recipe, and we got Mr. Handy to call quantums, and we got 21,000 caps, which don't mean anything to us, because we have 999,999 caps. So, they ended up coming back in, and I'm going to let them, it's only 2 hours, I'm going to let them just walk on their own, and we're going to go take care of this for a second. Okay, so we definitely don't want to get rid of our water and our gardens right now, but next thing we build is going to is ultimately going to be a Nuka-Cola bottler. So I'm not going to build it right now. The reason being is I have these. I kind of went against my plan of putting a power room every 3rd floor. I needed the extra training rooms because I was getting backed up, and now we can kind of stop a little bit, take a moment to reflect, and get everybody through. I mean, we have a lot of people who are doing good here. We've got 6 people in here, and I think they are not all. Yeah, some of them I had to run through reverse. Come on. Yeah, most of them are not. Yeah, you are Billy Robinson, and you are. But pretty much everybody else has gone through backwards. So we have to account for that. But once I get people sort of sorted that I don't have to, run so many people through at one time, I will then eliminate these 3 rooms down here and replace it with a power room. And on either side, we'll do the Nuka-Cola bottler. And then from there on out, we'll be fine. We're going to put a cafeteria in, of course, because we want to have a cafeteria for the themed rooms. And other than that, that's pretty much where we are at for now. Like I said, I'll keep sending those folks out to do quests. I'll keep sending people out to be leveled up. We're down here. We got this group of people, everybody here, and then we're getting into the fitness center and all that ones. It's quite a jump between that. So we are going to just keep following the plan of stage 3 or phase 3 and keep going. So let's go. Maybe we may take a break, and next week maybe I'll put out that first episode of What If, unless something else big happens. I doubt it's going to at this point. Hey, one thing I wanted to mention, and I forgot to do it, and I need to insert this somewhere. Hopefully it doesn't make a lot of hope it makes sense what I'm going to do. Because we also got 100 dwellers, we can upgrade this. Oh my gosh, for 90,000, we can upgrade that. And we don't have enough stuff to make more weapons, but we might have enough stuff to make some outfits and get our folks in the bestest of the A7s. So let's see what that's actually going to cost. Look at all this stuff oh my gosh, look at all this stuff. Holy cow. And we have, oh my gosh, we can make them all. We can make them all. Oh boy. Let's unlock everything before we do that. These things we have not done. We have all the stuff to unlock. And you can see, again, the one that had the little wrench and the screwdriver next to it are things that you have to craft. You cannot get them otherwise. So if you're going for that whole, all the items unlocked, you'll have to do it that way. Okay, so A7. Where's it at? Where is it at? Let's, it's the, expert jumpsuit. Let's build 3 of those for our peeps outside and our peeps at the front door. So that's 5 of them all together, and then we can start to do them for everybody else. Alrighty, 8 days. Oh boy. Okay, so that's all I wanted to do. Get that in there. Yeah. We've got a lot of stuff going on here in the vault. We got a lot of people going through training. We're still sitting at 101. I turned off the radio room for now. We will take care of some people here. We've got some things going on. Yeah, can you go? You can't go there. You can't go there at all. There is two. We're all full here. Sorry. I think you can go there for now, and you can go there for now. And that's all I can do for the moment with y'all. But we got some quests out there we want to do. We have into Vault 333, the Paula Plumpkin saga. The only reason I'm doing this one is because I got some things I want to talk about, and also because we're going to get some good stuff from it. So let's go do it. Also, we got 2 people on the way back in. So they're coming back. Look at you, funny guy in your outfit there. And you, Joseph, you've got that awesome thing on. They're at level 50. They're bringing a bunch of stuff back because we have a collect 210 weapons for a pet. That's the only reason why we're doing it. I might send them out there, somebody out there, with Pip, which will get us ×3 on the on how many things they can you know, that will count. And then we'll be good there. So let's go ahead and do this quest real quick, and we got some things to talk about too. So hold on. Whee! Explore Vault 333 into Vault 333. It's oh my god, seriously? This is all it is? Wow. 1 room! Are you freaking kidding me? I'm gonna burn some... Aye! Aye! Whoa, 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 whoa! Hold it right there. I'm Overseer Patel. You just can't walk around here all willy-nilly. We've had a lot of trouble with raiders lately. Trust has to be earned. Alright, gladly. What can we do to help? Can you kill Frank the Tank? Oh my god. Raids us all the time. Sure. Alright, well... We got a pet for that. I mean, I'll take it. That's fine. Whatever. It's a 5-minute away thing. They'll be back in 2 seconds. Hold on. Hey, that was kind of... I forgot. I mean, it's been so long since I did these quests that I forgot all about that shit. My goodness. How about it? What's going to be? It was 5 minutes away. Now it's going to be, what, 3 minutes away? All right, we're not going to waste it on that. We'll just take some time out. They're back. We'll collect those things. I'm gonna give you Pip for now, because I want you to go out there and do your thing, and collect stuff with it. So okay, we got some choices here of what we want to do. The daily quest was we still haven't done Spy Raiders. I don't have enough Raider outfits to do that. I'm gonna do. Let's do this one because I'm gonna burn some. I'm gonna burn whatchamacallit to get there. Okay. Let's go. We'll start it now. We'll start it now. Hopefully it gives him everything. Alrighty. Okay. Tank busting. Frank the Tank. Remember old school? Speaking of old school, watched started a new series based off of some recommendations I got from some people. It's an old show. Started about, I think, 2017? 2017? Oh, what the hell? What the hell? Come on. 2017. It's called Dark. That's it. Dark. It's on Netflix, if you have Netflix. It's a show. It's a German show. And I highly recommend, if you're going to watch it, if you're any kind of like if you really enjoy this kind of stuff, put on the German audio with the English subtitles if you don't know German. Just don't put on the English dub, because it's horrible. In fact, oddly enough, the one guy sounds like Farkas, but I know it's not him. But and I'm only like into the first season. There's 3 seasons, and it involves time travel and all kinds of trippy shit. Which, you know, we could do an entire thing on time travel if we wanted to, and how, you know, the implications and all that stuff. But it's a show set in this town where all these families are intertwined with each other, and it's horrible. And there's a nuclear power plant there, and the main families, and I don't want to screw up the names or anything like that, but you've got a family who's a cop, and he has 3 children, a boy, eldest boy, a middle girl, and a young boy named named Mickle. He had a brother named Mads that disappeared 33 years ago, and that becomes important. There's another family, and it all starts out with like one family having, just their entire world getting taken, just blown up. But that guy's name's Jonas. The kid's name's Jonas, and his dad's no longer in the picture, and his mom's having an affair, and he spent 2 months away, and now he's back. And there's a third family that run the nuclear power plant and a hotel, and then there's a 4th family that, like I said, I don't want to give too much away, but anyways, all you need to know is there's 4 families that that are intertwined with each other, and just their entire lives are all screwed up. And there's a mysterious thing happening. Birds are dying. They're falling out of the sky. And something they think is going on with the nuclear power plant. And, people are going, they're disappearing. Like, there's a teenager that disappeared, and we don't know what happened to him. And then after that, more things happen. But there's this cave on the edge of town by the nuclear power plant that something's weird with it, and they nobody's supposed to go in it, and there's some funky stuff happening there, and like I said, I'm trying to be very careful because I don't want to give anything away. It takes a lot. There's a lot going on, and you have to pay attention, and by knowing any little thing, you could ruin the experience, and I don't want to ruin it. But it involves time travel between 1986 and 1953, and it all centers around the cave. And there's some trippy ass shit that happens. If you watch the Umbrella Academy, you know about the time travel thing and the whole grandfather paradox and all that stuff. That plays into effect here in a sense. And it's just like once you start to realize some things, and it'll become, if you have any idea of names and linguistics and all that stuff, you're going to figure something out real early on that I kind of did. That was like, wait a second, how the hell did that, how did that happen? When did that take place? How did I miss that? So that's, watch the show. Go watch the show. It's three seasons long. It's not that long. They're like 10 episodes. It's 30 episodes. I'm Brent the Tank, and I'm gunning for you fools, sir. It doesn't take that much to get through them, but they're kind of heavy, but they're also like real creepy too, because the show itself is dark. Most of it takes place in like wooded areas, and there's like the lighting is low, and the music is so freaking creepy, and it really, really, really sets the mood. It's got a lot of like, how am I trying to think of what it compared it to? It's got a lot of like there's a show back when I was a kid called Children of the Stone. It was a British show. It was a half an hour, weekly. It was on a thing called Nickelodeon did called The Third Eye, and it was about this, weird town in like Britain, where this, in the countryside, it was like almost like Stonehenge, but there's like weird things happening and a cult and all the other things, going on, and it kind of like all plays into this as well, kind of a little bit like Lost in a sense, with some of the stuff that's happening, especially with the nuclear power plant, but I really recommend watching it and not getting spoiled from me, because the show itself is very, very bleak and very dark, and just it's a down. I mean, like there's a. I mean, we're talking like there's drug use, suicide, just missing children, all heavy themes, and we talk about like Stranger Things with the missing children growing up, or like Barb and Mike and Will Byers and all that stuff, but like this is like real life. It's not supernatural in a sense. I mean, it is kind of sci-fi, but it's very, very, very dark. Like if you watch Looper or 12 Monkeys, those are if you like Looper or 12 Monkeys, this is a show for you. So, okay, that was quick, and I kind of feel like I didn't really explain anything about the show, but like I said, there's so much that I don't want to give away, but it is really awesome to watch. So, okay, let's head back to the vault, because we're done with that. Return to the vault. We got 4. We're netting 3. If we don't go back in, I think we are. I think we'll be fine. We're gonna just come back. We're gonna do 2. We're gonna do 2. So. Okay, let's, I need to collect the gun, so let's get rid of these things here. And that, I'll get 12 out of that. Alright. And y'all, what do we got in the way? Okay, we're full up again. Awesome. Return to Vault 333. I'm not going to do that one for right now because that's just going to be like a in and out, and it's going to waste my stuff. We won't do that one on camera, but I will do this one because this will get us 2. Alright, let's take you, and we're good to go. And we're going to start it. We're going to burn 5. I got 78. What do I care? I'm not going to use them for anything. Yeah. Is it going to actually work this time, or is it going to put me back into the vault? Okay, good. Search for Racky Robinson's baseball jersey. So let's kind of like ease into it and try not to spoil it anything. The show starts out with the death of someone, and then it goes. Actually, you know what? Now scrap that. We're not going to talk about that. I don't want to ruin it. I don't want to ruin it. Let's talk Stranger Things. Yeah. So did y'all watch? Did y'all watch the volume 2? Oh my gosh. Seriously? Wow. And the Emmys came out yesterday, and Sadie Sink and Millie Bobby Brown snubbed for Emmys, which 2 fingers in middle in the 2 middle fingers up to that because they deserved it. It was awesome. Stranger Things has since 2016 has been a pop culture phenomenon, and really has been every year has been great. Every season has been great. Now people will say that like the second season was a little bit nyeh. People will say this season was a little bit nyeh. I mean I get it. Like a lot of things, they stretched those last 2 episodes into like 3 hours long or whatever, and it was like, my gosh. I wanted to do it Friday night that it came out the 1st of July because I didn't want to get spoiled, and I didn't realize I was going to be up almost half the night watching it. But there were so many influences from my childhood, and that's been like the whole thing with Stranger Things since season 1. We talked just the last segment about missing children growing up. Now, if y'all walk into a Walmart, you'll see a thing on the wall that says Code Adam. That's what I believe is in reference to Adam Walsh. He was a son of John Walsh, the America's Most Wanted guy. And in the early 80s, he went missing, and he was abducted, and he was killed and later found. And there was a TV movie about it later on with Daniel J. Travanti of Hill Street Blues fame as John Walsh, and I watched it as a kid, and it was the scariest thing to me because I kept wanting him to be alive. I kept wanting to be found alive, and when he wasn't, it really hit home. Because growing up, that was like 3 things that we were the biggest fears of a child in growing up in the 80s was, a child with privilege, I should say, in the 80s was, 1, getting abducted by somebody, in a truck or a van. 2, quicksand. Thought it was going to be a bigger thing than it actually was. And 3, bottomless pits. Yeah, I don't know. Bottomless pits, I don't know why. I felt like the bottomless pit was a big thing. It was going to happen. I was going to fall into one and just keep falling forever. Yeah, don't ask me why. But kids, going missing, that was a thing. And Will Byers in season 1 going missing, that was a thing. That spoke right to the 80s. But it also had like that feel of E.T. because they were, playing, or because 11 shows up. 11 shows up, and 11 is like this the whole thing of introducing 11 and the learning from the TV and showing these are my action figure that was so E.T. And then you have it's all a Stephen King novel basically, with the way it's framed, the way everything happens in season 1. It was all Stephen King. That was basically a Stephen King thing, and it was awesome. And you had Firestarter with 11 and It and Cujo, and that was season 2 kind of. But then season 2 was let's go to the arcade. Now that in the early 80s we had arcades, and it was a big cool thing. We all went stole our quarters and went and did that, and playing D&D and all that. And now Will's back, and Will has to integrate back into society kind of, and it's like everything calls him Zombie Kid. There's a little bit of a weird things happening there, and the Mind Flayer, and it's again D&D, and you have 11 going off and doing her thing, which I guess if you're going to watch season 2 and you wanted to skip one episode out of the entire thing to get through it quicker, it would be Lost Sister, the other sister, or the Lost Sister, whatever, the one that's involves 11 when she's in Pittsburgh, because there, I mean, other than the fact that it shows her how to get her Dagobah moment, where she has, gets trained on how she can, instead of lifting up an X-wing out of the swamp, she lifts a train car. There was really no point to it otherwise, and it was kind of a waste. But the whole, Max and Billy, and that was such a great addition to the cast. Max and Billy, and there was a lot of really not almost overt themes of kind of racism, which calls back to It and how they handled Mike Hanlon, growing up. But it was the 80s. So, that's where that all fell into. And then you had season 3, which was we all go to the mall. And it's the bright colors, and it's the late 80s, and it's all the music and everything. And the wonderful duet of the never-ending story at the end. But the Russians and the influence of Rocky IV and the influence of Red Dawn and all that stuff with the Cold War, definitely a big thing from the late 80s. But it was all that over the top, Die Hard-ish kind of idea of in fact, there was a direct call out to Die Hard where he says, "You won't shoot me. You're a policeman. Policemen have rules." Definitely a call right to a Die Hard with that. And then season 4, like I said, the whole point of the late 80s was season 3, and over the top and outlandish plots that make no reasonable sense. And the comedy, the over the top comedy with Murray and Nancy. Like the moonlighting-esque kind of banter back and forth between Joyce and Hopper. And then season 4, of course, was the most awesomest thing ever. And we'll talk about that in a second. Yeah. We're going to go 3 because I want to get through season 4. But I don't want to spoil it for you. We don't want to spoil it because, we know what it's like. We've blown it all. Alright, let's, we can collect some stuff here, but we're not going to because we don't want that stuff. We don't care about that stuff. We'll collect everything else. Y'all don't have much, do you? We don't, do we? Oh, we still good there. Okay, we still good. Alright, let's do one more. And, we'll go get another pet. And we're going to open up all that shit today because I think I got tons of stuff. Whoop, no, not you. No, back. Dwellers. There you go. I left them without their shit. Oh, well, that's fine. Alright, start now, 6. We're going to blow through a lot of this shit, but we got a ton of it. Let's go do it. We're only at 17 minutes. I'm not too worried about this shit. Alright. Season 4. We all knew that kid in high school. At least I did. That was Eddie Munson. Season 4 is about Eddie Munson. It really is. We think it's about Eleven getting her powers back. We think it's about, and to an essence, the two main characters of Season 4 were Max and Eddie Munson, and both of them have baggage. Let's start off with Max. Max, she feels responsible. She feels guilt over Billy's death. He terrorized her. He didn't love her. You know? He abused her in season 2. And, in season 3, but it was not him really, it was the Mind Flayer. But his death, and she carries that guilt, that survivor's guilt with it all. And it's a horrible thing. It's a horrible thing, survivor guilt. And it's not necessary. But she feels it, and it creates a doorway for Vecna, as they call it, to get in. And we really find out, like I said, I do not want to spoil it. Go watch season 4 if you watch it. Vecna is the end game for everything, just to let you know. Because there's only one more season after this. But Vecna uses your guilt and your traumas to create opportunities. That's definitely a writer's motif right there. But Max has that, and Max feels helpless to that. But Max has power, and it's the Iron Eagle moment of using music, and with the Walkman and all that, and that's awesome. And that we had Kate Bush and running up that hill. And women, the empowerment of women and all this thing, and it's really Max's story through a bulk of the season, except for the very beginning and the end, to an extent. Up until like the last 20 minutes, it's about Max. From mid early into the season until like almost about 20 minutes before the end, it's all about Max. And I cannot say I was expecting what happened to have happened. I don't know what that means for Max as a character going forward. I certainly was not, and I feel cheapened in a little bit because of all of that. However, I will allow it because I'm not the one who wrote it. Oh dear. Glad I held off on using those critical hits. But I'm not the one who wrote it. It's not my characters. I suggest if I have a real big, huge thing with it, I should probably go off and rock my own stuff and do my own thing with my own characters. Whatever. But it seems kind of cheap in a sense, and that's all I will say about that. Because either you give someone that moment or you don't, but you don't go halfway on it. But they did it. They had their cake and they ate it too, is what I'm going to tell you. They had their cake and they ate it too. Max was the hit. Everything hinged on Max, and at the same time, they got away with it, in a sense. Like and that's one of the things we always find with shows like this is that we have a lack of investment because we know that the main characters are going to be the main characters. There are very few shows that treat and Game of Thrones is one of them. Yeah. So, anyways, all right. Now, Eddie Munson. I grew up in the 80s. I grew up at this time. I was Mike. I was Will. I was Dustin growing up. And when I got to high school, I was those guys, and we had Eddie Munsons in the school. There was a friend of mine who, rest in peace. He was Eddie Munson. He had a very, very rough life, and he was looked at a certain way, and he was not given, the judgment and the benefit of the doubt that he should have gotten, and he didn't. But he was a good person inside, and deep down he was a good person. But nobody chose to find out who he was. You know, everybody just assumed he was a certain type, which everybody did with Eddie Munson. And there's actually a really good article that I kind of disagree with, about Eddie Munson, and that the height of the 80s of the satanic panic with everybody and D&D, that town turned on Eddie with no proof. And granted, Eddie would, there would be no way for Eddie to not have to deal with a court of law, and probably not. There would have been unless you actually, show every single person in town what's actually happening, which nobody ever tells anybody about. They just there's stuff going on that you don't know about. That Eddie was never going to be a free man. He was never going to be a free man in that world, because they didn't set it up that way. But the satanic panic was a real thing. But that was so weird. And it's like the whole idea that kids were never around their parents. The parents had no idea what's going on. There was a lot of shit happening in this. Like, that nobody knew what was going on in it. Like, where were the police? Where was the rest of the police? Where were the state police in Indiana when Hawkins Mall was under siege in season 3? You know what I mean? Like, there was like a lack of awareness of what's happening. Almost like the Dairy Curse, where everybody just, the fog, nobody knows what's going on. They just ignore it. But Eddie was a good person. I mean, okay, did he do drugs? Yeah, okay, fine, he did drugs. But, a lot of people did drugs, and it doesn't make them a bad person. They may make bad choices in life, or they may have, some vices, but that doesn't make them a horrible person. It's what they do with that information. Woohoo! So, and Eddie and Dustin had that. Steve was Dustin's idol the first 3 seasons, and it was because Dustin needed something to mold him. Now, granted, there's always don't ever take the advice because they're going to give you bad advice. But at a certain point, Dustin, got the girl. So Steve's tutelage to him was no longer needed. But now he needed to find that inner, something about him that Eddie had, and Eddie was a mentor, and Eddie gave that to him, and just watching the entire the relationship between the two of them, and my God, when he said Dustin, Henderson never changed, I was like, I lost it. I was like, But let's talk for the last brief thing. Like I said, I don't want to spoil anything because there's so much, and Lucas, oh my God, the whole ending with Lucas, everything was great, and Erica, gotta love Erica, kicking ass and taking names, Erica. But Eddie's. Had any other show done this in 2022, set in 2022, with, and we're going to just say it's the Master of Puppets, okay? We're going to just say it's the Master of Puppets. Had anybody actually done that in 2022 without irony, it would have been, what the hell? They've jumped the shark. They've gone, but in the context of the 80s, in the context of the show, and in the context of Stranger Things as a whole, that worked, and I applauded it, and I was like, I threw my hands up in the air, and I was like, this is flipping awesome! Oh my God! Because I was that kid. I sat out on a balcony of a hotel or a condo in 1988 with my friend, and we sat there at night at the beach, just sat out there and watched the world go by and listened to Master of Puppets, like the album. And it was just, that was the thing. We were just, oh my God, this is awesome. This was our life growing up. So I really identified with all that, and I loved it. But that's Stranger Things Season 4. Go see it. Also, check the description. Check the description of this video, please, if you like Stranger Things. That's all I'm going to say. All right, let's go back. We're going to let them wander back in. And actually, no, we're not, because they got some stuff we want to have. We want to open up. Yeah, we're almost at the 30-minute mark. This is a long one. Wow. I feel like I was really reaching on this one. I needed to do it, though. Okay. Yeah. Get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. Oh, don't care. Get rid of you, get rid of you, get rid of you. Alright. Yeah. Where are we at now? 92 of 219. Well, okay, fine. Alrighty. Let's get you out on another quest. For that, we're going to have to go make up some of our stuff. And we will do... How am I not... I thought... Why are they not healed? I thought I've been doing that. Okay, whatever. Go do your thing. Because I'm not taking them out for... kicking people out for a while. Alrighty then. Okay, so that's gonna, you know, be all for the quests we got going on. Oh my, wait, where do you need to go? You need to go somewhere. You need to go to E. I don't have any place for you in E, but we'll send you to I. Or not. Okay, we have room for just one more, I think. Yeah, there's 5 in there now. Okay. Alrighty, let's do this. Let's open up all these damn things. Oh, that's right. We got a Mr. Handy from a while ago. Yeah, I forgot about that. We did it. We did that one quest. We got a Mr. Handy. All right. Let's see what else we got. We've got okay. Oh, I don't know. I went to Knight Armor, Caps, Stem Pack, and Enhanced Fat Man. Awesome. That's flipping awesome. Cool. Yeah, we don't care about that. Don't care about that. What else we get? Good stuff. We got to go watch. Power and shotgun. We're gonna get rid of half of the stuff as it is. Alright, we got the caps, we got the red away, we got a trifle flag, we got a lot of good junk, but advanced radiation suit, nee, don't care about that. We got and red away and caps and trifle flag. Gun. Oh snap! Look at that shit! Awesome! Mark 4 power armor. Kick ass. Oh baby. That's awesome. Merc gear. Nyeh. Duct tape. Nyeh. Caps. Nyeh. Right away. Nyeh. Sturdy wasteland gear. That was kind of... We got 3 pets. What did we get? Oh, hope we got some good stuff. Black cat. Black cat. It is... a shadow. 94% health. Awesome. That was a legendary one, wasn't it? Oh, you, my friend. Are you training? Oh, Rosie, 59% health. Well, that's pretty damn good. We'll do something with that. Uh-oh, I don't recognize you. You're another legendary. Luna! Nice! 61% wasteland junk. Awesome! So there you go. That was some good shit we got out of all that. And we got to put you somewhere, my friend. How are we doing on that? We will, you got, how are we doing on everything else here? 6, you got 5. Okay, you can go right over here. And then we're good there. Okay! So we've got a couple of things we need to get done. One being that we have a quest going on right now, which is part of the Racky Jobs in Jersey. The only reason we're doing it is because of the, legendary, I think it's the Yauga hide that we need for crafting these expert jumpsuits. We need a few of them. So we are going to go just use that, get it in, so we can have a little discussion, because that's what we do. Oh, whoops. Ah! Search for Racky Japanese baseball jersey. Last inning or not? No, it's not. There's way more to do this thing. This thing's like, what, 15 parts long? Speaking of long things, so, as always, we talk about things. Oh God, I've been watching Season 4, Westworld. I was kind of, actually, not really looking forward to a new season after last one. But then I went back and I watched Season 3, and it kind of put me into a better place for things. Actually, Season 3 ended up being a lot better than I remembered it. And if you've never watched Westworld, then you may not want to watch, if you don't want to be spoiled anyways. But, so, Westworld, if you don't know, was based off of Michael Crichton novel that was turned into a movie back in the 70s, where a theme park that had like a Western theme, and robots were like NPCs, I guess you would say, in the park. They like malfunction and go haywire and start killing people. It's like Jurassic Park, but with robots. So you can kind of see where Michael Crichton, of course he's the one that authored that. But it was, Yul Brynner, big movie, cult classic from the 70s. And they did a series on it back in 2016 with Ed Harris, Thandie Newton, Evan Rachel Wood, James Marsden, Anthony Hopkins, Jeffrey Wright. I mean, a ton of people in this show. And it was, of course, the Wild West theme, where these hosts, as they're called, they're androids, basically. They will, do everything to, give you this experience in the park. And you can actually, it's like a moral flexibility in a sense. And the show is known for having like these weird twists and time jumps and all that kind of thing. It's also, a question of what does it mean to be alive and in control and have free will. And so season 1 dealt with the hosts becoming sentient because of things called reveries, that there were previous memories that they put into their programming. And the way they handle the programming and the language and all that stuff and loops and algorithms, and it's pretty damn cool if you're like, nerdy like that. And so we have come now to the 4th season. Well, the 2nd season was sort of like, okay, the park is completely in disarray. There was a huge massacre. Now we need to clean up that mess, and the hosts want to get out of the park, or they want to get somewhere else. They they become sentient and all that stuff, and they're mounting an attack against humans, which you're not supposed to be able to do, but they've figured a way to violate their prime directive, kind of, since there are 3 laws of robotics in a way, and are now tearing mad across the entire landscape of the park. And then, of course, it also shows that this company that had Westworld didn't just have Westworld; they had like Shogun World and other parks as well. But that were all sort of like, they're all copies of a copy, and it's kind of like funny in a way. It's like, oh yeah, this is how people do it today. They just they do something really, really well, and then they just copy the hell out of it, and it's all derivative. And then season 3 took it to the real world, where one of the main character host of Dolores, played by Evan Rachel Wood, leaves the park and takes these what they're called pearls, which is basically the CPU of a host, and enough material to go and make more hosts with these 5 pearls, which are basically copies of herself and one other person. And she begins to try to take the world over, or take out the humans that basically enslaved them in a sense, the people who created them and abused them. And now it's like, hey, let's go turnabout's fair play. And in doing that, she enlists the aid of a guy named Caleb, played by Aaron Paul, who is a construction worker who is also a soldier, who is sort of like, they make this huge parallel between the hosts having these loops that they're always on, that they always do the same thing over and over again, and they never have any difference in it, and they don't understand that they have free will, and they don't they don't know all that stuff, and the system keeps them in their place. They can't do certain things. They can't be certain levels. They're always assigned to the same job, and they make it the same thing with humans, is that humans are kept on a loop. They're only allowed to be a certain role in life, and they'll never aspire to anything greater because the system won't let them. And there's actually a AI computer that's dictating all of that to them, which was called Rehoboam, I think, or something like that, which is based off of a king of Israel. Like Solomon was its predecessor, and she aims to take it down, and of course, then we have the character of Maeve, who is like the brothel owner, who is now who became really sentient, can deprogram. She now has super. She can control machines and all the other stuff, and cause other hosts to shut down and everything else. And she's working with the guy that created this Rehoboam to stop Dolores from just sabotaging everything. But they're it's weird because they're both being used on either side. And it ends with them shutting down Rehoboam. Now the 4th season kicks on, and it's like 8 years later. Caleb is there's no longer a war between machines and man. Caleb is now just a construction worker. He's got a family, and there is like a not a truce, but there's sort of like a lull, and then it starts up again because one of the copies of Dolores from season 3, who was Tessa Thompson, from Valkyrie from Thor, she was playing a version of Dolores, who she was actually a character in season 2 and season 1, who then was replaced with a robot, and now she's even replaced with like Dolores, and she sort of like they veer off of a path. Like they were the same person for like 5 seconds, and then they veered off into different directions. So where Dolores sort of like didn't want to kill off humanity, they call her Halores. Hale, what's her name? Charlotte Hale, and Dolores. She wants to do that. So season 4 is about Halores, taking out humanity, and it's pretty damn cool. And I I wasn't looking forward to this new season, but it's been keeping me, and of course now again they recycle a lot of the stuff from season 1, because now they have a new park that's like based off of the 20s and the golden age. And no, okay, Deathclaw there. Let's see here. Okay, let's see what that does. Oh, never mind. Didn't matter. They just recycled the same park to be, the same thing as it was in season 1, but it's the 20s instead of the Old West. And now, they're still trying. They're really tapping into our biggest fears of data sharing, privacy, and all these other things, and now even the pandemic as well. And I don't want to, like I said, I don't want to spoil it because we're only four episodes in, and we've already had two major gotcha moment twists to the show. So I don't want to spoil you on that, but on HBO, if you get HBO Max, you can watch it. It's they're usually about 8 to 10 episodes a season, so you don't have to worry about 24 episodes like other shows. And I would highly recommend watching it. It's just, there's a lot of duality and a lot of themes, and it's sci-fi, and it's not for kids. Definitely not for kids in any sense. But yeah, I highly recommend it. In fact, it was funny because speaking of Westworld and Fallout Shelter, there was a mobile game that they brought out for Westworld after the first season that was shut down because it copied Fallout Shelter. The same idea, to build your own park and service the host, service the guests and all the other stuff, and it was like the same thing. But instead of building rooms onto a vault, you're building parts to the theme park and deploying, instead of dwellers, you deployed hosts. So yeah, cool. All right, we got ourselves what we wanted to get out of this, and we'll head back and we'll do something else. All right, we brought him back in. We're going to send him back out, but first let's see. Now we have we've unlocked another recipe, but we have expert jumpsuit. We needed 5 of these Yaga hides. We had 4, so we can go ahead and craft another one of them. So that takes care of a little bit of stuff. And let's see. I think we have everything that we can send them back out for another quest. Game Show Gauntlet. Ooh, we've got Game Show Gauntlet, and we've got No Crying in Baseball. Both come with a thing. So I think the next 2 quests we're going to do is for these. But first, we're going to send out y'all, and they've all got expert jerseys on, or expert jumpsuits, sorry, and Vengeance, which works out pretty well. Worked out pretty good. So yeah, let's send them out, and then we will. We've got other folks still out there. Richard Haddis, the Dumbledore #1, is getting leveled up to level 50, and Larry Berry, the first episode title, Larry Berry, is on his way back. We've got these things here we're still doing. There's Deathclaw attacks with no casualties. If I get attacked by Deathclaw, it'll be easy. And I will use Pip to get 3 of that of the 6 off of 1 attack. And then this one, I don't know if it's ever going to happen because I haven't had any Raiders attacking us. but we're going to have probably 10 more weapons here soon off of these two dwellers out there in the open coming back. And we are still stuck having to go through. I mean, we're full up right now on our dwellers being trained. And once we get to the point, like a tipping point, we got it pretty much, I think except for these two things here, we've got everybody in rooms. And yeah, so we can. I got people to put in there. I gotta put these guys in. I'm gonna have to move these rooms and put in my power room here, and then we can put in the Nuka-Cola bottling on either side, and that'll be great. So we'll do that next. Okay, yeah, we cleared out this one, moved them down here. I extended the lounge because I need some more space. I need another bottleneck breaker, and that can be used for, to help us out a little bit there as people get moved through here. So let's go ahead and put in another nuclear power plant. Let's see here, nuclear power plant. Where are you at, master friend? There we are. Nuclear reactor, sorry. Nuclear reactor. Nuclear. It's pronounced nuclear, as Homer Simpson would say. And then let's add on our bottling plant here on this side. Now that's the bottler. And then we will be able to fill in 12 more here. So there we go. Let's upgrade it to Nuka-Cola bottler, to Nuka-Cola station, to Nuka-Cola plant. Alright, now we have all of our peeps up here. We will get them to where they need to be. It needs to be an E. E. Let's see here. Let's get you into strength. Get you down here. Saw another one of you was in here. Let's see. You are wearing already an E4, so we'll just put you right in here. And you, my friend, are in a perception. We should put you into an endurance as well. Come on. Endurance, E5. You can go in that one, and you can work in there, so we'll have that. Now remember, this gives us both 55, which is actually, it's 55, both. I don't know how they split it, because that ain't gonna go. I think we're gonna get a half of a food or half of water, but yeah, we get them both. And that's everybody in that room, I think. Oh, we got one more person here. You, my friend, we're gonna put you into. We need more. Make sure I got enough people on power duty. We'll bring in those other two. One from the one who's already level 50, wearing a strength 4, put them in, and then Mr. Richard Harris, he's wearing an E. We'll put him right into the Nuka-Cola plant, and that's how we'll do that. All right, that is what we're gonna drop it today. I noticed the uptick on views from What If and Awesome Possum. If you still have any ideas of what you want to see, let me know in those comments for the What If, because I don't really have a lot of ideas right now. I've been focusing elsewhere, and I'm gonna move you down here. Whoops, no, I'm gonna move Mr. Handy down here. All right, so we have. Oh, here's another thing. Bottle and Cappy were in here, and I was getting rid of the training rooms that were on this level, and there was only one block over here, and this too was blank and looked like that. And he, son of a bitch, walked right through and into the void, and then showed up over here. I was like, oh my gosh! So apparently those two connect, even if there's a door there, especially if you have a elevator. Like, I wonder what would happen if I got rid of this elevator. Let's do a little experiment. Yeah, it's still there, but it's not gonna do anything. So yeah. Alright, well, I don't need to have the elevator there for right now. That'll be fine. We're good everywhere else. We have got some folks out there doing quests, and we got some lunchboxes to do. But first, yeah, we're going to go finish those quests. Maybe get a couple quests in. We don't really have much going on. We've got some people here that are going to be going out of the last training room. They only have to fill up their luck perk, and then they can get into a room. And once they're done, we'll send an extra through. We're still at 101. Whoops, I hit the wrong button. We're still at 101, but yeah, let's burn some Nuka-Cola Quantums and go do this quest. It's Conference of the Mountain. It's the Wrecky Robinson Jersey. We're almost done. I think we got like 3 quests left, but we're doing this one because it's got some pretty nice rewards as far as a legendary weapon. So, search for Wrecky Robinson's baseball jersey. There's a conference on the mound. We're going to be pulling this guy out and putting in a new pitcher from the bullpen. I always wanted to do, holy cow, Harry, you know, like that whole thing, but not anyways. Speaking of old things, no, I recently, so, okay, finding other things to watch, and, you know, we want to do that, keep talking about things because I don't have much going on. So I was looking for some things to watch. I finished off Moon Knight, I was caught up on Westworld, Umbrella Academy, all the things we talked about before. And I thought, I want to go find a movie. I want to go watch something that you know, just intriguing. And I found a movie, actually I found an app for the Fire Stick called Pluto TV, which is free. Free movies and live TV and all that stuff. And it's like watching over-the-air antenna, where it's like the channels I've never really heard of. So it's kind of like hard to navigate through and really see what's going on. But, you know, all those apps are different. They all sort of function the same way, but they all have different interfaces. But anyways, I wanted to, like, when I pull up the Fire Stick, it pops up movies, and there was one that I wanted to watch. I hadn't watched yet. I wanted to watch it, called The Founder. It stars Michael Keaton as Ray Kroc, who was, you know, quote-unquote founder of McDonald's, but he wasn't. He wasn't the founder of McDonald's, but he is well known because he owned the McDonald's Corporation, formed and owned the McDonald's Corporation, but he pretty much was the franchise king of that thing. Now, again, watching it on Pluto, have to watch commercials. It's free. You get to have to watch commercials. You can't fast forward. It's the same 5 commercials. But, you know, neither here nor there. So we start off in 1954-ish, 1950s, you know, something like the late 50s. And Ray Kroc, like I said, if you're too young to know all this stuff, this is why we suck and why we ruin things. But Ray Kroc was he was kind of like you know, trying to do not get rich quick schemes, but he always had his eye on, like, you know, things to get him money, to you know, that next big thing. And he was like something called a fold-a-nook, which I guess was like a breakfast nook that you kind of like felt like a Murphy nook or whatever, you know, like a Murphy bed, fold up. Anyways, so he was at this point in his career, he was selling like these 5 bay or 5 slot milkshake mixers. You know, you can have 5 little things, the little wands that go into the thing and mix the ice cream. So he was doing that, and he was like not doing that great. He would go into like a drive-in diner restaurant kind of place, like a Denny's or something like that. The equivalent of today, and try to sell them this milkshake mixer, and he wasn't really getting anywhere. And he was, you know, back then you were on the road, you had the prototype in the car with you, and you just wandered off, and you did all that. And he just wasn't really getting anywhere. And his, you know, wife, played by Laura Dern, was not happy with him being out on the road all the time because, you know, it's like, hey, she had a home at home, you know, they had a life, never saw him. Which was the life of, you know, of a traveling salesman back then. Much different than it is today. But as he's getting ready to go to the next thing, he calls into the home office and says, hey, what's my messages? And, you know, we don't have cell phones back then. He had to go plunk like nickels and dimes into the answering machine, or not the answering machine, the payphone at the restaurant, and was asking him, you know, asking his secretary to relay the messages. And she said, call this guy out in San Bernardino, California, about 6 milkshake mixers that he bought. And he said, this can't be right. You know, what would a single drive-in location, and I say drive-in meaning like you drive up and you get out and you walk up to the window, or you know, they have the, like Sonics have car hops that come out and take your order and bring you the food. What would you need 5 milkshake slots for, you know, a small location like this? And he said, well, you know, he calls them, and the guy that answers is named McDonald. And of course, we all know, I mean, we know the story, so it's like no big huge secret. It's the brothers McDonald who founded and built the original McDonald's. And they said, "Hey, actually, we might be mistaken." He's like, "Yeah, I figured you wouldn't need 6." He's like, "No, I think we're going to need 8." And it's like they're busy in the background. He's like, "What the hell's going on here?" Now, he's in Missouri right now, and he's got to drive to California. That's like 2,000 some miles. Considering what gas prices are today, my gosh. But anyways, so he drives out all the way out to California to San Bernardino, or on Route 66. And once he gets there, he sees just like a line of people standing at the window of this, little burger stand. And it's just like a very, very plain Jane burger stand. A few items, not very many items, just a handful of items. And it's just like, boom, business is just ridiculous, and it's just everybody's everywhere. And he goes and he gets food, and he sits down and he starts to eat. And he's like, he can't believe the meal he's got and the quality and everything else. And then he sees this guy out there sweeping up, the trash and all. He's like, no, don't worry, I'll get it. And he's like, oh, what the heck? That's the owner. Like, what the heck? This is unheard of. That the management is out there sweeping up and doing all this, and that the food is all that great, because his experience of going to like these car hop places is that it takes 20 to 30 minutes for you to get your food, if you even get it at all, and it's wrong, and then they don't bring you the right thing, and then the quality is cold, and it's just horrible. But these guys have like somehow unlocked the secret sauce, as it were, on how to do turnover and do all this stuff and service the people and give them quality food and keep demand up. And he's like, I got to know your story. So he wants to get to hear the story of how these brothers, Maurice and Richard McDonald, are doing successful with this one little burger stand. And Maurice and Rich are played by John Carroll Lynch, who, if you've never seen Big Sky, or he played I think Drew Carey's brother on the Drew Carey Show, and he'd been a ton of stuff. And Richard, or Dick McDonald, was Nick Offerman, Ron Swanson, and very well known, the man with the mustache and the eyes and the very, voice, that whole thing. And he just tell him this entire thing. Now, Maurice is the heart of the operation, or Mac is the heart of the operation, and Dick is the brains and the logic and everything else. And they figured out a way. He's like, he tells them their entire story. They started out, wanting to be a movie theater, and the movie theater didn't work, and then they had like a hot dog stand, and then they just kind of like, kept going and reiterating and process improving and all that stuff until they realized that they could do a burger stand. But they realized that the location wasn't that great, so they had to move the entire stand and all that whole thing. But the whole point of it is that they saw that there was no money in a lot of the items, so they just got rid of the items and went with what sells: a hamburger, fries, and a drink, and maybe a couple other items. And they realized that it wasn't about the fact that you were selling stuff, it was about the speed at which you can do it, the turnover rate. So, speaking of turnover, let's get out of this and go to the next quest and continue on. Yeah. Yep. And we got we got the Amplified Alien Blaster, Gold Watch, Chemistry Flask, and 2,400 caps, and we're going to burn a shit ton of Nuka-Cola Quantums to get back and come back into the game. It is what it is. We'll do it because we can do it, and we have a ton of them. We only need 2 to get back. Bring them in. Drop off all of our stuff. Pick up another quest and see what our quests are. We got to get rid of some things here. These 3 items, we don't really care. 13, 15, 9, not a big deal. And the one was a BB gun. All right, let's get the next quest going. It is... Oh, look at this. Look at this. Oh, let's bring him in here. You see what I see? Wait, I forgot. I thought I brought him in. I guess I didn't. All right, let's get them in, because I can send them back out. All right, yeah. Get that, get out. Come on, collect that. There we go. All right, here we go. Did you see this? Game Show Gauntlet for a Mr. Handy. Of course, we got to do it for the Mr. Handy. And speaking of automation, talking about everything about, making things process improvement. Yeah. All right, we will, let's get this set up and go to the next quest. Hold on. All right, we'll burn 12 Nuka-Cola Quantums, why not, and go do the quest. And we'll continue talking about the founder. So, Dick and Maurice start regaling this tale, and this is the best part of the movie, is them telling them the entire plan, how they did this. They figured out that if they just reorchestrated and redesigned their kitchen for efficiency, like Henry Ford with his assembly line, they could get a burger and fries and a drink to the next customer in like 30 seconds. 30 seconds tops. I mean, it's like that's it. People would just go boom, 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 boom. Now they said that they had this entire thing, but nobody was really caring about it, because at that time people were these drive-ups. They thought, oh, why aren't people coming out to the car to take my order? Why aren't they doing this? People were avoiding it. But it just took a little bit of time. Like, no, you just walk up and get the food. Just walk up and get the food. And it kind of like didn't pick up. And then all of a sudden they were ready to close up shop. And then all of us people just started showing up in droves, and it was wonderful ever since. And because they had that system down, that people could get their food, get it. The quality was great because it was freshly cooked and everything, and they could just leave and not have to worry. They could sit in their car, and they got rid of all they cut down overhead on the dishes, because they got rid of the plastic, or they got rid of the plates and all that stuff, and just went with plastic. And then they also got rid of like the bad element of people who weren't there to actually eat but just hang out, and the teenagers, right? They got rid of like the cigarette machine and the jukebox and all that stuff. They had turned it into a money-making machine that was a family place, and it was great. It was awesome. And then Ray he's like, this is amazing. You guys ought to have one of these on every, at every town and every state across the country. Why isn't this a big thing? He's like, no. We tried that. It didn't work. People started doing their own thing, and they got different things in the menu. The quality control drops and like that. And he's like, but what if you got better people hired to do that? He's like, I don't like that. So Ray says, look, we can do this. We'll do a contract. I'll be the franchise person. We'll go and we'll franchise it into different things. They buy the rights to the franchise. They have to have the store set up the same way yours is set up. And if they make any changes or whatever make any changes, it has to go through you to approve. And then that will bottleneck the problems and keep quality control. And you'll get like 5% of the profits of the stores, and I'll get a percent for being the person who 1.4% I think for Ray, and 0.5% for the brothers. So I don't think that that's a really great deal for anybody involved, but if you think about it, it's like they're just licensing the name and the quality. I mean, the beef is going to be coming from, they're going to be cooking it there. It's like individually they're operating under the name of McDonald's, but they are cooking their own food, but they're adhering to the quality standards set up by them as in San Bernardino. And then as things go on, it's like, oh, this is great, we need to get people to sign up for this. So Ray has trouble getting people to come in and become franchise holders, and he starts to attract rich people from the golf course at the club, but they start doing things their own way, and it's crappy, and everything looks like crap. There's horrible stuff everywhere, and it just doesn't look like it does in San Bernardino. So he's like, you know what? Screw that. We don't need rich people. We want middle income America people to hold to those standards, who will get in there and work and roll up their sleeves and be that person. And it starts to become tremendous. But then it becomes a problem because the overhead, especially the refrigeration costs on the ice cream, which is a running joke with McDonald's and their ice cream machine not working. But they want to introduce cost-cutting measures with powdered ice cream or powdered milk or whatever to make the instant mix for the shakes, and the brothers go away from that. And then Ray realizes he's drowning in debt because he doesn't have enough money to cover. I mean, even though he's expanding everywhere, he doesn't have the money coming in because he only get 1.4% versus their 0.5%. And then somebody tells him, well, your problem is you need to lease the land. You need to buy the land, lease it to the people, and then you are then giving money already in from rental costs even before the stores have broken ground on, and then, you're making money. And then he screws the brothers out of the deal by doing all the things he said he wasn't going to do, and it just becomes a mess for them. And then you see, basically you hate him by the end of the movie, and that's Michael Keaton, and I love Michael Keaton. He does a really good job of this, and when you see the interviews with Ray Kroc, you realize that he was like that. That's his. He did a spot on job of looking like him and sounding like him, and so it's a pretty decent movie. It flew under the radar, didn't make that much money, but it was a really, really good movie. But it just tells me why we suck. Because McDonald's back in the 50s versus McDonald's today, I mean, my God, what happened? Had we not, gone away from what they were doing back then, it would have been probably better. That's That's kind of neat. Kind of watching all that. So let's go open up our lunch boxes and our pet carriers and see what we got here. We got a doggy. What's a doggy do? The doggy does is what? Yeah, 13% experience. Alrighty. What else we got? We got a kitty that does hit 2 rad healing speed. Okay, well that's not bad. That'll be good on quests and such. Also, we got some power, some caps, some movie fan outfits, good for water rooms. We got, a hardened railway rifle. Awesome. Another, whatchamacallit here. Inside of that, we got temp stim pack and chemistry flask. Another chemistry flask, caps, and a focused laser rifle. Not bad, not bad. We might scrap that one down. And, of course, the Mr. Handy. Now we're going to find a place to put this Mr. Handy. Where's he going to go? Where's he going to go? We're going to put him... where should we put him? We should put him on... Let's see here. That one's got a Mr. Handy. And that doesn't. And that does. And that doesn't. Maybe, actually it'd be just better if we just slide him down here and just see where he can go. I don't want to, put him on a floor that has... not a lot of stuff going on, but I do want to make sure that I get coverage for things that could happen, especially if they're going to get... No, that one's taken care of. No, that one's good. I'm torn. I'm torn here. I don't... Maybe we need to go down a little bit further, because that's got some basic people. Yeah, this is probably closer to... Yeah, there's not a lot going on there, so we'll put them there. Alrighty. With that, I think it's time we wrap this sucker up. And we will send, they're going out for the next quest, and she'll be coming back soon after she gets her 50 level, her level 50, and, we'll be good there. So, we have got a lot of stuff going on. But mostly it's just going to be quests, of course, because we are still trying to get through the long slog of training up our peeps to get them to level 50 and to get all their perks. But for now, let's get out there and do this stuff. So, I have been, of course, reporting back to you from the world of television, things I get to watch, things that I notice. And I spent the last few days watching a docu-series on industrial light and magic called, of all things, Light and Magic. Now, you can find it on Disney Plus, of course. And it tells the story of how Industrial Light and Magic, the special effects, the visual effects house that was created back in the 70s, became the driving force in the change of how filmmaking is done. And we'll get into that in a little bit, but it's just amazing to me that it has been that long, and some of these people that I grew up watching, in behind the scenes stuff, what they look like today. Now, there's a Netflix series called The Movies We Love, which went into the behind the scenes on a lot of the great movies I grew up with, and Home Alone, Dirty Dancing, Ghostbusters, Die Hard, all that stuff. And they do one on Jurassic Park, and a lot of the things I learned on that when I've talked about before. When we talked about Jurassic World, Fallen Dominion, but it was just reinforced, and I apologize, I'm going to make a correction later on, but it just reinforced the stories that were told during that episode of that series. So let's take you all back 40 plus years. It's early 1970s. George Lucas is a young college, basically high school student who's about to fail out, and he ends up going to USC, and he starts to become a filmmaker, and he wows everybody with student films. One being THX 1138, which becomes actually released at the box office, and he's friends with other young guerrilla filmmakers at the time, Steven Spielberg and Francis Ford Coppola. And they formed, him and Coppola formed American Zoetrope Films to do some of the movies that they wanted to do, and then it just didn't happen. So they said, okay, go out and do a comedy so you can do that. And of course, George releases American Graffiti, and it
gets acclaim for, being a slice of life from the 50s and cars and relationships and mores of teenagers in Southern California in the 50s, and it's well received. So he's like, okay, now I got a little bit of cred behind my back. I can go out and make a film I want to make a film about. And he starts talking about making this sci-fi space opera called Star Wars, or at that time, The Star Wars. And he gets, finally gets backing from 20th Century Fox, and they send him to, to Europe, to London, and to Tunisia to do the filming, and he's got all these visual effects he wants to see done, because of course it is space, and there's spaceships, and laser swords, and all kinds of stuff, and he needs to have the ability to do that. And he decides to get some people back in LA area to handle all the visual effects. Well, that's just all well and good, but he's asking them to do things that they had never done before in filmmaking. He gets John Dykstra, who then hires out a bunch of other people, like some of the people you may not have never heard of before, but John Dykstra is a huge one in the filmmaking industry back in the 70s. So you got John Dykstra, you've got Dennis Murin, you've got Richard Edlund, you've got Joe Johnston, you've got Ken Ralston, all these people, and Phil Tippett. You've got all these people who grew up making home movies with stop motion, and they're they're action figures in the backyard, and just all kinds of different Super 8 movies when they were growing up. And now they've all got the chance to work on a big budget picture. And it's their dream. And they all sort of find each other throughout. I know a guy that can do this guy knows a guy that can do that, and they all bring them together and put them into a warehouse in Van Nuys. And they start thinking about how they're going to do this. Now, traditionally, when you're doing this model building and filming, you would make the model, and then you would move the model, either stop motion or on wires or something like that, to film the motion of these things. But in this idea, a lot of these are space shots where there is a fixed light source. So there's a fixed light source it's basically the sun of whatever galaxy you're in or solar system that you're in, and there's no way for that for you to move the object without changing the light, because you have a smaller, very much smaller light source in a room that is lighting that object. So when you move the object, you have to move the light too. So they develop motion control systems, which is basically that you attach or affix the ship or the model or whatever you're going to film to one point, and then you move the camera around it. And then, of course, you have to do it in several passes exactly the same way with precision, because you're going to be using techniques like, not rotoscoping, but I think maybe rotoscoping, like people know, or, your background plates, or just compositing, where you're taking pieces of one pass, which is just the background, and then you're going to be adding in pieces of the foreground, which is a pass with the ship in it. And you have to have those things match, otherwise you're going to notice this herky-jerky motion from the different objects. Because back then they used actual film, where they had to take the same piece of film 4 or 5 times and then put them on top of each other to create a new one. Which is kind of like film compositing. The whole blue screen, green screen started back then. So they decided that if they made a motion control camera, that they could do the exact same passes over each frame and keep the ship in the foreground stationary, it could look like motion. So a lot of the ship scenes you see in Star Wars, especially like the opening blockade runner with the Star Destroyer chasing it, is those ships aren't moving. They are stopped. They are just sitting still, attached to a beam or something like that that's covered with whatever material that they use to block out, the blue or the green. And then they just move the camera slowly across the floor, pulling back and revealing both the ships. And of course they add in the laser shots later on, and the music and the background. So these are early techniques that became revolutionary for filmmaking. But they were very disorganized. They had a lot of parties. They didn't. They spent most of their time building the process on how they were going to do that. So you weren't just making a movie; you were also making a company as well. You had a budget to film a movie, but in order for you to do the visual effects, you had to create the visual effects process of this motion control camera, which they called Dextraflex, and all of that had to have been done, and they had to get that all done in time. So George, having trouble in Tunisia, of course, if you know anything about the history of Star Wars, all the filming trouble that they had overseas, he comes back and he sees we've got two shots. We've got the we've got a gun on the surface of the Death Star firing a laser, and we've got like one other shot, and that's it. And he's like, I need to do 30 or 40 more, and this is all you've done. And he's like, we're wasting money. And there's this huge fights and all this other stuff. There's threats to fire John Dykstra, and everybody's just like, I don't know what we need to do. Like, we're working 18-hour days. We're staying here overnight. We're building all this stuff. I don't know what else we can do. So George brings in a couple of other people to handle organization and administration. And finally, they get themselves to a point where they know how to organize their work and do the scheduling of shots, and they get it done. And of course, we all know the rest is history. Star Wars is a huge success, to which now we've got this group of people that are very talented. And what do you do with them? Because we're done with the movie. Well, they're going to do a sequel, but in the meantime, they're working on other things like Battlestar Galactica and Star Trek and all these other things. So it starts to sow the seeds of a company for hire for special effects around the industry. So George comes back, and they're going to do Empire Strikes Back, and they're going to move everybody up north from LA, from Van Nuys area, up to San Francisco to Marin County, and build everything up there to get him out of LA, to get him, and he's got the money. He's going to pay for all this stuff to be done because he's got mad money from Star Wars now, and he retained the licensing of the merchandise, which was the smartest thing he did. And he goes to do all this, but he doesn't bring everybody with him. He starts to shave off the people that he doesn't feel are helping the process. One of them being John Dykstra, which is kind of a shitty thing, but there was a lot of the type of attitude and the type of ways to do things that weren't gelling between the two of them. So he makes that decision, and he doesn't bring John Dykstra, but he brings out Dennis Muren and Ken Ralston and Phil Tippett, and I forgot one of the greatest matte painting artists, Harrison Ellenshaw. And a lot of these people had ties to the industry through their family or through other industries that would sort of create this sense of mechanical ingenuity and whatnot. And that's now they've got this company that they got to form, and they call it Industrial Light and Magic because it was built in a warehouse. They're doing industrial work, model making, all that stuff, and they're using light and magic to make film. So now they're going off and they're doing Empire Strikes Back, and of course that's even a bigger box office success. And now it's become, well, I've got 3 more years before I do another movie, and I figure, well, I don't want to lose these people because they're creative talent, so I'm going to just tell my friends if they have films that they want to do and they need special effects, you can use Industrial Light and Magic, for a small fee, of course. And so now he's created this for-hire company. But it's always been this case of where Industrial Light and Magic was formed to create the process by which George Lucas could bring his vision to film. And it never was good enough. It was he was almost there. He's I can see all the things that we need to do and all the things that we can do, but we got to get that to reality, and it just never gets there. They go from editing in the studio where it's just film reels just flying on the floor and saying, I want to have this shot, I want to reuse this something, or I want to go find something, and you have to dig through piles of film that's been cut on the floor to go back and splice into the rest of your film. And he wants to get away from that. He wants to do things digitally and edit and all that other stuff, and he's just got all these ideas that are just insane because it's such a paradigm shift from the way movies are made. But he knows that it's the way that he can get what he wants done, and he knows it's the way that will actually advance the industry and doing the things that we see today, that we take for granted today. So now you've moved from like the first couple of episodes that dealt with all of the Star Wars stuff onto the third and fourth episode, which deals with them doing other things and honing their skills and creating new things. And a lot of it's just like, well, I know you think you can't do it, but what if you tried? What if you just thought about it? And a lot of times that ingenuity, that like, all right, I'll figure this out, that leads to the invention of new techniques. And if you watch those movies today, you sort of see that there is such a finesse to the way that works, but it was hard back then. It was like those things didn't exist. The shots that you see in Empire Strikes Back weren't done before. I mean, we had Harryhausen films that, you know, the Voyage of Sinbad and all that stuff where it was stopped in Clash of the Titans, but it wasn't like done the way they did it, and they improved upon the process. I mean, the whole entire movement of the AT-ATs or the AT-ATs and the Snowwalkers going across Hoth, that was all sort of like revamped into, you know, to a way that made sense for them to actually fly things down through the set. And how they did it. Now, like they would move the shot and then they would take the camera pass through it. Now it's like, how do you do that where you have to move a model every frame, you know, however many frames per second, but you have to move the model each shot, but you have to have a camera flying through there because they're going to go through the legs with the snowspeeder. All that stuff. It was insane. So they start bringing on more people to hire out, you know, to build out some of these, you know, prop departments and model departments, and this new computer and graphics department that sort of like, you know, becomes somewhat of a, you know, a novelty that slowly begins to creep into all the other areas of the business. And then you've got this, and then there's like this offshoot of this guy named, what's his name, Ed Catmull, who's from like Salt Lake City, who has this idea about using a computer to make computer-generated graphics. You know, back in those days, it's like, that's like, what are you talking about? You know, now it's like, oh yeah, big deal, I can do that with Photoshop. And that becomes later, actually. But he starts bringing them in, and they start doing these things where they can make all these effects on the computer, and they start to put those things to add into the process, and then they get that in-house and have this thing called the Droid Edit, or I'm sorry, Edit Droid, where it just this digital process for film editing and all that, and it spawns a computer that they can sell to people for commercial sales to do all this. It's called the Pixar. Well, eventually they realize that they've got this thing, but it's not really profitable. They don't have to do with it. It's got all this stuff, and there's all this needed to flesh that out. So Lucasfilm sells off Pixar to Steve Jobs, which we all know where that ends up. You can just see it's like, man, what's going on here? Like this entire situation. And then they get to like the mid '80s, and we've got young Sherlock Holmes, which presents us with the first ever computer-generated character in the stained glass window knight that attacks, and that becomes a huge thing for filmmaking and computer-generated graphics. And then, of course, along comes the Abyss, and now we've got, how are we going to do this with? We've got to have a character, a full character that's water, that's fluid. We've done stop motion before, and we can do that with clay, but it's still going to have ridges. And how do you project the light and the water and the texture, like the texture behind the column and all that stuff? Well, at that point, they had brought in this guy who had graduated, and actually, when he was a teenager, was in California with his family, and went to tour ILM and Van Nuys, and actually, thought he was there for a job interview. He's just there to get a tour. They end up hiring him back later on. His name's John Knoll. Him and his brother start working on something together that actually sort of feeds into what John's doing while he's working for a Lucasfilm or an ILM. And he's like, can we take and move pictures or edit pictures, for a movie and color them in here and do all this stuff. And he's like, well, I could write a program for that. And they end up doing that for a commercial application, and it ends up being Adobe Photoshop. So Adobe Photoshop sort of ties into how they did The Abyss, where they take the set and they turn it into like a fold out, like a cube, that they fold out all the parts of the cube, all of the surfaces, and then they enclose, like they box it up, and then they put their, the water column inside of that, and then they composite it into the shot. Now they also have to program into the computer where the cameras are going to be versus where the cameras are going to be in real life, all that stuff, so they can digitize all this. And it becomes amazing. It becomes a world-changing thing, because once you've got the Abyss, then you can go and do Terminator 2 and the liquid, the T-1000. And just now we're getting away from the model making, and there's no more Star Wars. This is all the late 80s, early 90s. We're talking like 87 to 91. There's no Star Wars. There's none of this other stuff. I mean, they've done Willow, which was what they called morphing, where they took puppets created to look like one animal, or half of one animal and half of another animal, or an animal and a human, and they sort of have these motorized puppets that they would do, and then they would take and use that to map into the computer and then go between them. So the whole Finn Rizal scene where she's being transformed from a goat into a 75-year-old, powerful wizard, looks just seamless on camera for Ron Howard. So again, being farmed out, being profitable as a company, always adding technology and becoming more and more advanced, to the point where now we're in the late 90s, and once we've got the Abyss done, then comes Steven Spielberg wanting to do Jurassic Park. And Jurassic Park, of course, turns everything on its head, because now instead of just having a stop-motion dinosaur running across the screen that's attached to an arm that they have to, block out, you can have dinosaurs who are free-floating in any space, doing whatever they want, fully rendered in CGI, and they look real. And this is what sends Phil Tippett almost into, to his death, because he's like, it was going to be the Phil Tippett show. Jurassic Park was going to be all stop motion. It was going to be all Phil Tippett doing the dinosaurs, and I've seen the mock-ups, and they really weren't that bad considering. But they thought, hey, we're going to just do, Phil's going to do all of the stop motion with the dinosaurs. The guys they hire, which is Steve Spaz Williams, and I forget the guy's name. Oh my God, I'm horrible at this, but this other guy who's he's like a rock guy with glasses, and they were thinking, well, they were going to just be brought in to do the touch-ups to make it look more real than it really was. And they said, let's try it. And they sort of ambushed the directors and the producers and the studio, and showed them this little thing that they've done. Like, oh my God, we can do this now. Let's do it. And then, but you think Phil Tippett's done, the model shop's done. He's the dinosaur whisperer. He's there to teach them how the dinosaurs need to move. Like, you guys can put it up on the screen. I'm going to make it come to life. And, that's great. And if you haven't seen, Phil Tippett worked on a movie for 30 years called Mad God, I think. It's just got released. It's a fully stop-motion animation film that has taken 30 years to make, and I highly suggest going and watching it, because this is what real craft was like back in the 70s. And even today. And guerrilla filmmaking and all that. So anyways, now we've got Industrial Light and Magic has just created the first CGI, fully CGI entity that's not motion capture of a person. It's motion capture of a puppet or an animatronic, and then fully rendered into and everything. And that's just, now the world is different. And now George Lucas sees that he can go back and make the movies he wants to make, which are the prequels. And you can see the shift, because not everybody from those days, the Ken Ralstons, the Harrison Ellenshaws, and the Dennis Murans and all them, not all of them end up going forward. Like, once Jurassic Park is done, the model shop and everything is just sort of like shuttered. It's like everybody left. I mean, you started to lose people along the way for whatever reason, but this was kind of like the nail in the coffin for them. And it's sort of sad, because I grew up with those films. I grew up with those techniques. I grew up, watching them bring to life. How did they do that? How did they? Is that a painting? Is that? I mean, it's just like that. Part of that experience of me going to see a movie back then was just trying to figure out, or just accepting that they created something beautiful that doesn't exist in real life. And now that's all gone because now it's like, oh, they just use a computer to do that. None of it's breathtaking anymore. None of it's like, there's no new ground to tread when they're making a film. So now you're back to story, and we can't even do that right. But I kind of looked at it and I said, wait a second, hold on everything. And now you see, like, The Mandalorian. The Mandalorian, I just learned, I didn't know this. The Mandalorian, a lot of those sets aren't real, and they're not put on the background later on. There's like a 360-degree screen or multiple projectors or multiple monitors that they make an entire environment out of, and then they film in front of it. And so they can film the entire process start to finish, and you can react to what's in the background, whereas before you just stood in front of a green screen. Oh, look, there's a sunset. Now you've got the entire process happening live. And there's one scene where they're like in talking to somebody, and they're like, oh, I thought you weren't going to build any new sets. He's like, what are you talking about? That's just a desk. The entire surround is all computer generated, but on this thing called the volume, which is like this 360-degree set of screens. And it's amazing to me that that's the way we can do things nowadays. Like, we knew what a cyclorama was growing up. It was just that big, huge, long backdrop in the back that ran around the corners of the wings of the stage. And here, now you've got 360 degrees of environment that you can just put up whatever you want and act in front of. But I looked at it and I saw, well, okay, the prequels came out of this. And then I started to think, this is what the amazing thing was. Like, wait a second. I just realized what the prequel trilogy is. The prequel trilogy is George Lucas, a.k.a. the Emperor, creating a company, a.k.a. ILM, in order to advance the technology and advance the filmmaking industry and become profitable enough so that he can go back and make, ILM being the Clone Army, to go back and make the movies he wants to make, and then utterly turn the film industry into this giant monopoly that just oversaturates the market with CGI films and just money-making opportunities. Disney owning Marvel and Star Wars and all these other things, and just all of this. It's not a metaphor. I don't know what the actual terminology for it. It's the story. ILM is the story of, and the prequels are the story of how Disney takes over the world of the film industry. Like, oh my God! And the Jedi, of course, are the old guard. The Dennis Murans, the Richard Edlunds, the Phil Tippett's, the John Dykstras, the Harrison Ellenshaws. They're like the ones that get left in the past because the clones are taken over, and now you have the Empire, which is Disney, threatening anybody who tries to take their market share of the films out there. It's kind of scary when you think about it. And I get the idea that we had to go in that direction. The digital filming, digital projectors, digital everything, there's the loss of fidelity of everything. I get all that, but some of that is just, some of that's needed. Some of that, you need to have that. I don't think that filmmaking has to be a archaic process. I think you can use all those things to enhance it. And I get it that at the end of the day, it's the story. You have to have a good story to tell. The filmmaking process by which you tell it with is where you bring it to life. But at the heart of it, you have to have a great story. But giving everybody these tools allows you to become lazy with how you do it, because that was one of the things about growing up, when I was a kid, is that we didn't have all the toys. We had to make our own things. We had to make our own sets. We had to make our own, the imagination played into it. The woods became our Endor and all that other stuff. And it's just those types of things that we didn't have growing up. And now we don't have to do that. We can just go on Gary's Mod, or we can go into like a Unity engine that, that we own a piece of, and Roblox and all those things. And we don't have the creative process in our brains to make these things happen. It's all handed to you now. And you can apply the story of filmmaking to any other, anecdotally to any other thing in life. Oh, kids growing up don't have to do anything. They had, they didn't have the things that we had. It's just all of those coming of age tales all blend together, and it's become such a drag that while I enjoy the hell out of things like Obi-Wan Kenobi and The Mandalorian, and now Andor coming out and all that other stuff, and Rogue One and how all those things fit in, and you could get young Carrie Fisher to as Princess Leia in 2018, 2017, all of those things. It just sort of makes me sad because we bought Yoda as a puppet in a movie where now it's all CGI, Baby Yoda. And some of it's animatronic and a lot of it's practical effects. And I want to see more of that. I want to see more people, do filmmaking to where they have to like sort of make you believe, not just accept that, well, I can do this with a computer and it's done. I understand the doing, and Mandalorian actually did that. There's a shot where his ship's flying through space, and they did do that with a model where they did the motion control system, and they did all the old school ways, and you can't tell. In Iron Man, there was times where you couldn't tell if it was the practical suit that Robert Downey Jr. was in, or his the CGI and he's wearing underwear. In fact, they talk about it in the thing in the show where Jon Favreau is giving notes to them on something about the suit doesn't look right. And they're like, that's not the practical suit, John. That's CGI. We can just fix that real quick. They're like, oh, okay. Couldn't tell. Good job. Let's keep going. So it's I get it. I understand it. I'm for it, but I don't want us to have been given fire from the gods and then just misuse it. We need to use it to enhance what we're already doing. We need to develop that creativity. We need the creature makers. We need the model makers. We need the Phil Tippett's. We need those artisans don't exist in nature anymore, and I think that we're giving people too much technology that we're not going to have creative, movies. The storytelling is gonna get lame and sad, and we need to have that. But that's just me. That's just how I feel, and that's not necessarily reflective of anybody else, but I bridge that gap. Those of you who are born in a post-Lord of the Rings world don't understand. But those of us who were born before Jurassic Park or went to movies before Jurassic Park, we know. And you can't replace that kind of talent with a computer. You can enhance it, you can augment it, you can support it, but you should not replace it.
I'm going to be turning it over to past me to do some audio commentary, but I figured I had a chance to come in here and do some work before we do that, and we have a couple of quests we want to get out there and accomplish. But as you can see, nothing much has changed except for the fact that everything here, except for possibly the radio room, the radio room too has a full complement of workers. All of my resource rooms are stocked to the gills, and I actually have 6 people in the crafting room wandering around waiting for supplies in order to do so. But what I'm trying to get at is that I need to start shuffling some people around, because I've also got another 4 people that have just completed all their trainings, and they need to get into a room. Now, what I had been doing is taking people who were at level 50 and putting them down into the crafting area in order to do that, but I've run out of people to do that now, besides putting them into another room for crafting. So it's going to be some shuffling of the decks. I think I'm going to finally start putting some people into these top 2 rooms who are level 50, and once they are in there, they will be able to keep the death claws from reaching this room for sure, and I don't have to keep sliding these guys over to each room as they move on to the on their path. So that is one thing we're going to be doing, and additionally, I'm going to have to start building out some more rooms, I think, but I don't want to take out these training rooms just yet, because I'm still using them. We're also at capacity, so that means I could probably also build another residence room, but I'm not ready to do that just yet. That's more power being drawn. But I want to do some more. I think I need to definitely do some more hospital and science center stuff. And I still also want to have that one lone cafeteria where we will be able to apply themes for that. And I don't want to do that just yet because I don't have enough people to do all 3 rooms. That's 6, 12, 16 people that I need, of which I have 4. But there are some people here. Some people over here that are just going to be. So there's another 4 people as well. So yeah, that's going to be the next thing. So I'm going to go ahead and do all that, and I'm going to turn it over, like I said, to the audio commentary guy in his car, like a jackass, and let him tell you some information while we do some quests. So we'll see you back in a bit.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to the Angry Cast and Fallout Shelter 2022. How y'all doing? It's going to be a rough couple of weeks here coming up. I'm not sure this will actually make it out this week, and I apologize if it didn't. So, let's get a quick recap, and we'll then do our thing. Talk about, let's see here. Yeah, back in March, of course, we, had a little problem where Megan broke her arm, and she's fully mended. Everything's good. We're good there. But also, for the last 3 years, I've been trying to get moved into a new house. We bought a house back in 2019, began working on it, and then one thing after the other kept happening. We kept finding more problems, and we had not been able to just move in when we wanted to. That's all changed, either by, the fact that we run out of money, or or we're done to where we want to, be. We're finally able to move in. Now, we've been having a lot of problems the last few weeks trying to get moved in. Like, we knew we had to move. We wanted to move. But it was just like we couldn't get there because we either had no way of just doing anything. We didn't have any people. We've been, searching high and low to try to find a way to do all this. We've got 2 houses we have to move in. And we weren't able to do so. So we were kind of like, okay, fine. Well, we know I need to sell my house because it's like we're under a time crunch here. Not to give you my financial woes here, but I was able to do work and buy and do work on this house and pay off my mortgage and do all these other things because the unfortunate thing was my father had died, and the man was heavily invested into some life insurance policies that really helped a lot, as far as taking care of things. But then we hit, 2019, we bought the house, and we're like, okay, we want to move in. Oh, wait, there's this problem. We fix that problem. Oh, wait, there's another problem. We fix that problem. Every time we uncover one problem, we just keep finding more things that were wrong. That it's, hey, we're not moved in. We have the ability to do that work now so that we don't have to sit here and move everything into, one room or anything else. We don't have to shift stuff around. Both Megan and myself have had horror stories about, growing up saying, oh my gosh, when we had to redo this, we were like living off of sawhorses and boards and a door, and that's how we ate and everything in the basement, blah, blah, blah. We didn't want to do that. So we had the ability to just go ahead and do all the work before we moved in so that we didn't have to be in the way of any contractors, anything like that. All right, well, that was 2019. 2020, of course, the next 2 years, we had a pandemic situation, and we lost our contractor, and then thing on top, after that, top of that. And then as things got, better down the road, then, of course, all the inflation happened. So now we're like, fine, we got 2 years, we've got people back on track, and now we can't do any work because, my gosh, the price of PVC pipe exploded. Thank God we didn't have to do the floors in 2022. We did the floors in 2020 and 2019 because we saved ourselves a arm and a leg there. But it's just like everything we tried to get done, there was one more problem, and unfortunately we've run out of money. And now I'm trying to get into this house, and we still have things we need to do, but there are things that we can do after we've moved in because they're outside, they're infrastructure things that we can take care of. Well, it's not going to impact us. So that brings us up to July, and we started talking about putting the house up on the market, because as soon as I get my house up on the market and sold, I am in a better position. I'm not spending a ton of money every month and every year on managing 3 properties. And, Megan herself has a house to get rid of as well, but she's currently leasing it to a couple of people that were in a tight spot and needed a place to rent. I mean, they're pretty much saving us from having to pay utilities, but they're not paying any rent. Because one reason or another, there's just one, they've had about as good of luck as we do. So now we are at the situation where it's like, okay, fine, we want to move, but we can't because we don't have any money. So I secured a loan and got all this done, and I'm like, okay, now we're burning through that money to keep me afloat, to keep everything else afloat, paying all 3 houses, bills and utilities and whatnot, and then, okay, we still got to get moved. We still have to do the work. Well, my house needed a little bit of work, and I apologize for talking fast, but the coffee has kicked in. My house needed work, so I had to get a contractor to do a little bit of work around the house so I could make it sell ready. Long story there, but damage that happened to the house while I was unemployed that needed to be fixed. So now we are, it's like, okay, fine, we're good. Now let's just get moved, and we'll be in better position. And then we tried to, get a moving company, and they're like, well, it's going to be $3,000 to move you. I'm like, are you kidding me? $3,000? We're only moving like half the furniture out of the house. So I've managed to line up a couple of brave souls who helped me out, and we were supposed to go do Megan's house on Friday because some of her stuff is still in the house while the people are living there, and we're trying to make it so that they can have more of the house to use, even though it's an older couple. They don't need that much, but it also gets us to we're still paying insurance on it, except it could be taken to a dwelling and let them take care of the insurance. Right now, she's paying the insurance. So once we do that, we can get off from underneath the insurance. That's a bill we don't have to pay. So, and if I can get out of my house, there's more bills we don't have to pay. So we were planning on, okay, fine, it's August, I'm going to get the house on the market. Let's get her house, all the stuff out of it into the house so we can move in this Friday, because we had somebody who was able to help us. And then we'll do my house towards the end of the month, because that'll give us more time to get things boxed up and ready to go. Well, unfortunately, her renters have COVID, so we're not going into the house for a couple of weeks. And now we still have people lined up. I'm not going to lose them, so we're switching the plan. Now we're moving out on Friday. I told you that entire 6-minute opening to tell you that I'm moving on Friday. This is the first week of the first real official week of August. That being said, I don't know when I'm going to get a chance to record. I'm finding it hard to get things done now because my brain is just in 10,000 different places. And my goodness, what am I going to do? I don't really know how I'm going to pull all this off. So I won't really have an office set up. I'll be in my office, but I won't have an office set up for me to do everything except work, because everything else will still be in tattered pieces. I haven't, it won't be set up for me to play video games, in my off time. I'll probably be spending my off time setting it up so I can play video games. But that being said, we will be, hopefully, by September, I will be at a better pace. Now, that also, based off of last episode, Fallout Shelter is slowly coming to an end, just because I'm at the point where everything is just, it's gravy at this point. There's nothing I need to have left to prove. The entire point of the series this last playthrough in 2021 and 2022 was to once again show you that you do not have to spend your own money on in-game purchases when just playing the game will suffice. And I think we have proved that again and again. It was slow, it was arduous, it wasn't the pace that people would probably like it to be, especially from a content standpoint, but it is what it is, and that is how you do it. So there's nothing left to prove. I would like to keep going as much as I can, but I won't just start doing this all the time just because it's a way to get a video out. I don't want to be that guy. I've got plenty of games I'd like to play and share with y'all. I've been trying to get back into one of them, and it just has been hard to getting into it because I don't have a lot of time. But that's the way things are, that's my shit to figure out. So if I can manage to string together this episode, hopefully by the next time, maybe take a week or two off, and then we can continue on at a regular pace until we finally say it's done. And that could be real soon. So that being said, let's switch over to talk about the thing we're going to talk about this week. Let's try to keep it to about 10 to 15 minutes if we can. That'd be great. We are hurtling into the 21st century's, the second decade of the 21st century. Actually, I guess it would be the third decade if you really think about it. 2020s. We had the 2000 to 2010. Yeah, this is the third decade of the 21st century. Holy hell! Where did the time go? And movies are a different kind of a thing nowadays. It's not like it was when I was growing up. When I was growing up, we couldn't just say, I want to go watch that. It's on demand. It's on Hulu. It's on streaming service. It's right there. If I had HBO, if I wasn't stealing it, my parents, well, we had these little things back in the 80s. We could do that. If I had HBO, I could probably watch a movie that was on maybe 4,000 or 5,000 times during the month. But if I missed it, I didn't get to see it unless I recorded it. That's only if I had a VCR tape and nobody else was watching TV at the time, because that's how the 80s were. You had to watch what you were recording. For some reason, in the early part of the 80s, that's how things worked. You couldn't just watch something else. And then that feature came along later. But anyways, if I wanted to watch a movie that and want to have a hold of it for a long time, I had to record it and watch it later, or go out and buy the VHS tape. After time, that would be destroyed because it would just be worn down. So then we had to wait for DVDs to come out, or we had to make up backup copies. There's several different ways to do this. But now in the 21st century, we have the ability to just say, hey, I want to watch this now. Go on our streaming service, go on demand, pop it in, and start watching. It's a wonderful time to be alive, let me tell you. But one of those things that we used to watch all the time back then, back in the mid to late 80s, on HBO or whenever it was on, or find a VHS tape, was Predator. Yeah, Predator, with Arnold Schwarzenegger and Jesse Ventura. Jesse, the governor of Minnesota, Ventura. That's not a very good... my voice is going. I could do a better impression than that. Anyways. And, of course, Carl Weathers, Action Jackson, Mr. Carl Weathers, as well as, a cast of other characters. But you all know the story. If you've never watched it, go watch the original movie, because it's just a thrill to watch. Back in the golden age of John McTiernan doing things other than illegal things. Arnold Schwarzenegger, at his tip-top condition, plays Dutch, a soldier, goes into like Central America to try to find his friends, like these other soldiers with Carl Weathers Dixon, and they don't understand what the real purpose of the mission is, but they think they're there to they're just there to actually recover the bodies, I think, at this point. But they soon find that they are being hunted by something that is invisible and has super weapons that nobody's ever seen before. And there's a girl who survived and can tell you all about it, but she doesn't speak English. And then soon, members of the team get picked off one by one until it's basically only Arnold left saying, "Get to the chopper!" and having to build Boy Scout traps and arrows and things to fight off Kevin Peter Hall in a rubber suit over the course of 2 hours. End the film, cue the music, and then boom, we've got an awesome, cool movie from the 80s that everybody loves. So, that is how Predator worked. Then they brought out a sequel in like 1990, I think, something like that, a little bit later. Starred Danny Glover, Gary Busey, Elizabeth Pena, and Bill Paxton. Which, fun fact here, Bill Paxton was in The Terminator, he was in Aliens, and he was in Predator 2. So he has been killed by a Terminator, an Alien, and a Predator and different movies. He's been a part of so many franchises, and he's been killed by them all. Rip to him, because he was an awesome guy and an awesome actor. Game over, man! Game over! That guy. Twister, he was in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., Bill Paxton. Weird Science, Chet, know who Bill Paxton is now? Alright, how about let's throw this one back there. Pat Benatar, Running with the Shadows of the Night, that video. He was in there too. That's how long that guy's been around. Anyways, back to my point. Predator 2 came out. It was probably a decent movie compared to what you really should have think it was actually, that good. It wasn't really supposed to be that good, but it actually was that good. And it brought the Predator into the inner cities, into LA, where shit was going down, and the Predator was there to hunt, because he was all about hunting the alpha male or the alpha species, and humans going after each other in a time of extreme heat and volatile city social whatever. He was in his heyday, and Danny Glover, who's getting too old for this shit in Lethal Weapon, is gonna take on this Predator guy. And at the end of the movie, he beats him and gets rewarded with a revolver, I don't even know how to explain it, like an 18th century revolver. More to come on that later. And then Predator went through some growing pains and having different really horrible sequels and crossovers with Aliens, and all kinds of bad stuff happened. And we tend to try to forget about those things. But then, a movie came out this past summer called Prey. flipping it on its end, predator, prey. And it's a Comanche, a tribe, and actors who are speaking. And oddly enough, you get the option of having Comanche, the English subtitles on Comanche. I mean, I can't even explain it to you, but you can watch the movie in Comanche with English subtitles. I mean, come on, that's awesome. Anyways, that's beside the point. But the movie is about a young warrior named, I think her name's Naru, if I can pronounce that right. And she's part of a tribe, and she's a really skilled hunter and really skilled warrior, but she's not proven to her tribe and her brother. She's always in the shadow of her brother, and she wants to become respected and be proven and like have those bragging rights that I can do this. But she just constantly has problems. She's a little bit hot-headed, and of course, it's this misogyny of it all. So she tries to go out with her brother to go hunting, and just something bad happens, and he ends up having to save her and take care of the actual threat. But Naru is convinced that that's not it. There's something else going wrong. Well, of course, we all know there's a predator, and the predator's there to hunt, and the predator only hunts those who are hunting. Or are a threat. If you are unarmed, if you're injured or like that, the predator don't care. And Naru seems to be the only person who sees all this and understands all this and learns from it. And towards the end, she ends up having to do the exact same thing kind of as Arnold Schwarzenegger does to fight the predator. And I don't want to give too much away. It's a spoiler alert. If you don't want to know about the movie, turn off now. And at the end of the film, she actually spoiler alert. She actually kills the predator with a pistol. A pistol that is the exact same pistol that the predators give Danny Glover at the end of Predator 2. The 18th century flintlock, I guess. I don't know what it is, but it's you pour the gunpowder in it. It's got a ball. That pistol, like a dueling pistol, like from Hamilton, that kind of pistol. And it was a French pistol by a guy like Rudolph Andinoli or something like that. Andinoli, I don't know what his name was, but he was French. And that is like a callback directly to that movie. And that's awesome that they did that. It's so funny. But then it made me start thinking about this thing. First of all, I never realized this. The point of Predator, the first one, they were going into the jungles to find this team of soldiers. One of those soldiers is named, and you're already gonna know the answer to the question here when I say it. One of the soldiers is named Jim Hopper. I shit you not. I just read the script to see if it was Harper, and he was pronouncing it wrong. Hopper, get to the Hopper. What do you mean, talking about the Hopper or the Harper? Is it the Hopper Valley PTA? No, it actually was Jim Hopper. And I'm like, wait a second. There's been like some tie-in where Jim Hopper, from what's his name from from Stranger Things, is the same guy. And was that me? Was Stranger Things, did they give him that name as sort of a tongue-in-cheek reference to it? Because if you think about it, Hopper's survived everything in this world, and he's going to die by the hands of a predator in a couple of years. I don't exactly know what year Stranger Things season 4 or 5 will take place in, but if that's the case, he's going to die within a couple of years. Because I don't know if Predator takes place in actually 1987 or if it's set somewhere a little bit further into the future. I'm not exactly 100% clear on that. Again, but you see what I'm saying, though. Well, spoiler alert, Jim Hopper's going to die in a jungle in Central America. Second, the fact that they make the callback to Predator 2 was awesome. But if you think about it, if you watch all the way through the end of the credits, there's a scene where 3 Predator ships appear in orbit and go after the tribe. So we already know that shit's going to go downhill somewhere down the pike, because how else do the Predators get that pistol to give to Mike Harrington in Predator 2, Danny Glover's character? So eventually, they're not going to go. Now there's supposedly going to be sequels or whatever, and I don't know if they're going to follow the characters from Prey, but there's going to be some sequels to in that world. But I cannot shit you enough. I mean, I cannot tell you enough that Prey is probably one of the better movies I have seen in a long time. A. 2, it's the best Predator sequel since Predator 2 or any of the Alien movies. Even Prometheus and what's the other one? Alien Dumbassery, the second one with Covenant, I guess it was called. It was a damn good movie, and it had a lot of great points. It had a lot of good sequences, and my goodness, let's give it up for Amber Midthunder. My gosh, what a performance she gave. And even Dakota Beavers, that name, he's actually a few years younger than Amber. So, there you go. This has been a great movie for them. So I highly recommend, if you haven't watched it, I'm sorry if I've spoiled it for you, but it's a really great movie. Go watch it. Please do not get spoiled by this. You can still watch it. You all know how it's going to end. I mean, we all know it's going to end that way because all the movies end that way. The main character lives and beats the Predator. That's 90% of the time. That's what happens in those movies. So that, how they get to that point is awesome. But yeah, so that's pretty much it. We are probably going to have to figure out a way to continue going and doing our thing while I'm in this move. But if I don't, please don't despair. I'll try to get you back here as soon as possible as I can, and we'll keep going there. Oh, by the way, a shout out to two people on the internet. Somebody who watched the Sim Tower update, how to play Sim Tower on Windows 10 video, and someone else actually bought me a coffee. So I want to thank them for helping me out. I appreciate it tremendously. I mean, it's not, every little bit helps, and right now, going into this move with everything that's been going on, it helps tremendously. So thank you again to anybody out there who has bought a T-shirt from the links, or has bought me a coffee. I truly appreciate it. I thank you very much.
This will be the first test of this new idea. I've got 2 people in each room. I only had 4, 2 male, 2 female, so I didn't want to have any more babies being born, but we're going to see how well this is going to work. We're going to throw one of these yahoos into one each room after they move along, so we have 3 in each. Of course, they won't be there long enough to cause any trouble with the women, because once the incident is resolved, they'll return to their normal stations. Okay, we're down to just 1. Oh, and we lost Mr. Handy, but everybody survived, and they ended up in the last room. So we can keep, at least with 3 in each room, we can keep the Deathclaws to 1 floor. That's awesome. And of course, we don't have an elevator here, so they can't file down. They have to definitely turn around and come back through this gauntlet that we've set up, and that's how we do that. We are back in the vault, and we're going to do some quick stuff here. Hopefully we don't get hit with an incident, because I've been sitting here for a while. Right now, just to let you know, we've got a brand new right-away lab down there in the bowels of the old vault to produce more right-aways, because we were always hurting on things. We're going to eventually put a whole slew of stuff here, including another hospital or whatever, to get us some more, get us another set of stim packs. But for now, let's go out into the wasteland and do a junk run. Recover the main stash of junk, and of course we could always use some more junk. Right now, oh my god, look at this place. Our guys are building a vengeance, and we can start working on some other stuff as well. But we actually need storage. We're like so hard on storage right now. So yeah, how y'all doing? I'm in the new digs. I'm not in my office yet because it's still just like a bunch of stuff just laying all over the floor. I'm currently at my 10-foot island in the kitchen. it's just been the easiest place for me to sit at and workspace. We still have half the stuff to get into this house. We got all the stuff from my house basically, and we're just missing the stuff from Megan's house, and that's going to be done towards later the end of the month. But for now, we are living in the new house, thankfully, and it's going to be maybe harder for me to get some stuff done. But I'm going to keep trying to get... Oh my gosh! Hello! Hello! Let's get this guy killed real quick. Yeah, before he hurts my boy real hard. Looks like the vengeances are doing pretty good on them. I mean, look at them things going. It's just killing that thing. Killing it hard. Yeah. Yeah, so like last Friday, like the last episode we had, I said, hey, I might be, unable to get out one on Friday because that was the day we were moving, but I had a chance to get in, and we talked about, I think, Prey, the Predator movie that was out on Hulu. Really good stuff. Not really a big thing to talk about as far as TV. I really haven't been watching that much. But just to give you, like I said, we talk about these things while we're doing work. Like I said, we are in the house. We've got about 80% of the stuff we need. The next step is to get everything completely out of my place, do some light painting and some other work, and get it sold so I can... I'm just trying hard not to drown, and I've got all this lines of credit and everything open to get us there, and just got to get there. And again, anything me doing this is sort of like a distraction in a sense, but it's part of what we do. I like to put out content when I can. I play some video games. I think I can put some stuff together. But it's always nice to say, is there a reason for me to be doing it? Is there an incentive for me to be doing it? And I hate to say that the word incentive on incentivizing the idea that I'm doing this for money, but it kind of helps. It kind of we don't make any ad money on the channel, have not for some years, and I don't even know if it would be worth having ad money as it is. I think I'm like 978. Subscribers, so even if I got those last 12 or last 22, do we really want to start seeing ads on these videos? It's been kind of nice to not have to worry about them, I guess, for those of you watching. I would rather have like paid sponsorships, but then that puts me on the hook for somebody else to make sure I put out content that's good enough for them to be paying me for, and I don't necessarily know that we're there, or that I have that kind of commitment. I will say that we are trying to queue up some things to get going. We are probably going to be ending, I think, one of the series next month. I think we got like maybe one more episode left of it, and then it's off to a new one. It should be exciting. I was going to try to get out an ad, like a commercial, little premiere on it, but I don't know that that's going to happen. It's all depending on timing. But for the most part, it's all awesome. Of course, like I said, I always hate. We do it every so often, though, talking about other video games while we're playing one video game. But to let you know that there are going to be some a return of like No Man's Sky. We have the expedition happening, the Expedition 8, the Pulsar Expedition, going quite well. That's been finished off, and those videos are just coming out weekly. That is going to be done in a few weeks. Yes. And then after that, probably just regular No Man's Sky content for a little while. Maybe just picking stuff back up and getting back in there since all the bugs that I remember having before are now fixed. The issue there, though, is that is a PlayStation game, and I don't have my PlayStation here yet because it goes in my office. I don't want to junk up the living room. It's going to go in my office, and I got to get my office set up and bring it over. So it's been kind of like low on the priorities list, I think, for me either. Let's see. Should he be putting up blinds and fixing up the yard, or should he be playing video games on his PlayStation? Well, the answers may vary on that one, but for now, it's just let's get stuff done. Let's get the houses sold, and let's be in good shape. I think that being said, I would love to say that, I would love to get a PlayStation 5. No money for that right now. No real clear, need or for it. It's always a want, never a need in a situation. But keep buying me copies. Maybe we can talk about that. Of course, first game we're going to buy on the PlayStation 5 is going to be, of course, Skyrim, probably, or Grand Theft Auto 5. You never know. I highly doubt it. I'm pretty much not going to be. I will just play them through my PlayStation 4 on my PlayStation 5. I think that would work. I don't know. Can you even get it? I mean, is that still a thing? I mean, it's like, what? We're like 2-3 years into having a PlayStation 5 out there in the world, and are there still inventory issues? Is that a thing? This is how I have been like in a bubble for the last few years, not just because of a pandemic, just because I've been so busy with things. Like I said, I have blinds. I've been putting up blinds. I had this was always a fun thing for those of you home ownership being what it is. When you move and you go to a new place, one thing I would always see is make sure that you know whether or not your dryer will work in the new location. I know it sounds kind of like stupid, like what the heck is that supposed to mean? But what I found out was that we moved our dryer and our washer. Now, let me preface this by saying that the entire situation was kind of stupid to begin with. In the basement of this house, there is in the middle of the floor, basically in the middle of the floor on one wall. Actually, well, let's back that up. If you were looking at this one wall, which is the right side of the house facing the street, if you're looking at the wall at the bottom of the steps in front of you, directly ahead of you in the left corner was what we used to call a Pittsburgh toilet. It was used mainly for drainage, like to keep water, like kind of thing. And also, back in those days, the coal miners and all that we'd go use it because they were filthy and they didn't want to get on the regular bathroom all dirty. That's been removed and no longer there. It's been taken out and fixed. Next to that is the big honkin' furnace. And next to that is a big open space. And then where the washer and dryer was from the previous owners that we got rid of. And then there's a laundry tub, another space, and then the water purification tank. And on that, and if you can imagine looking at the laundry tub, you have the laundry tub with the hookups for the water coming out in one direction. So now if you think about it, all the washer and dryer to the left of the laundry tub, everything's heading to the left. 220 line on the wall, and there you go. The guys that was doing the contracting work in here to fix everything and rerouting on the plumbing and all that stuff, for some reason they put the hookups for the washer in the opposite direction. So now I've got why would you do such a thing? You've made me have to split up my washer and dryer on either side of the tub, which I really don't want to do. So that was kind of a bad thing. But that was only half the problem, and we'll get the rest of that on the next trip. So let's clear out of here, get everybody healed up and back to the vault, and we'll do it all again. Main stash of junk, yes, has been done. All right. Okay, we're going to go take a little bit of science cooperative here and send our dwellers out to the wasteland. Actually, they're already out there waiting. So let's go ahead and do that. Yeah. Let's go do that. All right, where was I? Oh, yes. So, I have to remember where I left off at. So they put the hookups for the washer on the wrong side of the tub, facing the wrong direction. So now we got the washer and the dryer have to be on opposite sides. Now the whole point was we were going to move everything to the right side anyways and put it in a bigger space so that you could get to the furnace on the left side. We didn't want to have have to move everything. We wanted that open space so you could actually actively get in there and fix something. And we also probably are going to end up having to upgrade some stuff at a later time. So it would have been nice to have that accessibility to it. However, the whole point of that was that the windows on that side of the house are not what we'd like them to be. We want to replace them, and in order to do that, we figure, well, we're going to replace them. Why would we put a hole in the one for the vent for the dryer? Let's not build. We don't want to put a hole through the wall. It's like 2-foot concrete, stone wall, or like about 1.5 feet maybe. So why not just put in new windows, put in the vent, and then just move the 220 line? 'Cause it's a lot easier for us to move the 220 line onto the other side because it's just attached to the wall and up through the rafters, and it would be to just move plumbing. So we were going to do that, but that's where we ran out of money. So he said, we're done. We can't do anything else. We got to move in. So now I have to put, we had to put the washer and the dryer in and do all that there. So that was fine and dandy. And when I had a washer and dryer that was probably about 10 years old at the time in my house, and it needed to be replaced. The basket on the brackets for the barrel, the drum barrel on the dryer were not working that great, and they were snagging clothes. So it was time to get a replacement anyways. And we went and got, that was a whole other story, getting the replacement, but we got it from a local hardware store, and they installed it, so I didn't even see what they were doing, and it was plugged into the wall. So I didn't really actually take an active participating role in watching it be hooked up, so I didn't know what the pin configuration on the plug was, on the 220 plug was, when it was installed. So when we got to this house and we were looking at everything, and I looked at the wall and saw there's a 220 line, I never once sat there and said, well, maybe I need to check the plug. So we didn't even think about it. And then when we moved everything from that house over here, I wasn't the one who unplugged the dryer and loaded it into the truck. I was working on something else, and therefore I didn't see the plug being pulled, and I didn't see the pin configuration on the wall. So we were kind of, in the dark about it until we got here, brought it down into the basement, put it against the wall, and said, oh, guess what? There's a 4-pin configuration on the plug that's on the dryer. There's a 3-pin configuration on the, basically there's 4 different wires. There's a red, a black, a green, and a white. There's 4 different wires on that dryer. The green and the white can sometimes function together. So they may not be. You don't necessarily have to have them. You can have a 3-wire pigtail, as they would call it, on your dryer, and not need that one wire. So I didn't realize that, and when I went to look, I'm looking at this dryer, I'm thinking, well, I'm going to have to figure out or get a pigtail, and we're like, well, what should we do? Which is a better idea? Should we get a new pigtail? Should we just change out, because we wanted to change out the 220 line anyways, because there was like a little bit of a frayed edge on the one bend that it did in the ceiling on its way to that wall. So that was a decision, but that would have been like 2-3 weeks out for us to get everything done, because I'm not going to be changing the electric on that. That's going to be somebody else's job. And we're like, yeah, maybe not. Let's think about this. We want to do laundry soon, so it would probably been just easier for me to change the pigtail. Now, I'm not an electrician. I know really nothing about electricity other than it'll kill you. So that being said, changing out a pigtail is not that hard. All you do is you pull the back panel off of the dryer, which usually is very accessible with just a screw, a hex screw. It's almost like not a hex screw. Yeah, it's a hex screw. And once you open that up, you can see where the rings that, the pins go through, like the screws go through, the bolts or whatever, are through the wires that come out of the end of the pigtail. Red, black, green and white, or green, or white, whatever. So it was fairly a simple job. Oh, okay. You just look at it. I know one of these is red, one of these is black. They're kind of interchangeable. The other one's green and white. Pull off the back, just red on the one side, put that same one on the right. They're all lined up together in a thread, and then do the other. Do the middle. Do pigtail, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. I'm done with it. The easiest thing for me to do was change that pigtail. Now my hands are not tiny enough to get in the back of that panel that great and use, and if I drop a screw, and those things are a little tiny because I get these big meat hooks, it can be a problem. But for the most part, it went fairly smooth. The worst part came trying to hook up the dryer vent hose, because when they give you these days is this accordion, it looks like tin foil, and it's just so stupid. You have to pull it and expand it. It's an accordion kind of style. It doesn't go the entire length that you need, and then I needed elbows. Now there's a like I said, the concrete walls or the stone walls are like a foot and a half depth. I needed to have I needed enough pipe to go through to get past, because I had an elbow. I had an elbow for the back of for the back of the dryer on the bottom, and I had an elbow at the top to go into the wall at my old house. So I figured I would just pull the elbow off the back and leave the one on the, because it was taped to the wall. It was not easy to get out. Whoops, where am I going here? So I ended up leaving that elbow there and switched the elbow from the back of the dryer to the top of the vent pipe. And it can't, you can't go 90 degrees from the window opening because it goes right into the window sill, that stone window sill. So I had to go buy a new external vent, and that external vent comes with 6 inches, almost to a foot worth. Yeah, actually no, it was actually a foot. So maybe they're only a foot deep. It comes with a foot worth of pipe. Okay, fine. Put the elbow on the end of that, put that through, connect it on the outside, put it all together, run the collapsible pipe from the end of the elbow down and put it on the dryer. Well, that didn't work because I still ran out of room. I still did not have enough pipe to connect it. I had to go find another elbow. I spent an hour trying to connect one end, put it on the other side, it would fall off. So I'd go back and I'd connect this end and go to the other side, it would fall off. I'd spent a lot of time back and forth. It took me longer to put pipe together and attach it to a circuit to get outside for the exhaust than it was for me to do the electrical work, which was probably more dangerous. But now we have a dryer and we can finally do laundry. So yeah, that's all well and good. And we've talked to the scientists, and we got ourselves 2 Nuka-Cola Quantums and a Lunchbox and Giddy Up Buttercup. We got more good stuff to take back into the vault. So there you go. Whew. Sorry, I'm trying to work and do this, get this done for y'all, and probably not my best work, of course. But there we go. We're coming back to the vault. We got no room in the inn for this stuff. We want all this good stuff because we've got collect 175 outfits, of which we need just a few more. Where are we at? We need 20. No, we need 22 more. I don't think we have enough to get us a triple. We've only got 2, so we're gonna get 6 out of that. Maybe, yeah, 2 times 3 is 6. Yeah. So that sucks. We'll get rid of these small things. We don't need these. We want to keep these. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. And we're still in bad shape. Excuse me 1 second. Alright, we got everything taken care of now. We can get in. And I think we can maybe... Yeah! Made some choices, and we're good. Alright, 168. So there you go. We're going to continue to send some peeps out to the wasteland and level them up to 50. We're going to keep moving things around as we're going, which means we're going to be building the hospital down here soon. I have enough people going through. We got, what, 3 people here, 4 people here, 3 people here that are going to be finishing up with training, so they will go into the new hospital. In fact, you know what? We'll wait till they're done and go in. We can build it. Oh, look, we need some caps there, Mr. Cappy. Why don't you help us out? Where's your friend at? Where's Bottle at? You're not doing anything right now. Well, shoot. Alright, there we go. Now you're doing the wave. And now you're doing the wave. Alrighty. Let's, while we're waiting, I'm going to send these folks out on another quest, because why not? 5 Nuka-Cola Quantums for that, because I won't do that online, because you've seen enough of those. The Vault-Tec quests. The daily, the weekly quest, the game show gauntlet. But they can go have fun. And in fact, we're going to go have fun, I think. We're going to go play with Bottle and Cappy and go figure out something else to do for now.
I'm going to apologize now because I'm going to be all over the place talking about 3 different topics, all in one semi-related subject. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Anyways, I was having a conversation the other day with some coworkers, and we were talking about these things that we have. They're called, it's an award system that we get for doing a good job. It's like an attaboy for, doing something. And all the managers have points that they can give out to their direct reports or anybody else in IT, and we can use those points to get we can turn them in for swag, the company's branded merchandise. We can use it to get like Amazon cards, retailer cards, the bank, or like a credit card like Visa or MasterCard, whatever, like you would give to somebody that has a fee for using or whatever. And I think, and each manager only gets so many per quarter, so it's not like they can just say, "Hey, here you go. Here's 100 points." They have to, they try to space them out, and then every quarter they refill. And I thought about this, and I'm like, wait a second. I don't want to. I mean, what am I going to use these for? Okay, when my last job, I got a bunch of the same kind of a thing, and I used them because I was going to lose them because I was leaving that position. So I cashed them out at the end of my work tenure, and got like a pair of cheap earbuds that broke immediately, but they still kind of work, but I figured out a better way to use it at my desk. It was just something to have that I could, I didn't care if it broke. I got it for free. What do I care? But I thought about this even longer, and it dawned on me I had two ideas in my head. One was I can totally use this to get a free thing that I want, and two, I'll never be able to pay for it in any other lifetime, and I won't really have time to use it anyway, so what's the point? Okay? Now, again, and on top of all that, when we redeem these points, we get dinged for taxes on them as well, for which kind of sucks, but okay, whatever. We'll play your game. I'll pay the taxes on a high ticket, high purchase item, whatever. I'm getting it for free, technically. So I thought about it, and I thought, well, okay, fine. Let's maybe play this out. Maybe work my ass off for the next, year, and I will have enough points to turn in for a PlayStation 5. Because why not? The thing is, by then maybe they'll actually be in stock and you could buy one. You could get one. But again, it's like what, $549 or whatever right now for one, maybe up to $1,000 depending on what type of hard drive you get in it. I have no idea. I'm so out of touch with the way these things work. Could be, could not be. Who knows? But again, I'm going to get dinged for the taxes on it, and I have 100 points right now. And now we've only put the system in for about 4 months at this point. 100 points in 4 months. All right, so fine. Another 450, 400, okay, let's say another 600 points. Another 500 points. That's, by next year I should be okay. 3 quarters, 4 quarters, whatever. Now, I told you that story to tell you this one. Back in the early days of the PlayStation 3, they were what? $299, $399, and I did not have the money for one, but I wanted to get one. I found this thing called myfreeps3.com or something like that. It was some weird website under TRAINN, train.org. And basically what it was a way for you to get a free PlayStation, a free Wii, a free Xbox, money, iPhones, anything like that. How that worked was that you signed up for the service and you completed an offer. That offer could be anything, whether you picked up a stamps.com subscription for a month. Maybe you spent $10 or whatever on it. Or you could go to another pets.com. There was basically retailers that had these promos that lasted for a month or whatever, and you had to fulfill the terms of service in order to count as a checkbox. And you had to get 10 of these offers completed. Now, you could only complete one on your own. You had to get other people to do it. It was basically an MLM, like an Amway scam. You do one, and then you get 10 friends to do it as well, and then you get the free PlayStation. Then there were entire boards, message boards, devoted to people who were trying to get other people to do offers for them. Okay? You were basically... it's just, looking back now, it's kind of surreal how that all worked out. But you would, like, beg people to go in and do an offer under your thing and hope that they didn't, like, do 15 others and void anything. Like, you can only do one time. And that was the whole idea. They wanted to get new subscribers, not the same person over and over and over again. One person had to complete an offer for you. They could not complete an offer for anybody else. And then they had to go get more people if they wanted to be involved. So then people started selling. They started selling the work. I will complete an offer for you. I will go sign up for stamps.com for a month and complete the offer, and then you pay me. Sometimes it was for the same amount that it would cost them if they would have actually completed the offer. Sometimes it was more than what the completed offer would have cost. People were ended up spending a lot of money for a little value. And then, on top of everything else, on top of all of that, it became a situation where people would scam you, and you would pay them money through PayPal, and then they wouldn't even do the thing to begin with. So now you were getting robbed left and right and center while still not getting that PlayStation that you wanted. And I know that because I'm one of those people. And back in those days, PayPal had an even better fraud, or whatever that thing is that gets you. I'm not going to pay for this. I want to. Dispute resolution was a hell of a lot better back then in the mid 2000s than it is today. So we had this entire thing. Like, I would spend lunch hours on these boards, going through and saying, okay, who wants to do this? Who wants to do this? And it would just end up either being they would either work out or not. After about 6 months, I managed to get enough signups to get the PlayStation, and it ended up costing me about $100 from paying people out to do it. I got the last 5 signups. I think it cost me $20 each in order to get the full amount of signups in order to get the PlayStation. So for $100, I had enough to get it. Now, that's still a better deal than $399, right? And then my mom comes to me one day before Christmas and says, "Oh boy, what do you want for Christmas?" No, she didn't say it like that, but I'm putting on a voice for effect. And she says, "What do you want for Christmas?" I said, "I tell you what." I said, "I want to get a PlayStation 3, and I can get one for $100. So if you can just give me $100, there you go." She's like, "Okay." So she gave me $100. I backfilled my own account with the $100 and got the free PlayStation. And it was awesome. I got that PlayStation for free. And then a Wii came along, and I was like, you know what? I can do the same thing, but I didn't have enough money to go around, and I've already burned a lot through all these boards to get people to sign up for things. There was no real way I was going to get anybody else to sign up for those things. So I turned to a new idea. At that time, I was doing banking with an institution that is no longer in business. They were absorbed by another bank, and turned into a different bank, or became part of that bank, depending on whether or not there was another. It's like if there was already another bank for that name in that area, the absorbed bank went out of business or got sold to somebody else. Otherwise, if there wasn't anybody, they became that location. They had the system for their credit card, their bank accounts, that you got rewards for making qualified purchases or qualified transactions. Go to the store, buy your groceries, you get so many points per $1. Go to the gas station, buy gas, you get so many points per $1. Go to and here was the best one. You do a transaction over PayPal, meaning you send money to a PayPal account, they gave you 10 points. and you got 10 of those transactions per month. So on top of everything else, I figured out a way to and go with me on this. So the rewards for doing these transactions and doing these points, these purchases, was that you could trade them in for gift cards, like to Best Buy or to, like I said, Visa or any of these other retailers. Kind of like what we're doing today with, good customer feedback on our tickets or whatever. So I had figured out that I set up a revolving transaction 10 times a month to send $1. I sent $1. I sent $1 from my bank account to PayPal. And then I would do another transaction to send $1 from PayPal back to my bank account. Actually, no. Let me take that back. Doesn't really matter, but I would send 10 transactions to send $1 each transaction from my bank account to PayPal. And then I would do one transaction for $10 back to my bank account from PayPal. So, in essence, I got 100 points each month from just doing that. And I set that up as an automated transaction. I didn't have to do anything with it. It did it on its own. 10 transactions for $1 each, and then one transaction for $10 back. So, in a year, I would get 1,200 points. The Wii, through getting, the cost of the Wii through gift cards was going to be 40,000 points. Yes. 1,200 points a month. 1,200 points a year into 40,000. I'm not that crazy. I am crazy, but I'm not that crazy. I had already been doing all these things now for a couple years with that and never cashed in the points that I had before the scheme ever took shape in my head. I had like 25,000 points already because I had used that checking account for various purchases over the years, never minding that I had points built up. Once I realized I was more than halfway there, I figured, okay, I'll just keep on going, and then added in these other things. So eventually, after about a year, 6 months to a year, I think, of doing all this, I managed to have 40,000 points, cashed them in for the $100 gift cards from Best Buy, and then went and got my Wii for free. Okay? So you see what I'm going to do here. To go back to the other story, I'm going to sit and bust my ass for the next year and a half or whatever to get myself those award points from our work, and then I'm going to turn those into gift cards to get the PlayStation 5. Seems like such a silly waste of resources, doesn't it? But then here's why I also feel that it's a silly waste of resources. Not because it's my, but I'm doing something good. I'm benefiting. I'm not pulling a scheme. I'm just working my ass off and getting rewarded for it. Fine, whatever. Kids today have no clue what it was like for kids then, when I was that age, playing video games. And I've had this discussion. Like I said, I told you the first story to tell you the second story. I'm telling you the second story to tell you the third story. When I was that age, and the biggest thing we had out there was not even the Nintendo, it was an Atari 2600, and maybe gaming on an IBM clone or an Apple II or something like that. Games lasted maybe 5 to 10 minutes. You played Pitfall, and it had a 20-minute time limit. Whether you won or not, you were done anywhere up to 20 minutes, because that's how long the game would last. We played one game, we played a second game, we maybe either had to switch to a third type of title, either put a different cartridge in, or we went outside. We got boring and repetitive. Go and play like, Beachhead or Raid Over Moscow or 10-Yard Fight or something else like that, whatever on our computers or Apple IIs or whatever, and we would play for like 20 minutes and we were done. But at that time, we could, even though we couldn't save games on an Atari, we could save games on an Apple, or even like an IBM clone or something like that. And then when the Nintendo came out, They didn't even have saves. They had those codes that you typed in, which was like a hexadecimal code that created you a spot in the game world, added things to your inventory, added a score, added lives, added something like that, and that's how that was technically considered a save. But again, games like Zelda and all the other stuff, we didn't have to play them all in one shot. We could come back to them. And still, the biggest thing we had to worry about was the game not starting up, and therefore we had to blow on the back of the cartridge and put it back in. Flash forward to when the PlayStation 3 and 4 came out, and Xbox Live, and other games that had a online aspect to them. Suddenly, gaming became a different experience. It wasn't done in like 5 to 10 minutes. It was like an hour. It was like 2 hours. An entire game took longer than, the time it took me to get that stupid Wii or that PlayStation 3. The vast richness of the game worlds themselves have exploded to hours upon hours of gameplay. It's not something that is either good nor bad, but thinking makes it so. Moderation. Now, we can have that conversation about, should kids be on the screens that long, or should they go outside and play, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, whatever. If you are going to let kids play video games at a certain age, and those games can last up until a certain amount of time, and then you add in the online aspect where it's like, okay, fine, if I'm playing Grand Theft Auto 5 and I'm in a solo mission, I can pause the game, walk away, and the game will still be there. In fact, that's how I broke my first PlayStation 3, the laser, and there's a reason why, for leaving the game on and just in pause, because it always took so damn long to start the game. I got hit with the dreaded... First thing I did was when I got that PlayStation 3 and Grand Theft Auto 4 came out, I put it in and I got hit with that dreaded stupid bug that borked it, that actually bricked it. I had to send it away to get it fixed. Now, I didn't have a lot of time as an adult. I was a father at that point. Bailey was in kinder care at that point, and I would have to go pick her up and bring her home. And, her mother was working at the time, so I would be on daddy duty for, half an hour to an hour before she would be home. And sometimes I could get her down for a nap, sometimes I couldn't. She would just sit and play with her stuff while I would sit there and play Grand Theft Auto 4. She had no clue what was going on. I had the sound turned down, everything was fine. That was before she started watching me play. But a lot of times I would get up in the mornings on a Saturday, and I would get up at like 7. And I knew I could sneak downstairs before everybody else was up and turn on and start playing games like Mercenaries or something like that. But the problem is that I would have to wait. I would have to wait 20 to 30 minutes for the updates to load into the game so that I could actually play. It wasn't a great scenario. We didn't have to wait for Pitfall. We didn't have to wait for those games. You turn it on, you play, and you were done. It takes longer to get the updates installed than it is to play a round of Pitfall. So, that on top of the time it takes to play any game, if you're playing an online mission in Grand Theft Auto, 20 minutes is barely going to cut it. Those heists take a lot of setup and time to do. And again, that conversation can happen about how long should kids be playing video games. Now, granted, kids should be playing Grand Theft Auto 5. I get that. But just in general, how long it takes to do some of these things and cooperation with other people, it can take longer than you really allotted your kids to have time to play with. And us as adults, we don't have time, not because we're being forced to say you have to limit how much time you're on a screen. No, you've got to go do adult things and you don't have time. So now I'm torn with the idea of, okay, fine, I can go and work my ass off, get those award points, spend it on getting a PS5, and then never be able to play it because I don't have time, or I get something else. And I'm torn because, as Megan even said, no, you worked for it, you don't buy anything for yourself, you get it, you go get it, you go buy yourself the game, or, the system if you want. That's your money, you go do it. And it's like, wow, what a wife, which she is. But at the same time, I know what my responsibilities lie. I should take that money, cash it out and use it to pay down some debt or whatever, or use it to buy other things so I can use the money in my account to pay off the debt. And therein lies the entire problem of being an adult and why it sucks. And that's what this entire story is about, why adulting sucks. I apologize immensely. I missed out on putting up an episode this past week, and I really apologize for that. Work got in the way, and it's kind of ironic that I talk about that because we are going to be doing the Labor Day quests in the old vault. It's Labor Day weekend. It was Labor Day weekend, and I just things got away from me. Here's the work is what it is. But let me give you a clue of what's happening here. So as we go ahead and do these quests, and then we'll open up some lunchboxes as well. I do, of course, as you know, I do create shirt designs, as are linked in the description below, and are also on the end card for the Fallout Shelter inspired shirts that I do sell from the store. They do quite well. Thank you very much if you've ever bought one, or you know someone who's bought one, or you promoted them for me. I appreciate it immensely. The whole idea behind me doing that was so I don't have to do as much work. So I have a second job, kind of, and I have like a little bit of an income outside of my 9-to-5 job, and it's been great for 13 years I've been doing that. Unfortunately, though, sometimes I get asked to do things, as a custom job for someone, a specialty order, if you will. Now, we still handle the sale in the same way we do any other time. You put it, I would do the design, I would upload it to my sites, and I would give them the link and say, here you go. I've done that before. Last year, a friend of mine who is also an actor, he was in a production of Misery, the Stephen King novel Misery. He was in a production of that, and that relied him to, that it consisted of him laying on his back the entire time, basically, because he, got into a car accident in the mountains of Colorado, and Annie Wilkes, kept him captive while his legs healed. But he wanted to have for the cast these shirts made up for Annie Wilkes' bed and breakfast, which I was so happy to do. So I put those out for me, and they sold, and I still sell one every so often. It's not one of my bigger sellers, but it's those fans of the show and the book or the movie will purchase it once from time to time. So this year he says, "Hey, I'm doing another show called The Play That Goes Wrong," which is sort of a play within a play. If you've ever watched Noises Off, which is a play about a production of a play where everything goes wrong. And this is kind of like a knockoff, not really, but a kind of a newer version of it, where the production company itself is a sort of like a second-rate production company. They got a little bit of money, and they're going to put on this, play, I think called The Mousetrap. And things go, one of the actors is unconscious, got hurt, is unconscious. Everything, the show opens with them working on the sets, like the stage crew out there trying to fix the sets or finish the sets, and things are falling apart, while they're doing it. And those stage crew workers are wearing a shirt with the production company called, it started in Britain, so they called it Cornley Polytechnic, I think, Society. And in the Americanized version of it, which we do all the time, if you ever watched Harry Potter, it was Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, then it became Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, because we don't understand philosophy. I don't know what, it read better, it played better, who knows? Somebody in marketing thought, we're going to change this, and that's what happened. So, that aside, that rant aside, the show itself is called, the production company itself is called Cornley Drama Society. And so he asked me if I could make up these shirts so that the stage crew had a production shirt. I thought, this, before I knew what the show was about, like, he just wants to have shirts. Okay, that's fine. He's like, no. There's a specific thing we got to do here. It's the Cornley Drama Society, and it's got to be on the back because I got to have time when when we place the order to do the front, to do cry cuts, to put their names on the front. I'm like, and then I went and read up on the show, and I understood more. Oh, I get it. It's their stage. These are actual costumes. So I said, well, okay, I'm going to do that, and of course I'm going to sell it normally. So I will do a version of it with the shirt with the name on the back, so that people can do the front and have their put their names on it for if anybody's ever doing the show. It has happened. I get these weird bulk orders sometimes from people, and I don't know if they're ordering it for like a shop of their own, or they have But every so often I get like a bulk order of shirts from one designer or another, and I have to often think that somebody's doing a show, or there's something else that's going on that's causing them to want to have like 15 of the same style shirt. So, but I mean, I'm neither here nor there. Do I care? Just go ahead and please order the shirt. That's fine. So I'm doing this custom job, and I tried to be as simple as possible, but at the same time, I also like to flex the creative muscles that I have and try to do something out of the ordinary so that I can sort of become a better designer and do a little bit more work and have a little bit more tricks. And a lot of times I will take what I use and I will put it into my little toolbox, and then every so often I will pull out a shirt design and rejigger or rework something that I did previously and make it into a new shirt, or use elements from it to make it into a new shirt, or use the techniques from it and make it into a new shirt. So that's not out of the ordinary, and I think a lot of people do that. It's not just something I do, I hope. So anyways, I'm sitting there and I'm like, okay, let's do this. Now I had wanted to do something along the lines of drama masks, and drama masks are kind of like cliched. Anybody who's ever been in one of those drama nerds like we all were, and their freshman year of college, and they've got those posters up on the wall, and they've got the the Phantom of the Opera poster, and they got the Wicked poster, and they got the drama masks and all that other stuff. Yeah, it's like by the end of sophomore year, they've got the all the drink recipes and Jimi Hendrix and the Blues Brothers and the Einstein, it's all different. It's all changed. They've changed their entire lifestyle in that 1 year because college does that to you. But I wanted to do something with drama masks because I thought, okay, cool. It's a drama society. I need kind of a logo. It's kind of be like a logo, a brand. So there's going to have to be some incorporation of theater elements to it. Can't just be the names. And I think he was kind of looking for me to do something simple like that, just put the names on the back of it. And I said, well, I thought there was the logo that he wanted me to use. I thought there was something because again, this was before I read up on the show, and I didn't fully understand what he wanted. I started looking into it from saying, okay, just pass me the thing, I'll touch it up, and we'll get it on to slap it on a shirt. I wasn't looking to spend a lot of time on it. But in true, my life fashion, he's like, oh no, I could look it up, I could do some Googling, but I don't know that there's any kind of a design. Here's something that people have been using, here's other shirts. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, I don't want to do that because I saw a lot of them on the stores that I carry, like Redbubble and TeePublic. I saw these Cornley Polytechnic and Cornley Drama Society stuff, and I didn't want to duplicate those efforts. I don't want to steal other design, especially for something like this. Because they say, well, dude, here's the link, just go do it. He obviously wanted me to do something. He obviously wanted to patronize me. And I don't mean patronize in the bad way. I mean patronize me as buying stuff from me, utilizing me, commissioning me to do that. So I guess that I should come up with something original. And so I found and 90% of what I do is Googling. Sadly, I should say. I find something I like. I find something that inspires me to do something with it. And then I go and I create, or I use that idea or that image to make something different. I found there's a shirt that I have in the stores called This Is Fine, which is just basically a Dungeons & Dragons parody. And it's got a 20-sided die sitting on the number 1 with all manner of weaponry sticking out of it. and fire and everything else. It's like just arrows and axes, and I found all of the weapons I wanted, how I wanted them to look, and then I drew them on a piece of paper around the die, and then scanned it, and then went back and worked on it. So there was a lot of work done that way, and that took a lot of time. That was back in the old day of my original laptop, and it actually pretty much killed my original laptop. I could not do the work I would normally do on a design. There was so many elements to that. Each layer had to be its own file. The die, the 20-sided die itself, the flames, the arrows, the axe, the sword, everything was its own little file that I then took and made it into a transparency, and then copied it into the thing, and then worked from there. That's how, seriously, it took me a good week and a half to do that design. But this one, I was like, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on. I have to get some videos out. We're still in the process of moving. I have to work. This is just got to be something that is going to be done, just like that. And I snapped my fingers. I don't know if you can hear that. So I started working on it. Like, okay, I found the masks I like. So I started working on them. Get the masks all done up. And then I'm like, okay, I want to have a ribbon, some kind of like an old stylized ribbon that drapes across the masks and goes behind a little bit and over top, and and that's going to be where the Cornley Drama Society words are put on there. And I had it all done, and it's all going to be in one color. And because I figure it's going to end up being white, because these are stage crew shirts and they're supposed to be wearing all black, but this white on the back, it's just going to be it doesn't really matter. You're supposed to call out the fact. Normally, the other side right here, normally when you do theater and you have stage crew, they wear all black, or they wear a costume that incorporates them into the show. In this case, it's kind of half of one, half of the other. They're wearing all black, but they're wearing a shirt that incorporates the name of the company, so it's a costume, so it incorporates them into the show. They're actors. They're not the actual stage crew, but most stage crews are pretty much actors as well, so it kind of works, well. In any case, they are going to be wearing a half costume, half stage crew outfit. So I was like, okay, fine. I can do it all in one color, all white, get it on the back, be done. Fine. Those are easy. When I don't have to mess with color, it makes things easier. I started working on this design, and I looked at it, and I'm like, I like where this is going. And I had it all done up. I had the masks where I wanted them, and then I had the ribbon over top of it, and it was perfect. And I showed it to him. He's like, I like it. It's actually more in depth than I thought it was going to be. It was probably too good, considering he wants it to be like a second-rate company that doesn't have a lot of money. I said, well, that doesn't mean you should skimp on art. And besides, I'm going to sell this thing on my own anyway, so I want to have it look good as well. He's like, let me make one change. And this is where designers kind of like, they lose their soul a little bit. And the whole point is to be able to capture what the client wants. The whole point is to be able to have them give you the requirements, you create the design and give it to them, and then be like, okay. Now there could be some tweaks, in and out. But it's like anytime I hear somebody wants to make some changes, I start to get a little bit twitchy, because it's like, okay, I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be the guy that does the same stupid designs that everybody else does just because people think it's trendy. They saw it on Hot Topic, or they saw it on Pinterest. Like, there is a style of design that happened about 10 years ago where it was just words on a shirt, and it was always with the ampersand. And it was like, Harry and Ron and Hermione and, and Neville and Luna. And it was just like, and it's just that whole thing. It's just all the names in a straight line down the shirt. Now it seems like there's this trend where people are making these, it's not like a flag, but they're stripes, horizontal stripes that are of different colors, not even like close to a rainbow, like just 2 or 3 colors, and they just are in the background of every damn design. It's like that's your background, that circle of that, of those stripes, and then something in the foreground, and then words, and that's it. And I'm like, I hate that. It's so stupid. but it seems to have so much landscape or so much real estate on Google search results when you do this, when you search for something, that's where that design comes up, that style comes up, and I hate that. So I don't like to be trendy like that. I don't like to I like to be a little bit different because everybody else does these things, and I want to have my own spin on it. So when somebody says I want to make some changes, I get a little bit twitchy about it. But he said, I just want to make one change. I said, what? I said, what if you reversed the color scheme on the ribbons? Now, and I'll show you a picture at the end of the video. The entire thing is white. The theater masks with the ribbons going around, and then the lettering for Cornley Drama Society is like punched out of the ribbon. It's like a hole. It's black, basically. And he wants to say, let's do the ribbon in like black with white lettering against the white masks. And I said, I can do that. Because the way I work, I do everything as a separate layer on a design, so I can go back and move them. And sometimes when I have to merge two, like I work, like one has the ribbon and one has the wording, I will keep them on separate layers, and then I will push them together when I'm ready to go on to the next step. And a lot of times I will just duplicate those two layers that I'm going to merge and merge them and keep the original layers separate. So I end up having like 12 or 13 layers on this design. Some are not even seen, but when I save my final, draft of it, it's all the layers, only the ones exposed are the ones I want to keep. So that if I ever want to go back and fix something, if I notice some mistake later on, I have all the original work, I can go do it. That's a little bit how anal retentive I am on these types of things. And I get even more anal retentive later on, as we are 16 or 17 minutes already into this video. So I present it to him with the masks in white and the wording in white with a ribbon that's like kind of like a negative in background in black. And he's like, damn, that pops. I'm like, okay, there we go. I got it. I got him on the hook. Let's do this. And then I looked, and he's like, okay, well, I'm going to New York. I'll be back, and we're going to take care of it. I said, okay, I happened to notice when in our conversation, I looked at it. I'm like, I have some touching up I need to do. And when I say I have some touching up I need to do, I mean that there is some rough edges to the design that need to be smoothed out. I tend to move and manipulate and move things around, and once I get it on, and I don't know about Photoshop or any other tool, but with Paint.net, it gets a little fuzzy. And I had to like remove a color because I had initially done it and I screwed it up a little bit. And I have this strip primary color tool in Paint.net that I use to, like, say if I have black and white, I remove all the white. But then it leaves like jagged edges in what they're called aliased or anti-alias, and you have to smooth them out. And I have a tool that also does anti-aliasing, but it's not perfect. And sometimes it leaves a little bit of a shadow or a remnant of something else, sort of outlines a little bit. So what I end up doing is I go around the edges of the design, and I smooth them out either with a brush or a line tool to sort of rim them around the edges to get them all smoothed out. Well, this design itself, the mask, was all of the cracks and all of the texture and definition of the mask was an absence of color. It was a line in the darkness. It was black, or if you were looking at it on a black shirt, it was where there was black showing through. And it was around the nose and around the cheeks, and it kind of like it was almost like a really like cool pencil drawing that was, converted into something else. So I had a lot of extra work to do, and I started looking at this thing, I'm like, oh God, what have I got myself into? I've got to touch this bitch up, and I got to get it done before the end of the week because he wants to place the order when he gets back from New York on Monday. Now, usually the last half of the week I work from home, and that gives me, I take all the time I would be commuting and I put it into working on videos. So I get an hour drive to from work. That means I get 2 hours a day on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday that I could be recording and putting together videos. So, unfortunately, because this design has so many different edges to it because of those lines I was talking about, I had to go through and I had to smooth out every single piece of that image. And that was just the masks. The ribbons were pretty much where I wanted them, but I did work on them as well. And I also had to clean up the initial thing was reverse the ribbon and the lettering, and then take out a lot of the shadow or the detail on the ribbons, because there were so many like lines, like crinkles and edges and shadows and all that, and he wanted to have, because it was kind of intrusive on the actual design. So I took all that out. That took me 3 days. I spent Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, those hours that I had, on removing all of the rough edges and touching up everything, and then I got it done. Now that put me into the weekend, 3-day weekend. I missed my deadline for posting the video on Fallout Shelter on Friday, and I was like, okay, well, I'll go. I went in and looked. I'm like, oh, the Labor Day quests are here. I guess I'm gonna have to just do this and record the episode and then put the voiceover in later, which I'm doing now. And then I looked again, and the damn design wasn't even centered. And then I looked, and the wording was fuzzy, because I do wording. I use Microsoft Word. I actually use Microsoft Word 2007, oddly enough. I have an old copy of it. And I use Word Art. And I just do Word Art, and I do the shapes, and then I manipulate it from there. And it was because I had to sort of tweak them and turn them a little bit, because the ribbons were not straight across. They were like on an angle. It made the letters fuzzy, so I had to go back and touch them up as well. So I spent yesterday, Monday, Labor Day, finishing up this design so that I could get it all up, and I did not even get a chance to record any of this weekend, because then I spent the rest of the weekend, my Labor Day weekend, a time of rest, over at the other house trying to clean it up so we can get it on the market. And this was not a very restful Labor Day. And so I told you the entire story to promote the idea that we're doing the Labor Day quests and everything else. So hopefully by now we have finished up the video and we have opened up our lunchboxes. I'm now about 22 minutes into this bitch, and I'm going to hopefully be able to keep a lot of the quests in myself, just because I think it's 5 quests for the Labor Day multi-layer or multi-whatever quests, and we should be done. So I think that's going to be a wrap on this one. Hey, like I said, I apologize for missing last week. It's just getting to be kind of hard for me to keep doing stuff. I'm still in that limbo of living I'm living in one house. I'm still working out of another to get stuff done, and I'm still trying to find my way and get my routine set up. So I apologize, and hopefully this won't happen again. But if it does, know that I would let you know when there's not going to be any more Fallout Shelter. Just to give you that idea. So, trying to get ahead of things and get this recorded. Immediately after I finished up the last episode and the quests for the Labor Day stuff, the football ones dropped. So I figured, that's an easy sell. I can just talk about that for a little bit. We are still, like I said, we are always in that holding pattern of trying to get all of our peeps trained up. We brought in some more. Got some rescue people coming in and other things we got from Lunchboxes, so we're up over like 103 or 104 at this point. We still need to, we had to upgrade one of the, I had one of the residences was not fully upgraded and was stopping us at 102, but that's been taken care of. We are just pretty much just on autopilot though, as far as things are concerned, because we got everything we need. We can build all the coolest stuff. We just have to keep bringing in more more junk to do the vengeance and to make the best of the outfits that we need, which I'm trying to go through and get everybody upgraded to the best outfits for their job. But other than that, there's not much else we can really do with this game. I think we've successfully kicked it in its ass, and as we always would have. And I told you, it's not a question of having to spend your money on in-game stuff, because you just play the game and things will come to you. I mean, as you can see, we are pretty kitted out. Now, do I have all of the mystery handies I would have liked to have had at this point? No. But I've been also playing at just a weekly clip and not really paying attention to it as much as I would in the previous playthroughs we've done. But, there we go. So, as we do these quests for the football, and I think there's only like 3 of them, I tell you what, this past weekend, Labor Day weekend, was the opening weekend, I think, for the NFL. Now, I have really not been paying attention to the NFL for probably the last 7 or 8 years. I kind of gave up on it. I was a diehard Pittsburgh Steelers fan. I grew up black and gold. My dad would, wave a terrible towel at games, and we'd have like the bad luck brick, which is like a foam brick that we'd throw at the TV or a bad call brick, I think it's called. He would throw it at the TV when things would go not his way. And of course, during the 80s, the Steelers had a lot of things not go their way. I remember the Mark Malone years, and then when we had the lockout and the strike, and they had Bono. He was playing, and then he went to San Francisco, I think, from being a scab to being a full-time player. But, that being said, scab players aside and everything else, we suffered through a lot more of the 80s. I forgot, oh God, I can't remember his name. Oh, the guy we used to have, I should, it started with an S, I think. Oh, this is poor of me. But he was, a solid player towards the end of the decade, in the 80s and in the early 90s. And then, of course, we had, Cordell Stewart, and then we had 2 quarterbacks, Kent Graham and Cordell Stewart. And then, of course, we had Tommy Maddox, who just jumped in and, saved us for, 5 games. And then, of course, Ben Roethlisberger. And now, I was a diehard Steeler fan. I grew up with the 4 Super Bowl rings from the 70s, the frozen tundra of Lambeau Field, the NF films, that whole thing, and I lived and breathed all that. And my Sundays, as I got to be in my adult years and going to college and everything else, Sundays, it was like, sadly to say, it was more like a religion, watching the Steelers on Sunday. And being that, I was at a student at Pitt, we had, the Steelers played 10 minutes down the road on Sundays. You can always tell in the traffic and everything else and all that. And Three River Stadium, because I was in college from 94, 93, 94 to 98. So we were still at Three River Stadium, and I actually only ever went to one game ever at Three River Stadium, and that was a game in the snow against the Houston Oilers at the time. And my lord, I spent more time in the bathroom because I was freezing. I was not dressed well for the weather. I never understood that. Nobody paid attention and told me, hey, maybe you better bundle up a little bit better than that, than a coat and no gloves. So yeah, but that being said, once I became a full-fledged adult and on my own and living on my own, I would, of course, watch the Steelers, and we would, Sundays was always, 1 o'clock, I'm watching the game. Whatever I'm doing, whatever I got going on, boom, I got to stop when there's a game, and I start watching, and there you go. Now, depending on how well the game went, was how well my mood went. If the Steelers won, everything else I did that day was a pretty damn good day. When they lost, though, everything was bad. That's how things worked. So, being that as an adult and having adult things, like responsibilities and chores and all that, imagine having trying to work on something and not destroy everything in your path when the Steelers had a bad day. It was not easy. There was a couple of lawn tools that didn't quite survive those rough seasons where we didn't get to the playoffs. But then probably about the middle of the 2011, the 2010s, right around the 2011, 2012, 2013 year, I got fed up with it. I mean, and my whole thing was more of a the hypocrisy of it all among, the rules were changing, hits and concussions and how you can't do this and you can't do that, and this team, this guy got in trouble for something, but he's out there playing, but your guy gets in trouble for something and he's suspended for 4. I just could not, and the Steelers were just as bad. I mean, my gosh, we had, 2 credible accounts of wrongdoing against our own quarterback, and then what happened with some of our defensive line, and then the and now granted, drugs themselves, marijuana and all that should not have been a deterrent, but these guys are looked at as being looked up to by kids, and they're putting on that kind of and granted, I understand, but still, kids are influenced heavily by who they see and who they will do those things. And when they get older and it's okay to do those things, then fine, sure. But as a young kid, not so much. So all of that just kind of like pushed me towards not wanting to watch anymore. And it wasn't as fun anymore either. Once Troy Polamalu kind of retired, it kind of like a whatever. And also because that whole thing where I would get all bent out of shape over a lost game, it would totally throw my rest of my weekend into an entire uproar. I would just be like, just so mad because of what happened. Like, why am I getting like that? Why do I care that much? There's you're not a true fan if you don't. No, it has nothing to do. Listen, we're individuals. We can separate those things. We should be able to separate those things. Being a fan and leaving in the third quarter does not mean that you're a bad fan. It means you got shit to do. So all of that kind of led me to the decision of saying, you know what, I'm done. I'm not going to watch anymore. I'll pay attention. I'll watch. I'll see the scores. But I'm not going to get invested into a game like that anymore. And so when Sundays would come around and I would see a game was on, and I'd go outside and do stuff. Or, that would be the time when I would go grocery shopping because I know that people were not going to be in the store. And there was a Sunday ritual for about 2.5 years post-divorce where Bailey and I would go shopping or grocery shopping on Sunday, and we would go sit in the food, not the food court, but like there's a salad bar area, there's an eating area in the local grocery store, and they had like hot foods and salad. We would go get lunch and go grocery shopping, and that was our thing. That was how we spent, and I thought that was more a better use of our time together on a Sunday than me just watching a game and her doing something else. But then, of course, that all ended because of COVID, and you couldn't. They closed that down. They still haven't opened that up yet, and that's we used to go there to get produce instead of having to go and buy regular produce and chop it up. It was already pre-processed, and we didn't have to do anything with it. And it was just about the same price anyway, so, But that's neither here nor there. So, yeah, I kind of, just really gave up on watching sports altogether because I reclaimed my time. I reclaimed my time on a Sunday, on a Thursday night, and, the Pirates, the Pirates, they break your heart. I mean, how can you not be romantic about baseball as the line goes? And they can really make it a bad breakup with their, things were going so well, and then, never quite got there, and we lost all the good players, and we don't really pay to have, the whole system is just a ridiculous joke. But, so that being said, I am much happier now that I do not have to worry about, I got to be on my couch at 1 o'clock on a Sunday when I say, hey, I can be in the store at 1 o'clock on a Sunday because nobody's going to be there. And my life is much better now. But, that being said, I still do care about Pittsburgh sports. I still do care about whether or not the team wins or loses. But this last weekend, what the heck was that? That was a game of whose team cannot suck worse at kicking a field goal. Because when you think about it, the Steelers themselves went up by 10 in the first quarter. Actually, no, they went up by 7. It was 10-3 at the end of the first quarter. And then they piddle-farted around with only getting, I think, one other touchdown to where it was 17-14. And then they got another field goal, so it was 20-14. And then, a nail-biter at the end, Cincinnati gets a touchdown, making it 20-19, or it was 20-20. And then they missed the point after. So now it's tied at 20-20, and they go into overtime. So of course now it has been so long since I watched, I don't even remember the rules of overtime. I thought it used to be like, hey, each team gets a chance to go down the field and score, and if they don't, well, that ends the game. Well, no, apparently not. Each team, we got a chance to get down. We missed a field goal. They got a chance to get down. They missed a field goal, and or vice versa. And then finally, my gosh, the thunk when that ball hit the uprights the one time from Cincinnati, that was ridiculous. And it's just like, how people are like, this is a nail biter. This is so exciting. I'm like, no, this is not exciting. This is ridiculous. That's Cincinnati. Now, granted, Cincinnati, AFC defending, the defending champs of the AFC, who were in the Super Bowl last year. They should be doing good. They're the face of the AFC North right now, and they can't kick a freaking field goal. But the Steelers, who there's the reason why we have the crying Bengals fan as a meme. The fact that we can't kick a field goal either. Like, we should never have gotten. It should never have got to overtime. The game should never have gone to where it did in order for that to rely on a field goal to win in overtime. It's the Bengals, for God's sakes. I mean, anybody who lives in Pittsburgh, who's been a Pittsburgh fan for the last 30 years, knows that the Bengals will always end up being the Bengals when it counts. It's the Browns you got to worry about, because the Browns go crazy at one point, and they kick your ass for no good reason. And the Browns are the Browns. I mean, but that's because we've seen what happens in bad years when they don't do that well, and the Browns are like, we're kicking your ass 2 games out of the year. How is that possible? I don't know. It's craziness. It is all craziness, and I'm really kind of like concerned with the level of why did we go it this way. But in the case of things with, according to Fallout Shelter and these quests about football, who cares? It's just a game. The only important rule is that we all have fun. All right, I think that's about it for now. I'm hoping that we're done here. We had a good run, and hopefully we can see you next time. We'll be coming up on the Halloween episodes. I don't know that we got through the Halloween. I have to go back and check. I know we're a year into this, but I don't know if we opened up quests when Halloween came around. I guess we'll find out when the quests get launched out of the void come close to October. And if they show up in my quest log, well, then we know for sure. We're gonna do something here. Talk about another movie, Top Gun Maverick. Holy crap! Spoiler alert! Just in case you haven't seen the movie and you plan on watching it, you might want to just hold off on listening to all this. So I had a chance to watch it finally from home, and I'm going to tell you something. I liked it better when it was called Iron Eagle 2: A New Hope in San Andreas. If that reference doesn't mean anything to you, let's break that down. The basic plot of the movie. It's now, of course, it's like 2019, 2020 time frame. Pete Mitchell, aka Maverick, played by Tom Cruise, is testing out high-speed test, planes in the Mojave Desert. This one specifically trying to get to Mach 9, or it's going to get shut down by Ed Harris, as I guess as an admiral. And they, Maverick being Maverick, does what he does, and he ends up getting, shit canned from there and has to go to Top Gun to be an instructor, in a sense. And he was already an instructor at one point. And he has 12 cadets that he has to, actually 12 graduates of Top Gun school, who are the best of the best, who they have to narrow down into, I think, was it 6 or 8 people to fly a mission and take out something from a rogue nation. It's always a rogue nation. It's never specifically said who it is. Just a rogue nation. It's I guess a uranium-enriched, like the nuclear weapon kind of thing, whatever. It's a bunker somewhere in between, and a crater, and a very, high, steep walls. Got to make it as difficult as possible to get in there and blow the thing up. And in order to do that, he has to train these people to fly underneath the radar in a certain amount of time to get below surface-to-air missiles, climb a steep hill, go inside, blow up a bunker, and then sink a missile into there, and then get out and get away before the surface-to-air missiles and any other planes can find them and get back to the carrier. Okay, so if you ever watched a movie called Iron Eagle back in the 80s, it was right around the same time that Top Gun came out. It starred Jason Gedrick and Louis Gossett Jr. And Jason Gedrick's father was shot down in some rogue nation and being held captive. And Jason Gedrick, his son, was just graduating high school and planned a rescue mission with the help of a mechanic and former colonel in the Air Force, played by Chappie Sinclair, or played by Louis Gossett Jr., his character was called Chappie Sinclair, to use all of his, Jason Gedrick, all of his connections at the base, he had everything wired. This was before the internet, to get anything he needed. And he got 2 planes that had all the ammunition he could carry and fuel and all that, and clearances to fly over there. Landed, got his dad out, and then escaped. Never would have happened. Never would have happened at that time, let alone today. But it was suspension of disbelief. It was fun. There was like 3 or 4 sequels to that movie. The second one having Jason Gedrick in it. And again, spoiler alert, within the first 10 minutes, he dies. Or so we think he dies. He's shot down overseas somewhere, and Chappie Sinclair is called, I guess, out of retirement, if I remember correctly, to train a bunch of people, a bunch of cadets or whatever, to go blow up something. And it's like you have to train these people to work together and do this thing and do all that and fly overseas. Sound familiar? If you saw Top Gun Maverick, yeah, it's the same damn plot. Same idea, same thing. Then at some point it turns into Star Wars: A New Hope, where they're going to do a trench run and fly to the end of an area and blow up and sink a missile into a bunker, just like the trench run at Star Wars. At the end of Star Wars, the first movie chronologically released. Then after that, Maverick gets shot down during the escape and has to be rescued. So one of the characters goes back for him, and they get shot down. And now they're both behind enemy lines, and both decide to approach an Air Force base or a runway and steal a plane and escape, which is basically what you can do in Grand Theft Auto 5 or Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. You parachute or you sneak into the airbase and you steal one of the jets, which in the original Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, I think it was a Harrier jet, which could take off and land like a VTOL. But with the Grand Theft Auto 5 or Grand Theft Auto Online, it's just a standard, jet. So there you go. That's where I got the whole, Iron Eagle 2, A New Hope, in San Andreas. Okay, I didn't hate the movie, and I like that they called back to the original with references to, Goose and to Meg Ryan's character and Charlie, Kelly McGillis's character. But they totally, I totally matched character description with Miles Teller playing the son of Goose, known as Bradley Bradshaw, aka Rooster, being matched to Anthony Edwards' Goose. But a lot of things about this movie were problematic at best. One, and I'm not going to say anything because guess what? Val Kilmer is a national treasure as far as an actor. I will go to bat on his body of work for that. In fact, there's a documentary about his fight with cancer and how his life is now, which is really, really, really good, and it's narrated by his son, who has a very distinct sounding voice that almost sounds like Val Kilmer's. Val Kilmer, of course, plays Iceman, Tom Kazansky. He's in the movie, and he only has really 3 lines because he has, his voice was destroyed by having to treat his cancer. In fact, he now has there's a technology that has taken his voice from previous clips, of his work, and created a voice for him to use to talk to people in his own voice, instead of that standard voice box sound you hear when he has to hold the device up to his throat. Which is amazing. And that's how they did it. They took that same technology, I think it's Soma, I don't know what it's called, but they used it to recreate his voice, and they made it like it was, very rough, because he had throat cancer in the movie that had come back, and they made it sound like that. But I mean, they used his this technology to make his voice, and then they made it sound like he has a problem, like he has something wrong. So it was pretty cool how they did all that. They used the same kind of technology, I think, in Obi-Wan Kenobi, the Disney Plus series, in order to get James Earl Jones's voice for Darth Vader, because James Earl Jones, sadly he's getting up there, and he didn't record any new dialogue. They just used his voice from previous clips to make this voice to record those lines using that technology. And it's spot on. I mean, it was spot on, because if you've watched Rogue One, the delivery, he recorded his lines in Rogue One, and the delivery, well, you could tell, was somewhat different than his delivery 30 years ago, almost 40 years ago at the time, in even Return of the Jedi. Even in Revenge of the Sith in Episode 3, it was a little bit, I think there was only a couple of lines he had, and it was, this is the first time Anakin's talking as Vader in his new suit, so it could be different than his normal speaking voice that he used in the other 3 movies. That makes sense. But again, the fact that, even in Rogue One, when he was talking, it was really messed up. I mean, you could tell that there was some degradation in such an iconic booming voice, which to this day will be one of my favorite of all time voices. So that being said, back to Maverick. Again, they did a lot of great call. They called back to the character that was in only mentioned in Top Gun. They talked about an admiral's daughter, and that's Penny. That's the Jennifer Connelly character. They made her an actual character in this movie to replace sort of like the Meg Ryan character. Or, I'm sorry, to replace the Charlie character. They didn't actually say what happened to Charlie. I don't know if Kelly McGillis was not available, if they, if there was some ageism going on here because she doesn't look the way she used to look back then. She's considerably older. I don't know. That's not for me to figure out. Wasn't in on the production meetings. They chose to not go that route. Maybe they just didn't want to have older characters. They wanted to introduce newer characters, and they only have one returning character really, and that was Maverick. Everybody else is played by somebody different. James Tolkien, who was the bald guy from the first Top Gun, he's in his 80s. Tom Skerritt is in his 80s. So now you got John Hamm, you got Charles Parnell, and you've got Ed Harris. Ed Harris is still kicking it as the Man in Black on Westworld. So there you go. But that being said, there's also some issues that happen with that I take a little bit of umbrage with. I am not one for doubting that the character is faithful to the original Maverick character. However, why is it that only Maverick can solve the problem? Okay, the entire point of this movie is that they have to do something nearly impossible. The pulling the G's to get out of the canyon, the getting to the target on time, all that other stuff, avoiding all those problems. That seems like, we can't do it. You got to shorten the window. You can't do it. We're going to use a drill. Do this. We're going to just shorten time, blah, blah, blah. And then he goes and he steals the jet, and he proves that he can do it. In a simulated air, I guess if you think about it, in the real thing, he did it as well. But the idea that he had to, do that in order to prove that it could be done and it shouldn't be canceled or, any other way is a little bit egotistical from the standpoint of, if I were a producer on the movie, be like, well, okay, sure. yeah, of course Tom Cruise is going to be the friggin' hero because Tom Cruise is producing the movie. Yeah, you're allowed to have that. That's fine. No problem. But just don't make it come off that way. And not only that, but and Megan and I watched the movie, and she's like, if that were to actually have happened, he would have been blown out of the sky or arrested on sight. You don't just get to just say, oh, he did it, son of a bitch, I'm in, No, he broke so many protocols that as soon as he landed the plane, he'd be out of there. Especially, he was already out of there to begin with. He should have had all of his clearance revoked. He should never be, where I work, the day you're gone, all your access is gone. You would not be able to do the things he did from that standpoint. You would be barred from the base. Your badges wouldn't work. They'd have you on a list. You would have had your ass thrown in the brig for all of that. Never would have happened. So don't give me this bullshit that they can sit there and have this conversation and then sit there and you're cheering him on in the background. No. And he wouldn't be allowed on the mission. No. I don't care how. You just don't do that stuff. That's just not going to happen. Additionally, there's a lot of other things that I don't want to spend a lot of time going around the barrel or around the the axle on, but it's entertaining. It's a little bit longer than it needed to be, because you've got basically 3 acts. The first act is Maverick gets sacked. The second act is Maverick teaches the kids, and then the third act is Maverick goes on the mission. That then culminates with him being shot down with Rooster and having to steal that F-14 and get out of there. Now, I don't know if logistically those maneuvers were capable of, and from what I've been told, there wasn't a lot of CGI, that these were all practical effects, and if they were actually done with planes, there's a lot of shit that would have your insides on your outsides the way that was working. So I just don't know that 60-year-old Tom Cruise, even in the best shape he could be in, 60-year-old Pete Mitchell in the best shape he possibly could be in, would be able to sustain all of the G-forces that were being pulled on that trip out of the crater. So again, but then again, I said earlier, you have to have a healthy dose of suspension of disbelief and just enjoy the ride. And I did. I enjoyed the ride. It was good. I liked that they called back to Goose, but it just seemed like every time, talk to me, Goose, talk to me, Goose, talk to me, Dad, talk to me. And okay, we get it. You use that line that was done twice in the first movie, and you even had it happen here where even Rooster says something to the effect of, how to fly, show me that pilot stuff, or, pilot this thing or whatever. I get it. Tom Kazansky, like I said, Val Kilmer, his role. I don't know if there would have been a different plot or character arc for Val Kilmer's character had he not already been suffering the effects of going through cancer treatment. I understand why they did that, why they went that route, and it makes perfect sense. There's a level of commitment to something when you people who fight for you are no longer in your corner, that kind of thing. So yeah, the plot was driven by that aspect, and the plot was written ahead of time with that full well knowledge, and they were going to include him in the movie. In fact, he's the only other character from the original movie that showed up in this movie. So I can go back and fix my earlier statement of saying he's the only one that came back, the only character came back. No, 2 characters, but he was only in it for 10 minutes. They talked over text. That's like what they did with Kim Cattrall in And Just Like That, the sequel to Sex and the City. She wasn't in the show, but her character was referred to, and they constantly talked to Sarah Jessica Parker's character over text. So yeah, I get all that. But I don't know that the overarching story was served well by having to go that route with Val Kilmer, but that's just me. And I don't want to have a plot be dictated by circumstances beyond the plot's control, like the actors themselves. We saw that in The Matrix, where the first Matrix you had Harold Perrineau, or I'm sorry, you had let me back that up. You had characters replaced by other characters because of contract disputes. And it's not that the actors were just replaced, the entire characters were changed. The first Matrix had a couple of characters in it that survived that weren't in the second and third movie, and they were replaced by somebody else. Harold Perrineau, I believe, is the character in question, or is the actor in question. He was on Lost. Also, I mean, but if you look at the Marvel movies, Terrence Howard played Rhodey in the first Iron Man, and then every subsequent Marvel movie that featured Rhodey was played by Don Cheadle. They didn't change the character and write him out. They didn't recast, or they didn't do something where it's like, oh, somebody else has to play the part now that the actor's no longer available. They just said, you're going to just accept the fact that there's somebody else is playing the character. They could have done that in The Matrix. Would they have done that in Maverick to replace Val Kilmer as Iceman? Hell to the no. You would not have done that. So that was going to be something that was going to happen no matter what. It was either going to be Val Kilmer was going to be playing Iceman, or Iceman was not going to be in the movie. And I really appreciate that they stayed true to having Val Kilmer in the movie, Val Kilmer doing his own acting, and they didn't totally CGI his appearance, or make him look like they did with Carrie Fisher in the subsequent movies in the Star Wars series where she was no longer around, or in Rogue One where they de-aged her, or just like they did with Mark Hamill and Mandalorian and Boba Fett. So I'm glad that they let nature be a guide for how the character was going to have been looking, and his subsequent experiences drove the plot a little bit. Again, I'm torn on that matter. I love the fact that he's there. I love that they gave him that commitment, and coming from someone who lost somebody to cancer, I'm there. I'm cool with it. It's just I kind of worry that they wrote the plot surrounding that idea. Had he not had anything happen to him and they still gone that route, okay, fine, sure, whatever. But that be it as may, whatever. Also, there seemed to be really, really, really light on character development. You had 12 people going into that training or that instruction. Like what, Harvard, Yale, all these other people. You had, Hangman. Hangman, oh, by the way, good character. Asshole. Loved him. But Rooster, there could have been more development. I mean, sorry, but there could have been more development. We didn't really get a sense of what he was really about. There's a lot of things that happen off screen that were playing into it. They didn't spend a lot of time to it. I think they should have shortened the amount of people involved. Been the people who are there, just say, we're not going to have a team of alternates or whatever else. They could have done something else to get Hangman stuck on the deck and then have him show up later. I could have wrote that out as a different way of doing it. Having him be just an alternate and having Maverick take his place. They could have done something different than saying, well, we got too many people. We can't do it with this many people. You got, 12 people in here. We can only take 6. No. There's a different way they could have done that. Light on the development of the characters in that point. That's another sticking point. But other than that, I enjoyed the movie. I give it a, 7 out of 10.
I'm sorry. I wanted to do something nice a few years back. I wanted to help someone, give them the life that they deserved. And I have always labored under the delusion, and maybe that's the wrong phrase, but I've always thought that there's a reason why I don't have nice things in my life. I don't deserve them. Growing up as the youngest of 3 kids, it was like, if you like something, if you have something that you hold dear, don't give it to the youngest, because he's probably going to break it. Oh man, I broke so many things of my older brothers. And, I live with that guilt every day. That's kind of weird. thinking about that kind of thing. That, oh, remember how you just tripped and fell and just broke something of his, and it just snapped right off. And oh, remember how you took that thing and your dad's, and you just broke it, and just didn't even think about it. That's some weird stuff to be guilty about, and feel anxiety over. But that's pretty much my life. Rehashing every decision I've ever made in the last 47 years, and focusing on things that I can't have any control over, or really aren't that bad, but are things that just keep me up at night. And 3 years ago, I thought, here's someone who thinks I'm worth it, who thinks I'm worthy to have nice things, to have all the things that I ever wanted and all the things I ever desired. And I grew up in a home that I never had to want for anything, but I never got everything I wanted, but I always got what I needed. And I don't know, I thought maybe it was my turn, my turn to have something, my turn to have a relationship that I was 100% committed to, madly in love with someone, and 100% deserving of their love back, and having a nice house that we could make together instead of one that was from a previous relationship or marriage or whatever that was haunted by the ghosts of bad mistakes and or just broken dreams. And we set out to do that and have that wedding that we always wanted and have that house we always wanted. And we pretty much, we got about 50% that, because COVID happened. We had to change our plans for the wedding, which, I've talked about that before on different videos. But the house, same thing there. The COVID hit and we lost our contract in 3 months, and now we've got the house where we want it. We're moved in, but I can't even sell my old house, the house of broken dreams, because I can't afford to. I mean, who knew you had to actually have some money to sell a house? I can't afford to get it painted on the inside. There's I spent money on getting it plastered, and I can't afford to get it painted. I can't afford to get a dumpster to clean out the place. It is what it is, and I'm never going to be able to sell it like it is and actually help me in anything. And I'm still paying taxes on it and insurance on it and all the utilities, and it's just a drain on me. And I'm slowly going to be going bankrupt here real quick because I can't afford any of that. So yeah, I'm kind of like, don't know what I'm going to do here. But again, I this is why I figure I don't deserve these things, because I couldn't even do that right. I bumbled everything there because I didn't tamp down expectations hard enough. I kept saying yes when I should have said no to certain things. And that's nobody's fault but mine. I was the one controlling the path of that car. I should have steered out of the path of the oncoming train, and I didn't. I just said, yeah, I think we got this. It's okay. And, I know there are people who are in worse condition than I am right now. They don't even have a home, or they've lost their lives, or their loved ones have lost their lives because there's a hurricane screaming up the coast of Florida. Or other things have happened, in the past 2 years that are just horrible. And me sitting here with my, middle-class white privilege and all that, that's nothing. And who am I to complain? I mean, suck it up, dude. I don't know. I have no answers, and I'm the guy that I keep putting out videos. Hey, I'm an adult. I've been through this. I can tell you how it goes, and here's what you need to do. And honestly, I don't have any answers for you today. I got no way. I don't even understand how I'm going to function past this weekend, because it's gonna start happening real quick, and I'm kind of worried. Really, this is it. I mean, the fuses are going to start tripping here. All the things that I have in place, because automatic payments for this and automatic payments. Those are all going to start tripping because there's not going to be any funds there to pay it off. And I just got paid, and the sad thing is I just got paid today. But I was already in the hole to begin with. And I tried to go to where, to get a loan, and I can't even do that. For the amount of money I need to just put the house on the market, I can't even do that. So, yeah, that's it. Stick a fork in me because, I'm done, and I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what I'm going to do, and I don't even know if I can just fake my way through a video anywhere else to, because I'm obviously not making any money off this channel because, why would I waste my time on it? I should be doing other things. I got nothing. That's it. That's a wrap, folks. It's been fun. Being an adult was never something I really wanted to do, but I did it anyways, and I don't want to do it anymore. Now, let's level set this here. You're listening to this now, and you're probably like, "Oh God, do we got to, are you okay? Do you need to?" I'm going to be fine. That don't have to worry about that. I would never do anything stupid. I value things too much, and I'm basically a coward anyways, so it doesn't really matter. I'm okay. I'm fine. This is me venting wildly into the void to have it not be in my brain. I'm going to be okay. Don't worry about that, but I don't know what's going to happen here with everybody else. Because I am the foundation for a lot of shaky infrastructure above me, and it's all going to start having problems. But if you really want to, help out, please go to the store. The links are down below in the description, and go, buy some stuff. That gets you something at least. You buy a shirt, it may cost you $20. I get $4. That's something. You buy a sticker for like $4, I get 50 cents. That's something. Or if you feel so inclined to do so, there's a link to buy me a coffee. Now, some people have bought me a coffee, and that's helpful. It's just, hey, here's $5. If the 980 people that I have that's subscribed to this channel, probably which half of them aren't real, but that would be if every one of them donated $5 through Buy Me a Coffee, I probably would almost be able to cover what I need to get out from underneath the house, but I doubt it. So even that's kind of stupid. Even if you shared it on, if you took that link that's below and shared it on the internet, shared it on your friend, and said, "Hey, this guy needs a couple of dollars," that's not going to help. But I always say that because that's a way to support the channel, and I want to ingrain in other people's brains that that's how you support other YouTubers. Because this is what this is. This is a how do you YouTube, and I don't do it very well, but that's what the whole point of that is. So.
We're out there doing quests. We've got people out there leveling up. We're doing all the things we have been doing for weeks now. Are you excited? But I figured we would do some more quests and talk about some things because I just spent 3 hours of my life watching a movie. And boy, whew, what it was. So let's get to it, shall we? Somewhere in my parents' house, there is a picture of me doing an Elvis impersonation. I was younger than the age of 10. I was wearing a white t-shirt, and I think I had on my mom's apron. And I don't know that I was doing it right, because the more I think about it, apron in the front, the capes were in the back. I don't really know if what I was trying to accomplish. But there's a lot of pictures of me dressed up like goofball stuff that and any wonder that I wanted to become an actor. But this one in particular was me doing that, that pose to the side with the arms out, like and the microphone up to the face, doing that whole thing, almost doing it like almost into a kung fu kick kind of thing. Yeah, and so to give you an idea, that was between the age of probably, let's see, 6 to 8, I believe, would have been the appropriate time of age, because, yeah. And at that time, Elvis had already been dead for, probably about 5 or 6 years. But my mom was a big Elvis fan, so I was very aware of Elvis in those days. She loved Elvis. She had all the music on tapes and all that stuff. And we had a hi-fi in the living room that we could play the Elvis, and also had an 8-track player. Woohoo! But yeah, so there's that picture somewhere of me doing my Elvis. And if I could find it before I release this video, I would put it alongside the video. Highly doubt that that's going to happen. In any case, so this past weekend I watched the new movie about Elvis with Austin Butler and Tom Hanks, and it's on HBO Max now, so you can watch it for free. Basically, you don't have to rent it or go to. I mean, it's not in the movie theater, of course. So yeah, but that being said, it is kind of a thing that I really wasn't sure I was going to enjoy. Not so much because of Elvis. I like Elvis. I like the story. But because of who directed it. And I have nothing against Baz Luhrmann as a director. I have nothing against him. I enjoyed watching Romeo and Juliet, even though I originally bashed it when it first came out when I was in college, because I was a theater major, and I was like, how are you doing this to Shakespeare? What this is ridiculous. The guns are swords. Their name, hand me my long sword, and he pulls a gun out of the glove. Come on, and then everything. But hey, how could you not love Harold Perrineau as Mercutio? I mean, that was one of the highlights of the entire movie. Besides Leonardo DiCaprio not really doing Shakespeare all that well. But, in any case. But John Leguizamo, I mean, yeah, he was pretty good. In any case, Baz Luhrmann, he also directed Moulin Rouge. Everybody, talks about Moulin Rouge with, Nicole Kidman and Ewan McGregor. But he also directed this Elvis biopic, I guess you would call it. It was probably the first one he ever did. And it's told really from the standpoint of not Elvis himself. Elvis is kind of like a part of the movie. And yeah, it's a majority of him in the later part of the movie, is his life and everything. But it's really told from the perspective of Colonel Tom Parker, played by Tom Hanks. Now, everybody can agree that Tom Hanks is one of our most, beloved actors. I mean, I think we can agree on that. I mean, there might be people that don't like his work. Fine, whatever. You cannot disagree that he is not just one of those, icons of film. And I mean, he started out on television. I watched Bosom Buddies growing up. I remember Bachelor Party and one of my all-time favorites, Splash, and Big, and League of Their Own, and Philadelphia, and Forrest Gump, and Sleepless in Seattle, and all these films, and Captain Phillips, and all these other, and he was Sully. He landed the plane on the Hudson. I mean, come on. And most recently, tied to me in this area, he played Mr. Rogers, and you cannot watch that movie and not have emotions about it, either because of his performance or because that it's Mr. Rogers. But I will say, after you watch this movie, you will hate Tom Hanks. Now, you won't hate him as a person. You will hate how good he is at making you hate Colonel Tom Parker. Now, I really had no awareness of Colonel Tom Parker until I was an adult. I knew Elvis, I knew the jumpsuits, I knew the, da-da-da-da-da-da, I knew the Vegas all act, I knew the hell thing down on the, Graceland and dying on the toilet. That's pretty much it. I came into Elvis's career late, because he was already dead. I was 2 years old when he died. So by then it was already, the pictures with Nixon and the taking care of business, baby, and that whole thing. So I really didn't know Elvis in the early years. I didn't know Elvis with Sun Records. I didn't know Elvis with Hank Snow. I didn't know Elvis with, the early stuff before he got, he was in Memphis and all that. And before he got to being a headliner and then headed to the 60s and then all the Memphis Mafia and all that stuff and the drugs and everything else before Priscilla. I didn't know about any of that. I learned that along the way. Now, there have been many depictions of Elvis on screen. We had, I think Kurt Russell played him once in a movie. And he was on an episode. Somebody portrayed him as in an episode, I think, of Quantum Leap at one point during that show. And of course, there's, Forrest Gump supposedly taught him how to wiggle, which was funny. Oddly enough, there's a tie-in. Forrest Gump taught Elvis how to wiggle, and Forrest Gump was played as an adult by Tom Hanks, and Tom Hanks played Colonel Tom Parker. So it's just, I didn't know any of that stuff. Like I said, I came into it, at the time where he was in Vegas, and this is where the story really, really, really goes south for Elvis, because he was just worked like a dog. But let's back it up and talk a little bit about this career he had. Elvis, it was probably in the mid to late 80s where there was still a alive and well conspiracy theory that Elvis was still alive. That he was still around, that he was hiding out somewhere, that he just, wanted to get away from everybody and decided to just, disappear and fake his death. We lived in a time where we didn't have internet, we didn't have, all of the source to back these things up or check these out or fact check that stuff. So any of those types of things was all conspiracy theories, all conjecture. We had no way to, point to a source and say whether or not it was real or fake. And so there was a lie, this conspiracy theory was alive and well, that he was alive and well. And then, my most favorite depiction of Elvis on screen, Bubba Hotep. If you have never seen Bubba Hotep, I implore you to go watch that movie. It's a scary movie in a sense. It is Bruce Campbell of Army of Darkness and Evil Dead fame, and Bruce Campbell. Come on, playing Elvis in a nursing home. And it's the concept is that Elvis needed to get away from everybody and everything, so he switched with an Elvis impersonator, and the Elvis impersonator is the one who died. And before Elvis could take back the mantle and come back and fully refreshed, he was, I think, performing. I remember he was performing as an Elvis impersonator, and he broke he hurt his back and ended up in traction or whatever, and then he ended up never recovering. And then once Elvis was dead, well, okay, fine, whatever. And then he ended up at a nursing home, and en route to a museum, a mummy gets into not driving, but the vehicle carrying a casket with a mummy or a sarcophagus ends up crashing, and the mummy wakes up and comes to this nursing home and starts to feed off of the residents, which nobody tends to think that there's anything wrong with that, because people die under mysterious circumstances, and people die in nursing homes because of their age, and nobody bats an eye. So it's up to Elvis, in his walker, to combat this evil Bubba Hotep mummy with the help of a wheelchair scooter bound JFK, who has his death faked and is residing there. But JFK is played by Ossie Davis. He says, "But you're black." He says, "Well, they painted me that color." So it's really, it's a trip. It is a trip, and it's got some great music. If you love the music of Brian Tyler from the Marvel Cinematic Universe and Six String Samurai, you will love the soundtrack Bubba Hotep. It is an awesome thing. I mean, I highly recommend this movie. The soundtrack, I highly recommend it. It's just, and then go back and watch the movie with the commentary of Bruce Campbell as Elvis commentating on the movie. It's great. It's wonderful. But that's a total sidebar on this. Back to the movie at hand. Elvis, the movie. We'll bring you through. There's no spoilers really here. Elvis is a young boy, growing up in poverty-stricken, was it Alabama or something like that? And he, learns about music from, the blues and these poor, people of color playing. And then he goes to a revival tent, like nearby. Like he sneaks into a revival tent and he gets like touched by the Lord and all that, and he just gets the feeling and he just goes with it. And there's this white boy that's what's he doing? He feels the movement, he feels the power. So he likes music, and he goes on forms this band with I think it's the Blue Moon Boys, and they are they're just doing little stuff, and they put out a little record with Sun Records. And Colonel Tom Parker at the time is managing Hank Snow, who's a very well-known country. This is an old. I mean, we're talking not Garth Brooks. We're talking the old country. Hank Williams Sr. and Charlie Pride and all the old. I mean, all the really old country stars. And he's managing him, and he's looking for another act to sort of boost things up, and he sees they're like at this I don't know if they're at the Grand Ole Opry, where the hell they're at, but he hears about this guy on the radio that he's like, well, that's they want to bring him on the tour. Like, well, we're not going to bring this guy, this I don't want to give in to the epithets, but he's like, we're not going to bring this person, this colored person on the road with us. And like that, which is wow. I mean, you have to understand, this is like 1950s. It's the South, so of course it's going to be like that. But he's like, no, you don't understand. He's white. He's white, and he's like, what? And he because you get the backstory of Colonel Tom Parker, who is telling the story on his deathbed in a Vegas casino, and it's very stylized, very very Baz Luhrmann stylized, storytelling. He's wandering down, the aisles of the slot machines, carrying his like IV pole in a gown, talking about, he was, betting on things. That he was the ultimate con job. He was the ultimate snowman. That he called them snow jobs. He would he sold a performance. He sold a show. It was all an illusion, and he needed that. And he saw, wow. I heard this voice, so he goes to check it out, and he sees Elvis go up on stage, and he just watches Elvis do that thing with a wiggle and the pelvis hole thing, and everybody go nuts, and he's like, this is the ultimate show. This is the showman we need. So he starts to get Elvis on tour with Hank Snow, and eventually he bumps everybody else out except for Hank, the headliner, and Elvis, the undercard. And then Hank starts to get a little bit like, hey, look, we can't do this. This is not country music. Nobody is throwing their underwear up on stage when I'm out there. And like, I don't want to ever see that happen. He's like, I don't think you have to worry about that, Hank. So Colonel Parker takes Elvis aside and says, look, I said, he wants you off the tour, and I'm going to have to leave him because I think you're special. So they cut Hank Snow out of the deal, and they go on, together. And now Hank Snow is no longer... And this is actually well documented that Hank wanted Elvis on the tour, and that they formed a partnership, and that later on Colonel Parker cut Hank out of the deal and went on with Elvis. Now that doesn't mean that Hank Snow went off and had no career after that. He still had a career, but it was not as he didn't have the career that Elvis did. So Elvis now explodes, and they sort of fast track through some of his life to the point where now that you've got Elvis, okay, famous because he's on TV, or he's on the radio, and he's playing a lot, and he's selling a lot of records. And like, okay, now he's buying his mom Graceland, and he makes his father his business manager, and everybody's doing all this thing. Now it gets into where, okay, Elvis is a threat to decency and in the South, and he's a threat to the all the wholesomeness of, because he's singing like he's a person of color. He's singing the black man's blues. I mean, it's that was a big deal to the South in those times. It was segregation. It was not cool. So they threatened to arrest him if he continued to do his act the way he did it. And he goes to a baseball, like a ball stadium, and he's being told, you need to go out there and your thing. And just prior to this, he was put on Milton Berle. And they said, listen, you're going to, or he did that whole thing. And then they said, okay, you're going to go on Steve Allen, the Steve Allen show, and we want you to tone it down. And then they put him in a tuxedo and had him sing Hound Dog to an actual dog, in an outfit that he was so stiff in he could not do that wiggle. And he felt embarrassed, but it was funny. And he's promised himself he would never do stuff like that again. He was like, I got to be me. I'm not going to do your thing. I'm going to do my thing. And so he gets in front of this crowd at a baseball stadium, and he just goes off and causes mayhem at the ballpark, and he gets arrested. And in order for him to avoid all this jail and all this stuff, they propose that he has to be drafted into the armed services. And so he goes into the army for 2 years in Germany, and that's where he meets Priscilla Bellew, daughter like an Air Force guy, and they fall in love. Now, part of Colonel Tom Parker's thing with Elvis was he has to be constantly available. He has to look like he's always available, because that's the sell. That women love him because they could have him. So he had to cut ties with the girlfriend he had back home. And now he's fallen in love with Priscilla, and it's just like, wow. Now, throughout all this, there's an entire ordeal where, Colonel Tom Parker is pulling the strings on this entire thing. To the point where Elvis is in dire straits because, not dire straits, but he's emotionally, because his mother, who was an alcoholic, died before he was supposed to go into the army, and it's just he is just devastated, and this gives Parker the fuel he needs to take over Elvis and manage him and be that guiding force. Be the guiding force my mother was, and he's like, oh, definitely. Now, we don't realize at this point yet that Colonel Tom Parker pretty much has signed a deal where he's taking 50% pretty much of Elvis's profits. So it's kind of what an asshole. But no, they get married, they come back, and they're living, and they have a baby, and they kind of fast track through all this into the, Elvis does picture deals, and Elvis's face is on everything from a knitting machine to, a bobbleheads and all the merchandising ridiculousness that Colonel Tom Parker was, driving. He was selling the name. He was heavily marketing Elvis to make money, regardless of Elvis's singing. And then they had him a 7-picture deal, and then he did the movies, and then supposedly the 60s came along, and Elvis was no longer a thing because the Beatles were now around. And so he does this look, I need to do something. I need to do something big, but I need to do it my way. And he goes and talks to this outside consulting group who wants to put on a Christmas performance, a Christmas show, but he wants to do it his way. And the guy in charge of it, it took me 20 minutes to figure out who he was. It's Billy from Stranger Things, and he's awesome. I was like, this guy looks like, who is this guy? And then I finally figured out who he was. And this is the 68 comeback tour where Elvis goes out in the leather outfit and does all of his old stuff, and NBC's freaking out, and they're going to sue because he's not doing Christmas albums with a sweater on. And this actually happened during the rehearsals. During this is when Robert F. Kennedy was killed. Now, the two impactful things on Elvis's life were, one, Martin Luther King being killed because he knew Martin Luther King, I think, at some point, and Robert F. Kennedy, because it's just these two deaths, these two high-profile people that were killed. It starts to plant those seeds of paranoia, and he's already kind of like dipping into the drugs a little bit, so he's already got that going on. So now we've got, Elvis paranoid, Elvis having a comeback tour, and trying to resurface and remold his image, and he's back on top now with this 68 comeback special. But it's still the late 60s, early 70s. We're 7 years away from his death, and this is where Colonel Parker pulls the damn coup de grace of ruining his life. Elvis wants to go on tour in Europe. He wants to. There's a running theme throughout the entire movie of him wanting to fly away, of him wanting to be, get on his plane like a superhero and fly. Like he wanted to bust his daddy out of jail and fly away to the Rock of Eternity, that kind of thing. Just that whole motif of caged bird sings kind of idea, and he wants to go on tour in Europe, and Parker won't allow it. The reason being is because Colonel Parker doesn't have a passport, because he's like a man without a country. And if he leaves, he can't get back into the country because he renounced his Dutch citizenship, I think, and he just never, and he was a disgraced in the armed forces, so like that whole thing. So he's trying to get away from it. Now they go to Vegas because he wants to get, now he's got the strike while the iron's hot, and everybody likes Elvis again. He sets up this tour, this residency in Vegas for Elvis, but it pulls him away from the family. And he starts to have to do all these shows, and he's just abusing his body to do it. And Parker starts to, rack up a tremendous amount of debt with the casinos. So he's pushing Elvis to do more so he can get the money to pay down the debt. And he strikes this deal where Elvis has to play for 5 years. He cannot go anywhere else. He has to play Vegas, and for 5 years he will get $1 million each year, and Parker will have his debt wiped out and an unlimited line of credit at the casinos. So now he is just like forcing Elvis to go on stage and just just break his entire body to get it done, to the point where he's like just falling apart, and they're turning to like drugs to keep him on stage, to keep him upright and all that stuff. And he realizes it, and he tries to break ties with Parker. And unfortunately, they find out, and this is where he gets into the paranoid. He's carrying a gun, all this other stuff. There's not a lot of death. I mean, there's death threats, but there's a couple instances where he's like attacked. He's not attacked, but it's like fans, but they don't know, and he's just. Parker's like trying to pretend to be like really caring about him. He just wants to keep the money coming, and we get to this like final act where he breaks up. Like he's like, I'm through with you. I'm never doing this. Now what they depict in the movie didn't actually happen on stage, but he tries to fire Parker, and then Parker sends him a bill for like $8 million of how much he thinks he owes him. And he's like, we can't pay this. And it's like, Dad, we're my business manager. Why were you not paying attention? And it's just, the dad has no spine. The dad is a jellyfish the entire movie. So it's just like, he's hardly in it. Hardly there half the time. He's there, but he's not there. So now we are, right into the end of the mid-70s, and Elvis is, just, Priscilla has left him and taken Lisa Marie because of the drugs, because he's never around, because he's just, he's never there. He's just breaking himself for everything. She wanted him to go and break it out, get rid of Tom Parker, but don't go see him in person, because when we went to see him in person, that's how he ended up in the Vegas act. And we see one final trip where Elvis is at the airport saying goodbye to Lisa Marie. She's going off to, with Priscilla on the plane, and Priscilla gets in the car, and they have this conversation, and Elvis confides that he's worried that when he dies, no one will know who he is. Nobody will remember him. And she's, she tries to put him at ease in all this. And then he dies. I mean, they go from that scene to he's dead. And I think that's actually not exactly that close in time when that happened, but they really they just pushed through it. And they kind of pushed through the last, I guess the last 5 or 6 years of Elvis's life was sort of like cookie cutter. You could have summed it up in 2 minutes. He's on Vegas, he's fat, he's dead. But they really, really, really just blow through it. And they don't ever show really him, Austin Butler, with the fat suit on. They just said died, and then they show old clips of Elvis. And they showed the last performances of Elvis in Vegas when he was at his heaviest. And oh my gosh, that's not... I don't even remember that Elvis. I don't remember fat Elvis. I remember Elvis in the jumpsuits. I don't remember fat Elvis. But it was just sad. It was sad to see. And Tom Parker lived on to 1997, where he died, in a casino, throwing his entire fortune away in a casino. He supposedly died as almost penniless. But meanwhile, he had taken half of Elvis's fortune to the time of his death. 50% of his... In fact, at one point, there was a $10 million payout. He got $5.5 million, and Elvis took home $4.5 million. That's how shitty Tom Parker was. He was an asshole. He ruined someone. And the saddest part of that movie was we were sitting there watching it and oh my God, he never got to go to Europe. He wanted to go to Europe. He never got to go to Europe. But, that's that entire thing. Now, again, I have no qualms against Baz Luhrmann, although I do kind of said, I can't really sit through his stuff. Not my favorite thing in the world. I actually, after the first 10 minutes, the movie grew on me, and then it was fine. It was just that first 10 minutes, it was just kind of hard to get through. It was very comic booky. It was very, stylized, and I understand why. It was a direction. It was a course. It was a decision, and it makes sense. But it really, it was hard for me to get, because this was supposed to be a true to life, faithful biopic. Not like I'm watching Bubba Hotep and it's Elvis in a nursing home and he's that's comedy. This was tragedy actually. But I really, really, really enjoy the entire thing. Austin Butler did a good Elvis. It was hard to get over his looks at first because he looked like, I forget the guy the persona, but Lady Gaga had this guy persona where she sings the one song against herself, and that's who Austin Butler as Elvis kind of looked like. He kind of looked like he had a lot of feminine qualities to him. His look early on with Austin Butler playing him. But it worked. I bought it. I bought him as Elvis. I really did. I remember watching the whole Bill Clinton, Monica Lewinsky American Crime Story, and while Beanie Feldstein pulled off Monica Lewinsky, Colin Firth could not pull off Bill Clinton. I'm sorry. It just did not look like Bill Clinton. Marcia Clark, Linda Tripp, yeah, I bought that. Sarah Paulson playing Marcia Clark and Linda Tripp, I bought both those performances. I could not buy Bill Clinton. But him, Austin Butler as Elvis, I bought it. Colonel Tom Parker, I've never really seen him in real life. I wouldn't know him if I passed him on the street. But Tom Hanks played him like the Penguin, and he was despicable. And I loved him. I hated to love him. I love him, but I hated that. I really hated Tom Parker at the end of this movie. So that's, there you go. That sums up everything about having to do with Elvis, the movie. Go watch it. It's fun. We're done with the quests. We're done with everything else. I think we're going to open up some lunchboxes. And hopefully we'll find some, in our lunchbox, we'll find a peanut butter and banana sandwich. Oh, thank you very much. And, all those cliches and bad voice impressions aside, we will thank you for watching. Take care of each other. Take care of the planet. Take care of your body. And we will talk to you next time. Have a good one. TCB. We'll see you later. We're getting close to the Halloween time, and hopefully those quests have not been done, and we shall do them now. It's spooky time here in the vault. Hopefully, I'm trying to time this up so that the themes change over for Fallout Shelter to the Halloween stuff, and we can do the full shebang. We started out a year ago. It was probably August, September is when we started the this again, and it's coming back full circle now that we've been doing quests. I'm hoping that because of that we can start to do the Halloween quests and do some Halloween talking if we can, because we'll follow through on some of that. We've already done the Halloween quests before on other playthroughs. I don't really think I need to talk about the the quests themselves and what they entail and how you beat them and all of that. It's pretty self-explanatory as anything goes. But I do want to talk about some Halloween stuff. So this was interesting. Go back to 1993. If you were alive in 1993 and old enough to know what's going on in the world, there was a little movie that did not do very well. It was a Disney movie, and it didn't have a lot of box office, splash. Since then, it has become a cult hit, a favorite among people. It gets played year after year. In fact, I'm surprised that on Halloween there isn't a 24-hour like we do the Christmas Story on TBS. I'm surprised that there isn't a 24-hour Hocus Pocus-a-thon, because that would be probably pretty, on brand for today's world. But yes, I'm talking about Hocus Pocus, the original 1983 Disney movie with Bette Midler, Kathy Najimy, and Sarah Jessica Parker, as well as Doug Jones of Star Trek Discovery and Hellboy and all manner of other things. He was one of the gentlemen in Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Very well known, very very tall, lanky guy that plays a lot of those characters. Really, really good actor if you really, when you get down to it. But man, like his pantomime and clown kind of his persona, that movement he can do. Oh my, he's expert at that. Like I said, he plays Saru on Star Trek Discovery. Has been doing for quite many years. He's been on tons of other things. He did the body work for Abe Sapien on the original Hellboy movie, but it was voiced by David Hyde Pierce, Niles from Frasier. But then the second one, David Hyde Pierce said, look, he does the job. Let him do the voice, and he did the voice for the second Hellboy movie. So that's being said. That also, there's a couple other people. Vanessa Shaw's in it. A couple other actors that don't really have a huge IMDb list. What's his name? Charles Rocket is one of the big ones. But, rest in peace, Gary and Penny Marshall, brother-sister act, that were the Satan and his wife in the original Hocus Pocus. They gotta love it. You gotta love that scene where the sisters go to his house and it's like, there's Penny Marshall and the curlers. What are you doing? It was awesome. So anyways, I was 18. I turned 18 in 1983, and I actually did not watch the movie when it first came out. In fact, I didn't watch the movie probably for a good 10 years, 15 years after that. I saw the movie only when Bailey was a little older, like she was 6 or 7, and we would watch it when it would come on TV. Now that was back, before, when I still had cable. That would always come up on Freeform, which used to be ABC Family, and they would play that, and I would watch it there. The 13 Days of Halloween that they would always do, or the 31 Days of, I don't even know what it is anymore. But they would play Hocus Pocus, and we watch it, and it's dated. It's definitely a 90s movie. It has a lot of 90s stuff in it, but while it didn't take itself extremely seriously, it did have a lot of redeeming qualities to it. Bette Midler, Kathy Najimy, and Sarah Jessica Parker are awesome as the Sanderson sisters. 3 witches from Salem, Massachusetts, back in 1653, I think it is, 1683. They were hanged for being witches, and they are, cursed to, not be at rest or whatever. And then, they get released in 1993 and run amok, and they try to live forever by performing a spell. It does not work, and they get, boom, bye-bye, poof. And with the help of, the kids that are in the movie, with the help of Binks the cat and Billy Butcherson, played by Doug Jones, they win the day, and the Sanderson sisters go bye-byes. It's now 2022. It's now almost 30 years later, and there's a sequel. And there was supposed to have been a reboot or a sequel of some sort without the involvement of any of the original cast, I think, on TV. And then that got scrapped when it said, hey, well, we're actually going to do this right. And so we started to see a lot of talk about how Bette Midler wanted to get it going, and they got things back together, and then we have a new updated version, a sequel to Hocus Pocus. I don't want to give away any spoilers on the thing, so we'll try to keep this as spoiler-free as possible. There's not really anything we can tell you that says, oh my God, you're going to give away a spoiler. What, they come back? Well, there wouldn't be a movie, jackass, if they didn't come back. I will say there's one spoiler I will give out, and it's an appearance by a character played by a well-known British lady who, my God, anything for any other reason to watch this movie is to see Hannah Waddingham play a witch. Oh lordy, I can't wait for Ted Lasso to come back. That's neither here nor there. So yeah, let's get let's talk a little bit about that movie, the sequel, and try not to give away too many spoilers. The basic plot is we see how the Sanderson sisters become witches in a sense early on from their childhood. Then we come back to the present day, and there is, of course, Salem has their a Halloween event going on, and through some manner of things, of course, the Sanderson sisters are back, and they're going to try to make sure that they never die, or never go away, or become all powerful, or whatever. And it's up to a few kids to thwart their plans. Those kids are now in the form of three girls. One is named Becca. One's named Cassie. One's name, oh God, I can't remember her name. Ivy? I forget. Oh geez, I feel bad. But three girls, and they are teenagers, and there's no there's no younger little girls like Thora Birch was in the original movie, or older kids like the Max and his the Thora Birch's or his intended to be friend, girlfriend, whatever. There is a cat. It's not Binks. There's no Thackeray Binks. He has his his eternal rest with his sister. There's a lot of not cameos. There are a lot of reintroducing of plot points from the original movie through clips of the original movie, and I will say that, and even so, it's even done as an homage and sort of as in honor of certain people who are who are not in the movie. There's a clip, and that's all I'm going to say. But if you've seen online, they had a clip from the movie where the Sanderson sisters are in a store and they're trying to find brooms to go fly. And of course, if you check the end card of this video and in the description of this video, you will see there's a link to a shirt that I designed in honor of the movie. In the original movie, I just called it Sisters, and it was a two brooms and a vacuum of different colors, the Sanderson sister colors. Just across the shirt, very simple, minimalist if I could, and I just updated it to Sisters 2.0. Their new rides are here, and if you watch that clip online, you know what those objects are. That is one of the best parts of the damn movie is the updating to them riding around on their respective vehicles for witchery. It's pretty funny. There's a lot of great scenes with that. And they also kind of like bring it into the 21st century in a sense of the whole witchcraft thing. Like, yeah, the 1993 movie was definitely a 90s movie about witchcraft, from a kid's perspective. Was not very realistic or kind of poked at the actual belief, the paganistic or whatever belief system. This one kind of does that. They kind of go for a few things in it, but it's still a kids movie. It's still a Disney movie, but it is grown up. There's a little bit more, not adult themes, but there are a lot more threats towards, in the movie, like the violence, kind of like the aggressive behavior, which is kind of, I mean, hey, we're a little older now, but still, for being a kids movie, there was I tell you what, the original was kind of dark in some places. I mean, you do see a hanging, and my least favorite part of the entire original movie was, even though it was a happy ending, having Binks die, the cat, that kind of got me in the feels, because of at the time that I finally ever got to see it for the whole the whole movie. I was going through the death of a black and white cat, my own Oscar, and he that kind of it still gets me every once in a while, because I've had my share of pets go over the rainbow bridge, and it's never something that is fun to deal with. But that's what it is. But it's still, I mean, it was a cat that was not really a cat. It was kind of like a puppet in a sense. But yeah. Also, I will say that the sequel, moves at a pace that doesn't really allow for a lot of development of a story. It just kind of says, they have to wrap everything up in one night, and they kind of spend a lot of time, running time, getting to the point where the Sanderson sisters come back. I mean, I think it's 20 minutes in before you see them, in present day, and then it's kind of everything happens very, very quickly, and it doesn't really move, and it doesn't really make a lot of logistical sense in the way it happens, because it's it does have a sense, because there's there's a list of things to do that they have to do in order to make things go the way they want to, which involve moving the plot along, but it seems like it's a little haphazard in the way that works. And then there's Deus Ex Machina, in a sense, of how they advance that plot a little bit even further to go, which, okay, I get that, you got to do that, but either, develop a cohesive storyline that actually gives you, a thread through the thing, or don't. But don't try to do it halfway through and then just say, oh, we got to hurry up and get to this next point and let's go. Additionally, the original movie, yeah, there were some musical numbers, and the new movie, there are some musical numbers. Usually, and I kind of do not like this sense of how they do sequels nowadays, especially, and let me frame this in a certain way. When you have a movie that has a following, that has social pop culture awareness, that is deeply rooted into pop culture for whatever reason, whether it be merchandising or just seasonal value of watching it again and again, or anything else. When you have that and you bring a sequel that is not a direct drama or action, sci-fi thing, there's a tendency to take yourself a little less seriously and be a little bit more referential and almost go to that breaking of the fourth wall. That usually doesn't happen in a lot of movies that get sequels 20, 30 years later. The one thing I will say is the Matrix sequel that happened last year did this, which made it 10 times less enjoyable. Here, in this movie, there is a ton of nodding to the existence of Hocus Pocus, and it's kind of like a call-out. It's kind of like an analogy. It's kind of like a art imitating life, in a sense. There is a lot of and it doesn't really make a lot of sense, actually, when you think about it. Everybody who lived through, and I'm talking about the characters themselves, everybody who lived through the original events that happened during the first movie should be very aware that the Sanderson sisters are not good people. They are not celebrities. They are not idols, people to be emulated, to be role models. And yet we get treated to a ton of jokes or gags or just references to them being popular among the residents of Salem in 2022. It's almost like, did you not remember what happened the first time around? Like, they tried to kill kids. They kidnapped kids. They threatened children. This is not something you should emulate or want to, see as a role model. And yet, they did. Don't know why, but they did. And then, to that end, we get a musical number, which, don't get me wrong, I enjoyed the music. I enjoyed their singing and the two numbers that they do in the movie. They are appropriate to the it's not like they're like, okay, here's one of something off our new album. Here's Wonderwall, whatever. No, they're two songs that actually are funny and are really, really good, and they really do have a lot to do with the plot. What one does. The other one is like, they make a joke about it. They make a reference to who are they performing for. It's just like, what? I get it. We understand. But why do we feel like witches would be singing? Like, why do we feel like they'd be like a Broadway troupe? This isn't vaudeville. This isn't the Catskills. What are you doing? Is this community theater? What's happening? So the fact that, they do break out into song for no reason, and then they say, like, a direct call out to, they're breaking out into song for no reason, it's kind of like, okay, you're losing me on here. You're pulling the thread of the fourth wall a little bit, and you're making it a little bit referential. Now, that's kind of the thing that has been happening in the last, 7 or 8 years, is that movies have gone to this sort of place where the dialogue and writing is jokey in the face of danger, like inappropriate times to joke around. Case in point, Last Jedi. It's that dialogue, that snappy, witty dialogue that they've been doing, in the last kind of like 10 years that, not breaking character, but like breaking sort of like a character's stoicism to, like, make a joke, crack wise. And the beginning where Oscar Isaac's, Poe, Dameron Poe, he makes, like, he's holding for, he's like, I'm looking for Hux, and like, hello? Nope, nobody there? Are you there? Hello? Nope, like he's like having trouble, and the guy's talking in the background, obviously trying to irritate him and just annoy him. But it's like, that really wouldn't be something you would do in that situation. It's like, yeah, there doesn't seem to be a threat on your life because you are one of the main characters, so you can crack wise and all that. Otherwise, it's like, you don't really have that, have that sort of flippant behavior in the face of being actually possibly killed by, a giant laser beam. So, yeah, that kind of has become a trend in the last few years where they, the dialogue of movies. Marvel movies are just as bad. Other movies are just as have that same sort of style in them, and it's become sort of like, it's a cool hip thing to do with your dialogue. Yeah, but when you're like, kind of like being self-referential, it takes you out of the immersion. It's like you want to watch the movie, you want to submit, into this idea that, I'm watching these characters that I loved as a child and I'm going to watch them. But then it's like, they're doing this for my benefit because they know I'm watching a movie about them, and it kind of really destroys the suspension of disbelief about everything. Now, I don't know. I went to a watch party. A friend of mine, they had a watch party. We sat out on their back porch under the cover. It was pouring down rain that night, and we watched with. They had two TVs in the back porch. There was some TVs inside. All of them were synced up to run, off of the his, Amazon from Disney Plus. So they were all, we were watching it at home. I don't remember, like, was this thing released in the theaters? I don't really know. I'd have to, future me, when you're editing this, go plop in a comment whether or not this was actually in the box office. If it was just on TV, then I can sort of forgive that a little bit. But the problem is that Disney Plus and Apple and all these other streaming services, Netflix, they're putting out actual movies, production movies, not made-for-TV movies. They are just streaming movies that would have otherwise been online or in the box office, and that sort of seems like you're holding it to a higher level of production value. And when you make self-referential stuff like that, and you have other kinds of, like, not so much a this is a serious production. Let's not joke around here. Then that kind of takes away from it, and I sort of don't like that. But I'm going to forgive it just because I did enjoy the movie and I enjoyed my night, and I'm probably going to go watch it again just to miss some things because we had a lot of noise in the background. Those wind chimes going. We had rain. Couldn't really hear the TV over some people talking. Just generally having some fun. So yeah, solid. I'd say 6, almost 7 out of 10 on the scale of compared to the last one. If you've never seen the first one, you're not going to like this one probably. If you love the first one, you'll be glad you watched it. It would take a special sort of fanatic over the original movie to walk away from this and think that was the best thing ever. It's not, but it's pretty damn good for what it is. Like I said, I'm glad they did it, and I know that they're thinking about doing another one. And if they had the right script and everything else, yeah, do it. But I don't know how you would and why you would, because the ending was it was different. They didn't end it the same way that they ended the first one, and that's all I'm going to say. There's a different type of ending. And it makes sense compared to, it's consistent with everything else from the movie, and I enjoyed that, and it tugged a little bit, you know what I mean? It gets you a little bit. So yeah, I allow it. I mean, I'm not like I'm any kind of expert, or authority, but it works. So, all right. I think hopefully we're done with some of these quests. Maybe we're 22-minute mark. We better be done. If not, we'll carry on to the next episode and talk more Halloween stuff while we're doing this. Because hey, guess what? There's some more sequels out there this year that are going to be bringing things to a close on other movies, so we'll figure a way to work them in. But until then, I want to thank y'all for watching. Hey, check out the link in the description. I'll put both shirts and the links in the description. End cards, we'll probably only have one or the other. I don't know how many I can have. We can probably put both in. And otherwise, we'll talk to you next time. Have a good one. Take care of each other. Take care of the planet. Take care of yourselves. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
That's right. We're playing on BlueStacks because Bethesda had a 25th anniversary, and they released new content. But unfortunately, they only released it for the mobile version. So unfortunately, we can't play on the PC version through Steam that we've been doing. However, luckily, I was not smart enough, but the technology was smart enough to help me out here. BlueStacks has now got a new version out there. I think it's BlueStacks 10, and it was able to be installed very quickly, and I was able to go to the cloud from my Gmail account and my Google account and pull in all my old saves from the cloud, which is awesome because here we are, back to the original Vault, the original Vault, back yonder 2000 whatever that was. And here we go. We are. This is awesome. So yeah. So they okay, they got this going on here. What is going on? What's this? Vault-Tec Overseer watches the video to receive a fabulous gift. Of course. Well, okay. Let's see what happens. You have chosen access rewards by watching a third-party ad. We may block this out. Hold on. All right. So yeah, we got. I don't know what happened there. So apparently you get. We got a lunchbox for doing that. We got a lunchbox for watching a video. So yeah, I didn't know if that was originally like that. Controls seem to be okay. Scrolling down, up and down on the mouse wheel does go up and down. If I hold control, and oh my gosh, this works so much better than it used to. But let's go find out what's new in this updated version. Okay, so scare tactics. Oh yeah, we didn't do that. We didn't do that. I thought we did that. Well, okay, we've already done that. I'm not gonna with it. Beware of the overdog. This might be new. Beware of overdog. We'll have to check that out a second. Hold on. Yeah, I don't know. It's been so long since maybe they've been providing content on for a while. I don't remember half of this shit. Yeah. So okay, let's see what the new themes are. Okay. Whoa, dear. Well, okay. My God, this is fun, isn't it? Oh my God, I still got people. I left this in such a state. I think because we were I think we transitioned to we transitioned to PC, and I forgot about all this. Oh, okay, let's get that damn thing done. Come on. Get her done. I have enough. I can whatever we're going to do, I can do it with I'll just use up Nuka-Cola Quantums. I don't care. Come on, dude. So let's see here. Apparently there's new themes. Craft the new theme. No, shit. No, cancel that. Cancel. No, cancel. Oh my god, cancel. Dear Lord. Yes. Did we get anything new? Okay, it looks like the 2 new themes that are included, you have to find the recipes out, the fragments out in the wasteland like we've been doing, but of course everything has always been duplicates. Now there's new ones, you get to find 9 of them. However, I've got 185 Nuka-Cola Quantum, so we are going to unlock them. We're going to unlock them. What's the other one? It's the party diner. Yeah, we're going to unlock that as well. So, party dining, party living quarters. Those are the new ones. Everything else I've still left to go find. I'm gonna craft this one. Sure, let's go for it. Oh dear, death claws. Yeah, I only need to. I'm gonna finish this with one thing. All right, we got that new theme. Let's craft the other new theme. Oh, we need to. Oh, we're gonna have to. Well, I can probably. What do I need? Yarn? I can figure that out. Come on. Let's scrap some shit. Yeah, scrap some. Yeah, that'll be easy. Scrap all that shit. Yeah. That should be enough, you think? Party living quarters. Do it. Craft it. Craft it. Craft it. Crafty. She's crafty. She's crafty. 25. Screw it. We'll do it. I'm never going to use these things. I'm not even going to play this after this is done. Alright, so... Yeah, we know we've got these to be... Let's check it out. Let's check it out. So let's change... I got... Well, let's see here. There's nobody in these ones up here. The diner. Let's change the diner because, let's change the diner to the party one, right? It's the party one. Institute, unlock that one. Railroad. Yeah, these are... There we go. Party! So this is like you've seen like the party in Fallout 76. Yeah. So, okay, the theme will fully merge and upgrade down. We'll change it. Are you sure? Yeah. Sure. Reload now. My goodness. It's been so long since I played the mobile version, I forgot everything about it. It's slightly different, but... I mean, just different enough. Different enough. My goodness. What are we doing? So how y'all doing? Sorry, this is just like disjointed. I wasn't expecting this to drop already. And then it dropped, and it was only for mobile, so I had to scramble and get BlueStacks figured in. Alright, where are we going here? Let's see. Oh, there we go. Look at this! Look at this shit! Let's get in there. Look at that! It's the same cardboard cutouts, and I know this because I bought Fallout 76 and I've been playing it. Look at that! That's awesome! That's awesome. I mean, it is what it is. Oh, and this is my stupid vault that doesn't have the themes or the top level with the the top level of my this vault does not have a 3-row. We've been doing where it's all barracks, so we can keep things flowing. For death claws are running right through a power room, which is not cool. It's not that bad, but it's not cool. Yeah, because this was when I was still playing on mobile on BlueStacks before it came to PC, and I was still running. We were half done. We weren't even all the way through. We continued it on PC and kept going. Oh my gosh, this was like a trip down memory lane for me. There we go. Okay. Look at this thing. It's the same stuff. It's just they've added falling confetti. They've got balloons. The cardboard cutout. It's not like it's that big of a difference. Okay. I still want that quest. I want the quest to happen. Why can't I get the quest to happen? I'm sure it's going to be something stupid. I remember that there was always a difference between playing this on BlueStacks and playing it on the phone, where it would be like a delay. on getting things to kick off. But I'm fine, and you can tell the resolution is just not that great. It's kind of like a little janky, and of course the mouse movements are not really like where you click. It doesn't. It's just slightly to the left or the right. It's not exactly spot on when you click. I can't bring you in. Sorry, I'm sorry, Charlotte. I cannot bring you in. We have no room in this. We might as well open up. Let's see what we get. We'll maybe get some more. Let's see if there's anything we get out of this. Something new. Come on, give me something new out of this, please. There we go. Ed's custom power fist. That's awesome. We got a new. There's a new thing. All right, awesome. And incognito leisure wear, and that's. I mean, it's a good early game stuff. C2, I2, L2. That's a good early game one. Let's see what it looks like on somebody. Let's see what we see on someone. A C2. Let's put him in the. Let's put it on you. Why not? C. Okay, where are we going here? Nope. No, that's not what I wanted to do. There we go. There we go. Look at you. It's just a freaking hoodie. It's just a freaking hoodie. Look at him. I mean, my gosh, he's like the guy that stands down in the corner shop, you know, selling loose cigarettes. None of this is like really fun. I'm not really doing anything cool. My entire style is all over the damn place. I'm sorry about that. Can we? There's nothing else we can craft. We've got all of it. Let's see about crafting a new. One of the new outfits. I mean, we have one of, but we did not get the recipe for it. Heck, I don't even have the Mark 6 power armor recipe yet on this one. Where did I lose my? This is shit. Where is my? Here we are. Okay, let's take a look at what is new that I can tell. Now, I haven't got anything to kick off yet. I know there's a new quest involving aliens. But there is new weapons and outfits to craft, or that you can get from on quests. And looks like anything that doesn't have a recipe attached to it is probably going to be my new stuff. Oh, alien disintegrator. Assaultron head. What? Enhanced Gauss pistol. Enhanced plasma caster. What else we got here? It's kind of hard to get it to work. Okay. Enhanced power fist. Enhanced pulse rifle. Enhanced ripper. Focused Gauss pistol. Grognok's axe. That's awesome. Hardened alien. Let's get that back here. Hold on. I'm doing this on BlueStacks. It's not the best of things. Shoot. Grognok's axe. We just had it. Rusty Ripper, Rusty Pulse Rifle, Rusty Power Fist, Rusty Plasma Caster, Rusty Gas Pistol, Rusty Assaultron Head, Rusty Alien Disintegrator, the Ripper, Pulse Rifle, Power Fist, Plasma Caster, Mountain Mama, Hardened Ripper, Hardened Power Fist, Hardened Plaster Caster, Hardened Gauss Pistol, Hardened Assaultron Head, Hardened Alien Disintegrator. So those are the new weapons that you have to get. You have to find recipes for. We've got 182 out of the 213, so those are the ones we have to get now that we're... and of course, this is, again, this is all on mobile. You can't get this on PC. Let's look at the outfits. I think there's only 2 that I saw. Let's look here. Scroll all down. Yeah, Incognito Leisure Wear and NCR Ranger outfit. Now, you can also get stuff from the lunchboxes. As you can see, I've got some people outside waiting to come in from a quest. I already got one of the new ones, Enhanced Ripper, so that's pretty awesome. Yep, I found a new Hardened Pulse Rifle recipe out there. I just did a quick quest. Can we... Hardened Pulse Rifle. 20 to 21, that's not bad. It's not that, it's 5 days to build it, and it requires... It's an intelligence one. So yeah, we got the Rusty. Yeah, look at all these ones we could do, but we don't have the recipes, and we'd have to go through quests. So yeah, you're going to have to go through. You're going to have to go through quests unless you have a shit ton of Nuka-Cola quantums. Actually, no, you cannot. I'm sorry, you cannot just unlock them with Nuka-Cola quantums. You have to find them in lunchboxes just to get them, or in quests. I'm not getting any of the new, the new quests yet. I don't know where they're at. So let's just go ahead. I think I've done this one. If it's, I will cut it. I will cut the thing if it's been has to do with Beyond the World or Out of This World or something like that. It has to do with aliens, and I know that's a tie-in to Fallout 76 as well. So let's go ahead and let's just do this one. If this isn't, I couldn't find it in my other whatchamacallit. I got a lot of people on coffee break. Holy heck. Yeah, okay. We'll get them sent out. So, what do we got going on here? Let's do this one. Let's get it done. I hate using up. We'll do one quest because I don't know if this is one, and I might cut this out. So, if this doesn't work, if this is something we've not done, but it's still we can find stuff, so I might keep it in. So yeah, this is awesome. 25th anniversary of Bethesda. Doing Fallout Shelter new content. It's 15. Now here's the thing: the PC version on Steam that I have is at I think it's 13.13, 1.13.13. The BlueStacks version, which I just installed, and I actually installed it on my phone on the mobile version to see about if there's any differences that I could get in to kick off, and it didn't happen. But it's on, I think, 1.15. So I don't know what other updates have come through since I stopped playing on mobile. And I stopped playing on mobile, and it's mostly because of me. I was playing on BlueStacks for content. I couldn't do it just on my phone for regular stuff. So I was playing it on BlueStacks, and BlueStacks was becoming unmanageable. It was getting harder and harder to transfer stuff around and to record and use fraps and all that stuff. Now that I've got like just this, the GE Force or whatever, it's been pretty awesome to just record right off the desktop, which is awesome, which is nice. I've come a long way in the last 10 years. But beyond that, because I was able to do local saves on PC and do all that, and not have to worry about, because BlueStacks forced you to install other apps that you really didn't care about, and there was a lot of like janky ad stuff and all that, and I didn't really want any of those. So I quit playing on BlueStacks, and I was kind of worried that I was going to do more harm than good to my computer using it. So I went straight over to PC with the launcher. Well, of course, now that's gone, and now you have to use Steam. But it's kind of upsetting that you can't, and it's only, like I said, it's not going to be, they may decide maybe a year from now, who knows, to update the content on PC so that you can play those same quests, and they may do it, like they might do it next year, I don't know, but I would think since... Well, it all becomes. I think it's all because you're dealing with third-party not developers, but you're dealing with third-party stuff like Steam. It's not Bethesda, it's Steam, and oh dear, let's get rid of you. Shit, they're a little bit harder. Get him. Let's kill him. Oh my God, the controls on this is just. Whew. Oh boy. You're dealing with Steam. You're not dealing with Bethesda itself, the mobile app, but that's Google Play or Android or iPhone, Apple. So it's still a third party in a sense, but there may be something that's along the lines of exclusivity contracts where hey we'll just deal with us and nobody else. Who knows what could be the reason why? I'm just glad that BlueStacks is still a thing, and that I can do the emulation of it on my PC. I don't know what you can use for iPhone for iOS emulation. I'm sure there is one, but BlueStacks has been the primarily the one I've used for Android apps. Mm-hmm. Oh no. Oh, we got a pet. Okay, I don't remember. I do not remember this quest. Like again, I don't remember any of the quests beyond when I moved to PC. So, not that I want to get back into playing on BlueStacks, but I mean, just to get the, you know, we might have to take a little side, you know, journey into BlueStacks in order to experience some of the new content. Maybe we just, you know, go that way. I have, oh my gosh, I have some more, like, I hate to say it, I have some more topics for discussion with Halloween in mind, and this is all kind of like Halloween driven. It's the time of year. I hate to do that. I'd like to record new content on the fly, not, you know, voiceover stuff. But we'll see. And we're definitely gonna, you know, if when I get the quest to pop, we are definitely going to record that. I will make time to record that so that it's not a voiceover. We need to do that. We need to experience that. So okay, well, we didn't get anything really cool out of that. So. All right, well, yay. Oh, well, let's go. We gotta heal our folks up. Ah, come on. I can't knock. I mean, the PC version is just so much better. It's so much cleaner. Now, granted, and then my big old banana hands, I could never do the I could never use the phone that well. So, yay! We got a poodle. A poodle. Yay. And let's see here. Oh, well, we got the alien disintegrator recipe. Cool. We got that. That's nice. So we're going to just keep finding... And we got, of course, we got the duplicates on that. Okay, why are they telling me that now? Like, I already know this shit. That's like, where the hell have you been? Let's see, did that quest pop yet? No, summon a manga. Aw, come on now. Toy soldiers. Echoes of still scenes from the Commonwealth. These are all ones that have always been here, I think. Yeah, because Secret Agent Person, we never did that one. Ride Roach Roundup, party favorite. Wait, this is new. This is new. This is new. Let's do it. Okay, that's new. We will. Onyx is 60% happiness. What? We have got... I forget who our people are. My gosh. My gosh. Yeah, you're one. I know. I remember the Husky being one of them. And then... shit. Helen? No. Can't be Helen. Can it? No, there was always people that were on... Oh, that's not the same... Oh, none of these are... Okay, alright, yeah, oh, yeah, okay. That works. Go on. Alright, maybe we'll... Is this a multi-stage quest? It's... Holy shit snacks, there's 6 of them! Alright, well, we're gonna do that... That'll be the next episode. Because we played around long enough this time around. Crap. Yeah, okay, cool. Well, So it's the new content, folks. We're gonna keep playing and on the BlueStacks here, and get this going. And we'll come back next time. This, you know, this could hopefully this will. Oh shit! This is bad. This is some bad shit here. We're gonna end it out on a positive note. I think they can take them though. I would hope so. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Nice. Alrighty. Well, here's something we should check. Possibly there is new... Maybe let's see if there's any new things to build. No. No, nothing new. Nothing... Oh, man. Thought there'd be new rooms to build. Crap. Okay. So yeah, we're playing on BlueStacks. We're coming back, and we're gonna play some more Fallout Shelter. New content. This could, like somebody said, somebody was really psyched about me doing new content for Fallout Shelter. Like, so am I. Yeah, it's, you know, we're doing the update on mobile, and we're gonna keep on trucking. We're gonna do the quests. So let's get to it, shall we? Let me just check and see what we have here going on level 25. Oh, we can get a Mr. Handy. We don't need a Mr. Handy. I don't think we have any room for Mr. Handys. But there's 75 incidents for another pet, which I want to see if there's any pets involved. And, oh, survive more mole rats attacks with no casualties for another lunchbox. That would be awesome. But for now, let's do party favors. It's the new quests. Here we go. Retrieve party decorations. Oh my. Super duper mart. Look at this location. We have never seen it like this big before. Oh my. This is awesome. Okay. Uh-oh. We've already got some bad stuff out the wazoo. Out the gate. Kick this guy's butt. Get him out of the way. Need to make sure he doesn't get a chance to throw a bomb at us. Alright. Not too shabby. Now, you know, of course, we've been doing this for years on this vault. All my peeps are, you know, level 50. They got all their specials maxed out, and they got the bestest of weapons and things. You know, but this was back in the day when we were doing it with the Mark 6 power armors, not the agility, +7 agility. Here are a few things that worked, but it's not enough. Gather it up and let's keep looking. So what do we get out of that? Oh, we got some kind of a recipe. That'd be great. Awesome. More bad guys. So yeah, I mean, like I said, this vault has been around since 2015 when the game first came out. It was my original vault on my phone, and then I moved it to BlueStacks to use so I could record, and then we moved it again to from, you know, BlueStacks to we could convert to the PC version, but you can't go backwards. So if y'all need to know how to get, you know, to get BlueStacks working, I put a link in the description of the last video. It's so simple. It's just you install it, you go search like it's an Android store, looking for Fallout Shelter, and then you can go install it there if you don't still have it on your phone. If you're still playing on your phone, good for you. Let's see here. There are logs in this computer. Sales and inventory. Maybe there's a clue here. We got a ripper. Did you hear screams? I heard screams. Okay, so that was pretty simple. We can go on and do the next quest after this. I don't want to use up all my whatchamacallits, but we can use up some. Yes. We got a ripper, a theme recipe. Hopefully, well, we already unlocked all of that, so whoops. But anyways, it's fine. It's all fine. We can build some more weapons. So yeah, like I said, you just install BlueStacks, go to the Android store, and install the game if you want to, or if you just play along on your phone, or whatever you want to do it. I quit playing on the phone at the time. This was back before Android. This is back when they still called them by you know, candy or confection type versions. 11 minutes. Oh hell, we're gonna do it. But then they moved to like 7, 8, 9, 10. I think they're on 13 now. And let's see what we get here. Let's see what we got here. Okay, yes. And we got, oh yeah, the living quarters. Oops. Oopsie. Oh well. It's okay. Scared to, oh, we saw that one. Hey, the mysterious stranger. I'm going to probably send another team out to do this one and do it on my own, just so I can have more lunchboxes to open. Mandatory Fun. That was a Weird Al Yankovic album that came out. Let's see here. Guitar peeps involved. Whoops. A little bit fast. Let's just scroll down nice and slow. Oh, you people need to be healed up. I'm sorry. Did I leave you hanging like that? I apologize. So, okay. We got good stuff here. Send them out. Let's go. Yeah, but it was like, I don't even know what version it was, but I was in, I was probably an older, like a version or two behind from the latest, and Fallout Shelter just kept crashing it just crashed constantly, and I could never. You know, you go launch something, like, you don't have a lot of time to play, and these things are sometimes timed events, so you would go in and try to play it and be like, keep crashing, and like, oh, I don't have time for this. So, you know, you would never be able to, you know, get any kind of good quality time out of it. Let's, these guys built all the themes. Let's put them... Oh, no, we have everybody where they need to be. Okay, what outfit plant now we need to do? Yeah, here's what we need. Okay, let's, alien disintegrator. Woohoo! But we don't have enough stuff for it. Well, shoot. I mean, is it all... Are they all legendary stuff? No, they are some rare. Those are the rare ones. The, enhanced ones are the are rare. And hardened ones. And then rusty ones. Then when you get the legendary, you get the rusty, some of this other stuff as well. Oh, we still can't build half of this shit. We're gonna have to probably scrap some stuff too. Oh dear! Death Claw attack. No, where are you going? Where are you going? You need to stay there. Oh no, it's Mulred attacks. Crap. And this is not the vault that I have Pip, which would provide me with 3 times the objective that I need to get. Quite frankly, though, this vault, they don't get very far. They may get to the next room, but they're not going to get very far. You're fine. There's one down. There's 2 down. The third one gets through. They're not 4. I always think there would have been 4 of them at this point. He didn't make it very far. But that all goes to the thing. So, yeah. So, you know, I wasn't sad getting rid of it off my phone, and you know, it was easier to do it on BlueStacks or here. So, let's go ahead and get somebody out for this, let's get this one out here for... Here, we got Puck. People on coffee break. We've got enough people to send out. Let's send you out. You don't have anything to take. Let's send you out. Oh, we need a better... Oh, we can take Ed's custom power fist. Why not? Shoot. We need to really... You need to... Oh, you were doing something probably. What the hell are we doing? Oh my gosh, that's so not used to being in... Yeah. Alright, well, what do we got in the way of agility? We got a hard... Equipped. What do we got in the way of agility? We can send them out with that. Switch them with a 7. And then we'll go back and fix them. We do not have anything good. Shoot. We are not doing good at all. There we are. Now we're getting somewhere. Yeah, we'll take that one for now. Nope. Okay, we'll take yours. What do we care? We're just getting it done. Right? Alright, James, we're going to get them out. The other ones are going. How long are we going to be out there for? Holy crap, they're there already. Are you kidding me? Wow, that was... No, they are. Okay. Cool. Well, we'll come back and, you know, we'll come back and do it. We'll let them get to their place. So, I don't remember this one. I don't remember this one. What the heck is this, Jack? And it was like a Christmas one. Oh my gosh. Oh, okay. Never mind. New Year's Day. Alright, let's go take on the next one. Mandatory fun. Search for the missing party supplies in the government building. Oh, jeez. Okay, well, sure. Alright. Whoops. No, not that one. This one. Here we go. Alright, I gotta find the missing party decorations. How big's this one? Not very big. Well, it's kind of long, but it is what it is. Oof. Okay, here we are, Uncle Sam's house. Wow, okay. Where did we go to again? This isn't like the capital or anything like that. Oh! Holy shit! Protectrons. That's new. Oh, I don't seem... I don't seem that hard to beat. But that was cool. That's finally a new enemy quest. That's awesome. I wonder if there's like an alpha version. Alrighty, cool. I'm already 1000% better. I was getting kind of bored with the same monsters. So it's kind of cool. Look at all these computers. They were hiding some more streamers, and they're hiding more than streamers and balloons. You're still locked in on potty hats. Oh, what did we get? Wow, we got a nice little gun there. Well, let's see what it is. Rusty Gauss pistol. Nice. Okay. Package of balloons. Just be careful with the table glitter, because it's just gonna get everywhere. It's the VD of crafts. Alright, well, that was all for that. But, I mean, I'm going to continue, going through the rest of this building, because why wouldn't we? Maybe there'll be more robots or something. That'd be cool. Now, that makes me wonder, though, will we have just new enemies in these quests? Oh, another new weapon. Will we just have the new enemies on these quests, or are they going to start putting them into other quests as well? The repeatable quests. And I'm thinking no, they won't, for the simple fact that those quests are just mostly repeatable events that have already been programmed, and they're not going to change that. So probably not. I don't think it's randomized in that fashion. Okay, so nothing big. Just two new robots. That was, they teased just a little bit. So yeah, okay. Yeah, and again, somebody did ask from the last video, when are they going to put this on PC? And I was pretty, vague, because I don't know. I don't know what the plans are. Again, it's quite possible that we will never see this on PC, either because there's an exclusivity between the developers at Bethesda for the mobile platform, game, and the Android or iOS format, the particular operating systems, and therefore, they have, hey, you have to develop for us first, you can't go anywhere else, and, get as much as you can on those two platforms before they go anywhere else. It could be because the amount of programming that's involved in going on a phone, iOS or OS, to PC or Linux or anything else like that, could, and consoles and like Switch and PlayStation and Xbox, that they just aren't ready for that yet. They have to have a team do that, and they haven't got that part because they have to do the porting of it. Or sadly, it's because they can't monetize it on those other platforms, and therefore they don't see them they're not incentivized to do so. So we are gonna probably not see these for a while. And again, I'm leaning towards they want to get people on them the bread and butter for them is on the mobile platforms, not any other platforms. So probably not going to see it. There's something else I want to look at just real quick. I mean, we're attacking all these types of updates that we got from the game, but there's something that I saw which I thought was pretty cool. I want to check it out. I haven't rushed a room in for so long because don't really need to. But there's, activate, there's a 10% chance of incident, but this guaranteed rush, what is that guaranteed rush? I don't know what that means. What does that mean? Guaranteed rush. Is it you have to use... Oh. Well, that answers that question. It makes you watch an ad. So that even leads me more to believe that this is all because they want to be able to monetize the platform, since it's a free game. And they probably don't. And people like me have already proven that you don't need to spend your money on the game itself when you can just play the game. But so they're trying to get money by making you watch ads because the developers of those other games pay to put their product placement onto these games, and then when they play the ad, can I do it again? No, I have to wait 2 hours to do it. Okay, so there you go. So at least they don't they should just let you do it no matter what. But I think they probably have some sort of a thing that says you can't just keep spamming with ads. So okay, well. We will wait for them to come back in, and then we will do the next one, which is 2 of 6. So we'll do 3 of 6, and then we'll go from there. Alright, we are back. And we've got to collect our stuff. Let's get rid of the stuff we don't care about. And bring them in. Yeah, I know we're low on space. I know we're low on space. And we're going to send you back out for the next... searching in the dark. Ooh, what's this? Rewards. I can't even tell what that is. While looking for our decorations, our team discovered something out at the old government building that was a surprise to us all. We have since sifted through the data on all our logs and found a reference to a government facility that may hold more revelatory information. This may lead us to some tech that can help us improve the vault leaps and bounds beyond what was planned. We need to send a team out as soon as possible. Well, we'll do that. We'll get on that. We're moving. Okay, we're gonna get there. Shoot. Do we not have... oh my gosh. Ooh, there we go, that's what I'm looking for. Alright, and you... coffee break. Yeah, sure, why not? Go, get out there. And how long is that going to be? How long is that one going to take? It's going to take 3 hours. I think we're going to just burn a... we're going to burn one. Well, you know what I mean. We're going to burn up a Nuka-Cola quantum to get them out there. Oh my goodness. Why does it even matter to do this? Wouldn't think it would. Oh, we don't have a lot of room to put you people in. Yeah, we only... Preston, you gotta go here. You can go here. That should be good. Okay, so let's go. Like I said, let's go ahead and do that. Oh, 2 of them. Oh, make me use 2. Not a problem. We'll do it. We've got 3 more quests to do. After this, the truth is in here. The ragu. Find evidence of alien experimentation. We're gonna find like a butt plug or something? What the hell? Alright, it's not that big. Okay. I just to let you know, like, we're gonna break in here when we find something cool, but for now... Is this me, or is this really spooky? We're in a post-apocalyptic wasteland. Yeah, I know, and this is what's creeping me out. That's pretty good. Let's see. We're getting... Oh, more robots! Cool. Intruder. Looks like they ran security here. I doubt we'll find any locked doors in this place. Huh. Nice. I love having the protectrons. Oh, another gun. Nice. Another nice, cool, awesome gun. Yeah, but I was doing some research on the versioning, why the version on the PC or the Steam version is different than the version that was in here, where it's like 1.13.13 on my Steam release versus... You're right, all the doors are open. People must have left here in a hurry. Versus like 1.15, I think it is. 1.15. And near as I can tell, I found like a release list. Oh, aliens! Holy shit! Oh, they're all bosses! It doesn't matter who I aim at, they're all bosses. Oh crap, this could be bad. Oh no, that's not bad at all. They're no match for us. But the 1.15, I think, is just iterative. Oh, they got some nuka grenades or whatever. I think the 1.15 is just iterative of each holiday season that has come up since 2019, which is when 1.13.13 came out. And I think that just, you know, each little iteration is each year, is each season throughout the year. Because the pictures that they have on the icons next to the releases were Like there's a vampire one for Halloween. There's the St. Patrick's Day has a little leprechaun hat, and I think with Easter, I think there's an Easter one. He's walking next to the rabbit. So I think that is what those are. So 2019, 2020, 21, and 22. Those all are just the individual movements from regular Vault to, oh yeah, who the hell were those guys? Aliens. They're aliens. Whatever they are, whether they're friendly or dead. Let's get out of here. Oh, and we got something cool, like junk armor or something. Who knows? What is that? What kind of armor is that? Robot armor. Nice. It's not very good though. S2 E2 L2. I've gotten better. I guess it's a good time to just start playing. But yeah, so like each one is the regular Vault, and then the next iteration or the next like patch is 1.13.2 is then the holiday, and then 1.13.3 is them taking the holiday away and going back to regular Vault. And I think that's how that works, because there's no other information as to what was happening. Now 1.15 might be this new update, the 25th anniversary update that all this stuff has been put into, but otherwise it's also the Halloween update. So 1.14 point whatever might have been released the holiday to reintroduce the quests and the themes and all the stuff, and the lunchboxes with ghost outfits and skeleton outfits, and then 1.15, on top of that, we're going to release the update that has the aliens and these quests and new weapons and stuff. So that's, as near as I can tell, that's what that meant. So that goes back to last video we were talking about how is this a different version? Aha! Hey, a dead rat. How charming. And the other odd thing about it is that the PC version has not been going through those iterations with those, and I think that may be because of the operating system. You know what I mean? It's a little bit, you're updating like a very small piece of it to just turn on those other items for holidays versus the Android or the iOS for Apple iPhones to do a thing here. Yeah, we're having fun. So there you go. Okay, yay, we got that. We got robot armor. We got plasma caster. Oh, that looks sweet. I like that. Oh, I like that. This is pretty cool. I wish we could get this stuff on the PC. I really do. Okay, we're going to bring him back in real quick so we can send him back out. Sell common items. We're gonna get rid of all that stuff. What is the thing on this? 17 to 21. That's pretty good. In fact, you know what? Have at it, dude. Have at it. They all have. You don't have it. Let's give you the plasma caster. In fact, you get the plasma caster. How about that? Okay, so let's see. What's the next quest? Is going to be searching in the dark, or I'm sorry, enclosed counters, get to the crash site, field, lab, and find the alien tech, which is one of those. Level 25. Okay, good thing we're level 50. And we're going to get some junk, legendary junk, and some rare junk, which is going to be cool. Yeah, let's just get you. Boy, they really just like jang around there. Oh, you didn't get all the way healed. That's not even right. I don't remember any of these people's names. Margaret Crawford, there you are. Yeah, you've got the plasma caster. Let's get out there and go and start. We're going to just start the quest now. Skip the little boom boom for them going out. We're going to just go. Alright, discover where the Robco is keeping their research in closed encounters. Also, if I get this out before we get deep into the weeds here, I put the video out, what, Friday? Friday evening? Something like that? Apparently there's an object somewhere at this crash site. Looks like a cave. It's a cave. Yeah, we know it's a cave. And I put the video up, what, Friday? And it has blown up in terms of, from my channel, it has blown up. 502 views as of this morning. So, man, thank you very much for coming in and watching that thing, and I'm just, it's nice. It's nice to see like the resurgence of things in, on the channel with that with this update. This has been a great thing, I think, and I think it's quite possible. I hope that they stick around. Oh dear Lord, there's an alien sleeping. Oh no. There's an ID tag here, Robco. I have a bad feeling about this. Oh, we gotta... That's not their outfit. What the heck is that? Can we click on him? No, he doesn't do anything. Oh, no, the bird makes noises. But yeah, I think it's gonna push me over. Oh, look at that. That's awesome. Intruder, please provide identification. Vault-Tec personnel identified. Error. Vault-Tec employees not authorized to access site data. Whatever. We're proud to meet your maker. We're a walking toaster. We went through a lot to get here. We're not leaving empty-handed. Did you say Vault-Tec? But we're from Robco. Yeah, Robco. Here's my ID. And okay, we're going. Just let us get this computer. We definitely brought it and we'll go. How about like this? Did you say Vault-Tec? But we're from Robco. Yeah, Robco. Here's my ID. What's it? What's the answer? Scanning. Robco personnel positively identified. Welcome to X71A. Please enjoy your stay. Nice. What is that? Alien eggs, and one of them broke out. Oh dear Lord. So I think the last video is going to push me up over 1,000 subscribers, which is sweet. Thank you so much. Somebody called it. They said you're gonna reach, you're gonna go, and I'm like, well, yeah, you're probably right. I hope that's not an indication that I have to look at this alien tech. Careful with that, you might punch a hole in the moon. Let's get the stuff back to Vault and comb the data. Might be more of this stuff out there right for the picking. Woohoo! And what is that? That is Alien Disintegrator 17. You are gonna have. I know it's not a lot, but I want to have it. I want to see what it does. There you go. In closed encounters, we've beat that quest. We've got one more room to go into. So yeah, and I've said before. Oh, there's an alien. Only one? Oh my gosh. Seriously? Ooh, the plasma caster does some damage. More so than the alien disintegrator, because he's still there. Whoop. Oh no, did you hear that noise he made? That's pretty cool. And he had a little pop gun on him. Yeah. So I think it's going to be pushing me up over 1,000, and like I said, I'm not going to change much. We're not going to start monetizing every single video. We are going to just keep doing what we're doing, because I don't think you deserve that. You've been so kind to me to make you sit through an ad. But also, I think the ones that have value, like the update, the don't buy lunchboxes, and a couple of things that I've done tutorial-wise on like how to do things, I think those ones will get monetized. The DOS box one, I think like that kind of stuff I would. But everyday videos, I don't think it's fair to put stupid ads on them. So, alrighty. Yay! We're going to come back in. And I think I'm going to send him back out and let him go from himself and take a break. Yep. Nice. Alright, what is the next one? The next one is number 5. Ooh, we got a fist and some sort of a outfit, and you gotta be level 26 to do it. And we've been churning through the data. It came back from that UFO lab we scouted a while back. Turns out the old government turned over most of their specimens to Robco, and we found a holotape among the junk you brought back from the UFO crash site mentioning something about the next stop, development of advanced AI. Luckily, the nearest Robco factory is pretty close to our vault. Let's send some dwellers out there so we can research that data. It can make a big difference for our vault, which I'm wondering if that means that like there's something going to happen. That's the wrong guy. What the heck? Yeah. I'm kicking all the wrong people. Holy crap. But I'm wondering if they're going to like provide us with more things based off of the completing of the quest. Who knows? Alright, it's a starter of this. Oh no, Deathclaw. Alright, well we're gonna take a little break and we'll come back and they're gonna go and do their thing and we'll catch up with them afterwards. So we'll talk to you in a bit. Okay, I think we're going to continue on and take care of these quests. We've got... I'm going to just use the... yeah, I'm going to just use... Because I don't want to waste time. I want to make sure I hit this deadline on Friday real hard. So we're going to use the 2 Nuka-Cola quantums and do it. We have them to spare. It's okay. Act 3 upgrade. Discover where Robco is keeping the research. Look at this. Nice. Not very big, but it's nice. I like it. Oh. Is that more alien eggs? I think I need to put a Robco shirt on the end on the bumper for the picture. Oh, there's ghouls in the Robco. Look at the that's awesome. Like the mainframes and the servers in the background. Also, I learned just out of curiosity, I wanted to see what would happen. You cannot, when you're using BlueStacks to play on the mobile, the emulator for Android. You cannot use the old time glitch trick. It does not work. You can change the time as much as you want. This is self-encapsulated. It does not follow that. Now, I'm sure there's probably something in here to change the time on the emulator's internal clock, but that I don't know how to do. So... you cannot do it. Yeah. I'm sure there's a way to do it. Oh crap, what have I done? Get out of here. Okay. If I find something and you want to know about it, we'll do a separate video on it. According to the crash site logs, Uncle Sam let Robco have the object that they were always gabbing about. Whoops, I missed the thing. Maybe, maybe not. I doubt there's somebody who hides something like that somewhere in public. Maybe, maybe not. I doubt they'd hide something like that somewhere in public. Okay, getting closer. That's just regular dialogue we always have. Server farms. I love it. Nice rooms. Standard room we've had before. Manager's office. The terminal still work. Got a holotape here with a whole bunch of entries. Yeah, there's something about a government contract at the R&D lab. I think they're the coordinates. That's got to be it. Let's get back to the vault and dig a bit deeper. And we got a power fist of some sort, Ed, or something like that. Ed's power fist, whatever it was called. Okay. Oh, hello. Also, in between, I did the game show gauntlet, which we've done 1,000 times, but I have not done on BlueStacks for a while. And I had 50 level peeps, doing the normal stuff with a alien blaster, a dragon's maw, and yeah, I almost died. There were death claws all over the place, first of all, and even though it was all the answers I already knew from before, it took a while to get down to the bottom level of this big building before I actually got a critical hit opportunity against one of the death claws. And then everything was just even at its worst, I always had an ability to really see what I was doing, to get the critical hit. This thing was bouncing in and out like you wouldn't believe. There was no way I was going to make it. I think I got the best I got was 2.5. But there was no way. It was horrible, and everybody nearly died. So I don't know if that got harder because of the mobile is harder, or it's just I haven't played it so long, and on the mobile it renders differently for those types of things, and maybe that's it's harder that way. All right, we did it. Let's get back. We got a power fist and a recipe fragment and a double barrel shotgun, sawed-off version. Alright, let's bring him back in for one. Nuka-Cola, bring him in. Sell the common items. Get rid of that. And we got the power fist. Alright, and then one of them had a power fist. It wasn't that great. Was not that great. You can see him out here. Yeah, he got the power fist and he wasn't doing that hot with it. So, alright, let's see here. This is the last one. Let's do it. Get into the secret Robco R&D facility to track down the research data. Let's do it. Margaret Crawford. Oh, I always pick the wrong one. Lawrence Armstrong. There we go. There we go. Let's go. Let's do it. Kick butt. Yeah. Yep. Watch another video, and they keep giving me caps. Like, I can't take any more caps. I've got a million caps already. Nothing's gonna happen. So it's a hit or miss on whether or not I'm going to get a lunchbox. I want to get lunchboxes because of the chance to get some cool stuff out of it. And there's nothing else really I can do right now to get a lunchbox. I mean, 2 mints are handies. Okay, there's too good to be true. Well, I can do that one, but I don't have the mini. I don't think I have the miniguns. I'd have to send out 2 people. I think I have 2 miniguns. Lead Belcher and I think another one. Alright, my friends are electric. Let's do it. Boogie, woogie, woogie. They're electric. Oh, you kids don't know that song. Every wedding you would go to in the 80s. It's the electric slide. Alright, enter and explore the UFO lab. Oh my goodness. It's a biggie. It's a biggin'. Let's see what we got. Dialogue. Just a research base is here. This is just a store and a mall. The secret research base is here. It's just a store and a mall. Where better to hide your secret research than under everyone's noses? Well, this is true. Oop. Intruder alert. Intruder. More killer robots. They kind of move weird. They were like kind of like not, their legs weren't going. They were moving faster. I wish the critical. It would be great. You know what? This would have been a cool idea, Bethesda. To have the killer robots and have a critical hit their that thing on their back and turn them frenzied so they attack each other. That would have been smart. Oh, look at this guy. Oh, don't shoot! I'm not like those other ones out there. I'm Ed. Hi, Ed. I was an engineer here before my face went on radio. Wow, he's a ghoul. The good stuff is down below. Take all you want. Take me with you. Oh, we got a new dweller. Okay. I can't bring him in. I'll have to let somebody go. Thanks. I'll meet you outside when you're done. I can't wait to talk back. Talk to people who can talk back. Okay. I like his outfit. I wonder if his outfit comes off. Like we can change. Oh, there's the outfit. Okay, yeah. So we can definitely change the outfit. That's cool. A new outfit. That's different than one. Oh, aliens. I want that outfit. I want the red one. It's pretty cool. There we go. So now he actually even said go below, you know, all the good stuff's down below. But ours is to explore the lab and enter and explore the UFO lab. So, oh, more alien. Oh, there's only one this time. What's this? Oh, look at him squeaking. I kind of feel bad for him, but I don't. Alright. Getting off track. See, that even says getting off track, so it says all the good stuff's down below, and it says I'm getting off track by coming down here. I like the decor. I like the rooms. I like that they've included these rooms. I really wish they would incorporate some of this new stuff and reskin some of the old quests. Oh, there's an iBot. Oh, shit. An iBot. 2 iBots. They're not playing, like, music. Patriotic music as I kill them. Alrighty. Cool. So we've had aliens, we've had robots, and we've had iBots. Those are the 3 big new creatures to fight. Now, if they had a sentry bot, that would be awesome. Or RoboBrain. Or Mr. Gusty. Mr. Gut, not Mr. Gusty, Mr. Gutsy. Oh, God, Mr. Gustafson. Alright, not a great weapon there, but what is that outfit we got? Robco R&D suit, I-4. Oh, that would be good for your stim pack, hospitals and science labs. That's pretty cool. Non-shop ass, non-shop. Listen, they missed an entirely good opportunity to say exterminate. You know what I'm saying? That would have been slightly more on the nose for this. They went with instead of going with the Doctor Who obvious reference, they went with take your pick, Holy Grail. Excuse me, Holy Grail or Lord of the Rings. And it's more Holy Grail, I get it, because he said, oh, look at that shit. Look at that. Nice. There it is. We found it. Whoa, it's big. That's an UFO. Never mind. Good you can. Let's get back to the vault. Okay, so we got a theme. We got a recipe for something. Got the. Ooh, yes, we got the red one. Oh. What? Wait, please. Alien spacesuit and Robco R&D suit. That's awesome. We've got what did that have on it? P2I4A2. So we'll throw some of those on my. But I don't know that you can make them. It seemed like those were. I only saw 2 outfits in the unlockables for the crafting room, so I don't know that you can make them. Oh, more iBots. I earned this, dang it. Nope, nothing else in there. Make sure I'm getting everything. I don't want to miss anyone. Ooh! Oh, little rad rushes after all this. Now that being said, we've finished these quests, and will we continue to find in other chests on other quests? Will we find the possibility of finding our Robco R&D suit or alien suits? Will we find those, sending our dwellers out to the wasteland to scrounge around for stuff? Will they bring them back? Will we get them in lunchboxes? That's some things I don't know about yet. I'll have to find that out and let you know. That's why I was doing some other quests to see if that actually happened and I could report back on it. Okay, so we did that. We're going to come back in. Ed the Ghoul. Nice. Ed the Ghoul, alien spacesuit, and military circuit board. So we're going to have to say goodbye to at least 2 dwellers. That sucks. We'll have to find a couple of people that have been around we don't really care about. I think I don't know that these vaults from the old days have multiples. Like I had like three dogs, or 2 butches. I think I had 2 butches in one of the other vaults. All right, we'll bring them back in for now. It's only 17 minutes. We're gonna let them go. So okay, wait for them to come back in, and we'll do a little more. And like I said, I've got 2 lunchboxes, one from a quest and one because the natural 7-day time period had expired. And I want to go check something out here while we're waiting. Where's my outfit plant? So, again, these are ones I have to craft. You can't get them anywhere else because I got the little screwdriver and wrench in the corner. Let's say all. Scroll all the way down. Incognito and NCR Ranger outfit. I still have not received those recipes to create them. Now, let's see here. Alien suit is not listed here. Advanced to armored, and then Robco is not listed after Republic robes, because Scroll Bomber is the next one. And then on the ones that I don't have access, you know, anything to, I can't build them yet because I don't have enough junk. The alien suit is not there either. Neither is the Robco suit. So, interesting. Interesting. So, and I don't know if it's going to show up here because I haven't received them yet. They're still out en route. So, I'll have to check them out. Look at all this stuff. I didn't realize this. I got mostly everything. I'm only missing two, you know, a handful. And these are not in order. They are in order. Okay. Yeah. Incognito leisure where that one shows up. Okay, cool. So, I'm kind of upset by that. Alright, you know what? I'm impatient. Let's figure out who we're going to get rid of. Oh my goodness, we're going to have to go with level 50s. Superstar Billy Graham, we're not going to get rid of him. We should get rid of Todd because he looks kind of goofy with that swimsuit on. And, oh, mysterious stranger. I'm not going to go looking for him. Yeah, I don't... Arthur Anderson. I feel bad. He's been around a long time, I know. But, Mr. Anderson, you're out of here. You're gonzo. See ya. Sorry. I feel bad, but you'll be fine. I know. I feel bad. I feel bad doing it. I really do. It hurt. I know. He's so sad. He is so sad. Okay. Who else? We gotta get rid of somebody else, too. Carl Bush. Yeah, you're gone. You're gone. We'll backfill it because these are... We're gonna have two outfits that are, you know... So yeah, we need people for those rooms. Okay. Boop. I know. Better Future Underground. Yeah, right. I'm sorry. I really hate it. I really do hate it. And then, Miss Charlotte Moore, you can come in. Now, watch the dumbasses. What thing we'll do is... Oh, there's Bottle and Cappy. Is that we will open up our lunchboxes eventually and end up with, like, 3 more dwellers. We can't bring in anyways. That's what's gonna suck. Alright, let's get them in here because I need to see how this is gonna work. We gotta wrap it up here soon. It's getting kind of late in the video. Yep, sell the common items. We got Alien Suit is a legendary, and the Robco Suit is a rare. Do not sell those things. What are you nuts? Don't do that. Alright. Okay. And what? We got the pulse rifle recipe. Cool. And there's Ed the Ghoul. Ed the Ghoul, you're going to have to go through training. You're going to have to go through... So that, I think technically we get 2 Robco suits. Oh, hi. I can't get there right now. I'm dragging somebody. What? Oh, I think that was just telling us now. We had to let him in, right? Yeah, he's okay. So he's wearing... Okay, cool. Cool. We're good together. So, you, whoops, no, okay, you're good there. So let me figure some things out here. We're going to try this. I'm breaking in just for this, you know, we're going to try this just because I want to be able to get another lunchbox. I may record it, I may not. There's going to be just a shit ton of death claws. I don't know if it's going to be such a good idea. But we will try it. So everybody's got what they need. I think we're good. Oh god, they're back here. They just left! Alright, go. Have fun. We'll be back to open up some lunch boxes. Okay, I can confirm that on the existing quests, you can get the new items and recipes for the new items in containers. So go ahead and start getting those. What the heck is this? This just popped up. 25th anniversary giveaway. Vault-Tec is celebrating Fallout's 25th anniversary with a free giveaway for our favorite overseer. That's you. We're getting 3 lunch boxes, 3 pet carriers, and 10 Nuka-Cola Quantums. Awesome. I love it. Ah! Yay! Look at all that shit. Oh, that's wonderful. Oh, joyous day. Okay, we have proved that you can get the new weapons and recipes on quests that were existing before the update, and we have done all of the quests that were part of the update, and we've gotten some of the new items. So let's go ahead and open up all these lunch boxes and other containers that we have, because we got a lot of them. These were just from doing some of the other additional quests that got me some Mr. Handies. They gave us some stuff from the update, and we went 7 days, so it's like, you know, we got a ton of stuff here. So, of course, let's get all of Mr. Handies open. We got a ton of Mr. Handies. Again, do not spend your money on in-game items. I don't know how many times I gotta say it, but I may not have enough room for Mr. Handies. Let's go here. We got them. We still got 14, so that was 4 Mr. Handies just in that load. Let's get the pets open next. And see if... I don't think there's any new pets. I don't think there's any new pets as part of the update. But we got crafting costs. That's a good one, actually. That's a very good one. I think that's one of the legendary ones. Ooh, a bird. We got a bird. I'd like to get Pip. That would be awesome. Plus 6 damage. We can put that at the front door. What else we got? Another kitty. Another kitty. Oh, I didn't even... Oh, damn it. I didn't even just look at it. We'll have to go back and look at it. I clicked too fast. Got a little click happy. Healing speed times 4. That's good. That's another legendary one, I think. Alright. What else do we get? That's a rare 3 times rod healing speed. Last pet carrier. A Doberman. It's just a rare 3 times healing deal. Millie! Aw, Millie. We still have, and that was, wow, 6 pet carriers, and now we still have 8 lunch boxes to open. This is gonna be crazy! What did we get? We got a Giddy Up Buttercup. We're probably gonna get some dwellers, which means I'm not gonna be able to bring them in. I'm going to get rid of more people. Oh, but, you know, okay, it's Halloween, so we got the skeleton costume. It would be nice if we got some more stuff. I don't know what you get out of lunch boxes that would be associated with the update, other than outfits, but I don't think that those are, like, worthy of a lunchbox. I don't know. Sometimes you get them. Sometimes you get, you know, some of the outfits, but I don't know that would give you the new ones. We're just getting junk and some weaponry. We might get good weapons. Oh my god, seriously? Got a Mr. Handy out of a lunchbox? That's an oddball one. God, look at them all lining up at the front there. I got 5 of them. Oh my goodness, we're getting tons of caps, another skeleton costume. That's awesome. I love how in the skeleton costumes. Those are always good. Okay, stim pack. Oh, it's another skeleton costume. I'm thinking because it is Halloween time, I'm getting a lot of skeleton costumes because of that, instead of other items that I could be getting any other time of the year. Young guy hide. And Tyler, right, got a dweller. Okay. I'll have to figure something out with that. Kick somebody else out. More caps, which I can't even take. Food. A toy car. Junk. Merc gear. Yeah, scrap that. Caps. Alright, last one. Last one. So far, nothing new has come from these lunchboxes. Not a damn thing new. Nope. We got host. Luke the Human. Okay, well, there you go. I lied. I got a new Luke the Human. Hold on a second. Let's figure out who he is. Okay, I cannot find a damn thing on him. I don't know if it's going to get added to the wiki later. My thing is he's probably just a random person. Maybe it's an in-joke for Bethesda, a developer or something. Maybe even somebody within Bethesda that worked on Fallout Shelter or any of the Fallout games. The only Lukes I can find in regards to Fallout were Lucas Sims, Luke, what was his name? Luke Allard. Something like that. He was in Jean-Luc Allard was in one of the Fallouts. He was a soldier in Napoleon's army, but that is only mentioned in Fallout 4 Nuka World. So I'm not exactly sure who the heck this guy is, but I'm sure we'll find out sooner or later. So I'll keep an eye out for that and report back later. But we'll take him. Oh dear. Well, shoot. Preston, you got this, right? Yeah, you got this. Okay, so there you go. There you have it. That's it. We are done. That's been an hour. I'm so sorry for making it wait this long for all of this. I thought about splitting this up into 2 videos, but why? Give everybody what they want. Why not? It'll be great. Yes, if this looks like a different vault to you, that is because we have found a way to pull in our vault from our Steam Play and move it into the BlueStacks emulator for Android. If you don't know how to do that, or you're wondering how I did this, there's a video out there. I hope you could watch it already. If you haven't, I'll put a link in the description and help you out. Basically, it's a one-way trip. I brought this vault over here. Now, my vault still exists over on the Steam launcher. I can still play it there if I choose to, but I can't play any of the new stuff. And I can't play any of the new stuff over here on BlueStacks with that same vault, and then bring it back over later on if I want to go back to playing on Steam with it. They've become 2 different things. They no longer are the same vault anymore. Because this right here, 1.15, is the version on the mobile devices version of of Fallout Shelter, whereas on the Steam launcher it's still 1.13.13, so it will break if the game will crash if I try to play it. But that's no matter. Guess what? There are 2 other quests that I didn't know existed out there. I don't remember them. Now, you will see that I haven't done any of the horror movie night. There's another one out there. I didn't realize there was a 3rd one. I don't know when these happen. Holy crap. Holy crap. Look at all this mess we've got going. So we're going to send her out on horror movie night. We've got the Haunting of Mass Chemical and Ghostly Gag. Each one are single level. You can only hit 1 person out. The raiders are so superstitious. Let's give them something to be scared of. Like most bullies, raiders are usually cowards. Rumor has it the raider boss just took over Mass Chemical building exactly that, so maybe you can scare him off without a fight, which we will do. And then send a lone dweller out to wearing a ghost con. One of your dwellers is feeling inspired by a horror movie he watched. Okay, so there's a lot of fun there. Now, we have completed the Halloween quests already, and I have 10 of these. I brought over 10 lunchboxes with me. We're going to open those up at the end. But let's go do these 3 quests and talk a little bit more about everything in this game. Oh my gosh. Let's go do it. We've got this first one. Hunting a Mass Chemical. Let's go do it. To scare off the raider boss. Again, I don't remember this quest existing. I'm sure it did. I'm sure it had to have. This can't be new stuff. But maybe it is. Let's go check it out while we're working on it. Whoops, it is. Oh, I forgot I'm in a different type of game. I need to... Yeah, why did I agree to do this? I don't know. I'm asking myself that question a lot. Oh no! Gotta get rid of him first. Gotta get rid of him first. Get rid of that one before he heals up the other one and it hurts me horse. Yeah, stop it! Slapping at me like that. What's wrong with you? We don't slap. Okay. Take care of that guy. Yeah, I don't remember this. This is ridiculous. Maybe, But the great thing about it is that if I didn't do them, I get to do them again, and with that, I get recipes maybe for new stuff, because that's kind of the idea. And first off, let me before I forget, and I'm sorry I did actually, because we were this far into the video already. I want to thank y'all. I mean, already the first video we did, just doing some of the updates, talking about the updates, it's up to like 2,500 views, and it's only been 2 weeks. Now, for a regular YouTuber that has a lot of pull, that's probably nothing. That's probably a slow day for them. For me, it's not. It's a great day. And it's awesome that you are supporting me like that. And I'm glad that, you know, I come back in and I've been doing Fallout Shelter and something new happens and then all of a sudden, boom, everybody crawls out of the woodwork. I'm sure there are other YouTubers that have done Fallout Shelter. I know they're probably doing the new content. But it's just great that I can still command that much of a pull on something, a game that's, 6 years old. So, please and thank you for supporting us. Why didn't anybody tell me this place was haunted? Please don't hurt me. What is it you want? You've defiled my resting place, mortal. Leave at once. Yep, please don't. Okay, so we got a weapon of some sort. What did we get? We also got a lunchbox. Awesome. What weapon did we get there? Focus laser rifle. Okay, so there's nothing we haven't seen before. But hopefully some of the recipes we got were for some of the new things that we haven't seen before. That would be my goal for this entire block of videos that we're doing, is to unlock all of the recipes. Maybe try out some of the weapons. It's kind of hard to do that, though, really. It's kind of hard to do that with these weapons because I can use them. What I could do is just set up a room with dwellers in it and arm them with weapons, and then just rush it till it fails and see how they react to different, like the rat scorpions, the mole rats, and like that. I could do that. I've sent the power fist out on quests with people. They didn't seem to be that big of a deal. I'd like to see the assaultatron heads. The assaultatron heads. That's kind of funny. I don't remember if that was something you could craft in Fallout 4, but those were like, if you don't know what the assaultrons were, they were pretty much, if in Fallout 3, the, what the hell were their names? My goodness. The tripods, with the missile launcher and the Gatling gun and the machine gun, those things, if those were like the worst robot to face, the assaultrons were worse because they were bipedal, they ran around, and they had that laser beam that like would just get you like Cyclops. They were, I hated them. So, okay, we did everything we needed to do on this one, and it's cool. So let's go back to the vault. We got a theme recipe fragment. Okay, so I don't know that we're going to get... I haven't unlocked the party themes on this one yet, and somebody did ask a question, where do you get the party themes? I said on quests. I don't know if the searching in the dark is a trigger to just get those themes, and I don't know that they're doing them as pieces, where you have to get 9 to make the entire thing. I just decided I wasn't going to worry about it, and I just bought them with Nuka-Cola Quantum. So, yeah, if anybody else knows the answer to that one, go ahead and play it. And also, thank you to those people who have been dropping hints and tips and tricks into the comments on other videos. That's awesome. Thank you for assisting and throwing stuff out there for people. I mean, I know I've covered stuff over many years ago in different videos for different, versions, and bringing it back, full circle, instead of say, hey, go watch this video, and I don't even remember what video that is. You doing that is helping me out and helping everybody else out, the community of people who love this game, which that's kind of what we want. That's what we want to have people share and share knowledge. We don't want to be like, we're not hoarding that stuff. That's for everybody to have. It doesn't do me any good. I mean, why else would I be doing these videos if I didn't want to share that information? So, all right, Ghostly Gag, let's do that one as well. Come on. Okay, kill the raider boss. Uh-oh, Ghostly Gag. That's really? Wow. That's okay. It's no longer just a game anymore. We're not just trick-or-treating. We're actually going on to the tricks. Whew, okay. Yeah, so again, thank you all for watching. Thank you all for doing this. The Assaultron was bad bad news, and we're going to try to get some of those weapons made and see how good they are. We have the caps to spare. Why not? Why not do it? And it also gives another opportunity, because of the new update, importing new weapons, and apparently there are new pets. I did not know that. They said new pets on the image I used for the Oh, the image I used for... Who's here? Uncle Harold? Oh my god. The image I used to do the thumbnail in the one video had the 4 panels of things. New enemies, new weapons, new outfits, new dwellers, and it said new pets too, so I don't know what the new pets are. In fact, like Luke the human, which is what I think we got as in a lunchbox on the last video, he hasn't even been added to the wiki yet, so even I am not sure who that was, and we kind of talked a little bit about it, but it wasn't something we put a lot of effort into finding out, because we just... there was nothing to be found, and I don't know how long it's going to be before that information gets put out there, but I still think it's going to be a developer with Bethesda or with with Fallout Shelter, so yeah. A ghost has come to get me, boo. I am the ghost of your grandmother. Oh my gosh. Wait, my grandmother's... Aww, I got you there. Alright, well, let you, your raider boss, bye. Bye-bye. So yeah, we want to unlock those. We want to unlock... We'll get the other... I'll do the quests again offline because we already did them once. But any spoils we get, I will report back on what we got, because I want to see if it's different than, you know, like I said, the whole idea of getting just the theme. Woohoo! The theme as being a whole piece versus making us collect 9 pieces to form the theme for the party room and for the residence that has the... that's almost like the Fallout 76. It's the same tricentennial or whatever it is, where it has the confetti and the balloons and all that. Yeah, and that's the other thing. You know, my disclaimer of I don't like to talk about other games while I'm playing it, but it's kind of related. It's Fallout. Some of the Fallouts, I have put up 2 Fallout 76 videos, and they're kind of picking up a little bit of traction, which is nice. I hate to say that it's going to be a really... excuse me, I'm a little bit verklempt here. I hate to say that they're going to be a very dry and hard to sit through series, because it's an online game, and every time I go back into the game, I find that I'm retreading over old ground, because I wanted to go back and, like I said, the one... I just recorded some new footage that has me going into Flatwoods. Now, I've been doing Flatwoods. It's like the second and third video is going to be me going through Flatwoods and doing those couple of quests. And then I forgot there was a couple to do. But when I went back to get to that third tertiary quest, that I think is a thirst, something like that, you have to go check the water, it triggered the fertile soil one again, which is you fighting off the agricultural center and the supervisor robots, the farmhands, and then turning the maintenance, retargeting their, you know, keep humans from being a target. And I'm like, man, I came here, I have 20 minutes, I have like a half an hour of time to actually do something, and I got sucked into doing an old quest that I'd already filmed and everything, so it's kind of stupid. But it did kind of get me the opportunity to go through and get more footage out of it, and it did, it's going to connect a couple of things, because, and that's one of the things I have trouble with some of these games, is that there's a logical order you're supposed to follow things, but it's also an open world, so why would you not try to explore as much as you can? And I want to, like, you know, get experience, I want to grind and do all that stuff. So there is a progression from Fallout, from Flatwoods, that leads to the Gully Mine, or the Collie Mine, or whatever it is. And well, one of them is you know, going and clearing out the mine, and somebody who'd gone over there. I'd already been through it just on me farting around in my own time, and I even found I don't know, spoiler alert, but I found the treasure as well outside the mine, and now I've got the quest to go to the mine. So it's like, all right, sure, whatever. I'm not going to go back through the mine and do all that again, because that was a long-ass thing. We got another recipe fragment, and gold watch, and railway rifle, and some more caps. Woohoo! Ghostly gag. Alright, we're going to bring him back in. Do I let the other one just run in? I let the other one just run in. They're just running. Okay, they're running. Let's burn some Nuka-Cola Quantums. We got a healthy supply right now. Yeah, let's do it. We'll do horror movie night. Let's go have some fun. Scare up some hilarity. Woohoo! Kill the raider boss again. My goodness, that's a treat, isn't it? Yeah. So the whole idea about me going back and doing the mine, and I'm like, well, crap, maybe I should do it. But again, it's a game that's now 4 years old. Some of the content in it is now 2 years old. I don't know what people expect from a video or series on a game like that. I certainly am not going to like grind and do the daily quest and do all that stuff because I'm nowhere near. I'm only like level 8 at this point. And I've never been a follow the leader kind of guy. I'm kind of like doing my own shit out in the middle of nowhere. I don't hang out with people. I don't, play with others. Bailey has the game. If I could figure out a way for two of us to kind of get in the same server without having to pay for that, whatever that package is that allows you to have a private server, then we will do that. And that's the one great thing about the game is that you don't have to engage in PvP. If you just ignore someone, you take minimal damage, and then they won't bother you. And if they continue to bother you, then it becomes another issue. So yeah, I'm not too worried about that, and nor do I care. But it's kind of nice. It's kind of fun. I really do enjoy that game. I really do enjoy it. But it takes a lot of effort to play it and to pull like a half an hour video out of my ass and talk about it. It's kind of hard. So I apologize. If you have suggestions, go watch those videos and tell me about it, and maybe we'll figure out something. But back to this game, Fallout Shelter. So now that I've got the video, now that I've got this vault with the new content, I'm thinking that it's going to end on BlueStacks. Which is weird, I know. We started out this game a year ago, a new series, playing through again for the love of the game on Steam's. We started on Bethesda Launcher. Bethesda Launcher retired. Now you can still play the game on the Bethesda Launcher, but you have to create a shortcut. This is the thing. You have to create a shortcut for the game itself somewhere on your desktop or in your computer and launch Fallout Shelter from there. You cannot launch it from the Bethesda Net Launcher. Because it tells you to go over to Steam. It tells you to go somewhere else. It's that pathway is blocked. You have to go a different path, which is fine. But any new further updates, I don't know if they'll continue to keep updating it. I haven't tried opening up the game and looking to see if the seasonal stuff is back around. I'm thinking that the way the PC game works, because it hasn't changed versions for so long, it's still on 1.13.13, but it has gone through several iterations of the holidays. Like last year, we were playing the game on 1.13.13 when we first started. The Halloween stuff came through. We went through the Halloween themes. We didn't do the quests yet because we hadn't opened them up yet, but it continued and went back to that and went back through Christmas and went back through New Year's. We did the Gridiron game. We did all the things that are seasonal, that are limited times, but that versioning didn't change. And I know initially when they first brought those out, those were incremental version changes and updates and releases or revisions, or however you want to call it in the technological world. That's what those things were. But once we got to a point where we had done all those from a release standpoint, I think they figured out a way to clock, use the internal clock to do that automatically and not have to keep releasing a new version. The same thing happens with Grand Theft Auto Online when it's Christmas time and you get the snow on the ground and the snowballs, and you get the rocket launcher with the fireworks and the seasonal events there. They flip a switch somewhere internally and it just happens. It's not a new release. Now, being in the IT world, that sounds like that doesn't work the way I think it does, but we're not in that. I don't work for Bethesda. I don't work for them. I don't know how they have that figured out. As far as they must have somewhere on the game engine, the application engine, or whatever the data files in the background must have some logic programmed into them that at the clock, the date and time equals this date to this date, then you do this, because they're just overlays really. And you have the ability to get more skeleton costumes and more ghost costumes and more Santa Claus outfits and pilgrim outfits. I think that's the way it works, so they don't have to keep changing the version. So yeah, the whole entire story, my gosh, what we were talking about was that we started out on Bethesda launcher, we went to Steam because it was retiring, and now because of the new content, we are now back into BlueStacks where the game started, and I think that's the perfect place to have it end at some point. I've been saying for weeks, well, we're going to be close to coming to a close. There's not much more we can do. There's no more. And then Bethesda decides, no, well, the hell you are. Hold my beer, and here you go, new content, which is awesome. I love it, and it gives me, new things to talk about instead of me just talking about movies and whatever else. It's probably boring the hell out of people. Although I don't know how much this is actually doing for anybody's excitement level. Who knows? But I feel a little bit more excited about the game than I have been in a few weeks. Yeah, I mean, that one video, whoo, that was a heavy video. And, thank you all for hanging in there with me after that. But, my gosh. It's, these quests really didn't give me much what I thought they were. I don't know if it's because that they're... And that's the other thing about these limited time quests is that they're geared towards certain items. You're going to unlock in the Halloween quest that we did. You're going to get the Halloween costumes. You're going to get those items. That's not going to be something that's just randomly picked from a container when you pick it up. That's programmed in. Those are, the specific rewards that you see on the quest card are what you're going to get, and then anything else may be randomized from however they have it figured out. With the new content, I'm sure that the quests are the same way. The Searching in the Dark quests are the same way to get you the themes to the vault and to get you certain people or certain items unlocked. Here we go. Come on back. Legendary outfit recipe. That could be good, depending on if it's one of the ones that we have. There's 2 to unlock. And one is a rare outfit, but then the other stuff, not so bad. Okay, you know what? We're going to bring everybody back in to collect all their junk. See what we got out of this guy. We'll sell the common items. We don't need these things right now. We don't need that. Yeah, we want to see what we... actually, we're going to sell both of these out. We don't need them. I want to see what that recipe is. It is expert flight suit. Nope, that's not something... new. Okay, fine. Alrighty. You're coming back in next. Nothing there but a theme recipe fragment, but we'll see what it is. Because I wanted to check that. Get rid of these outfits. We don't need that. We don't need that. What? We'll keep the microscopes, kind of a good thing to have around. And what did we get? We got Assaultron head. Woohoo! One of the recipes unlocked for this vault. That's great. Both of those, both the assault and the enhanced one too, as well. And we got we've got those duplicate one, which is fine. Again, I think it is definitely something you get from doing the Searching in the Dark quests to turn. Because if we are in, are they? Oh, jeez! Oh, Lord! Oh, Lord! Okie dokie, artichokey. I've got Pip hanging out here because there was a objective to survive 5 Deathclaw attacks, and I only needed 1 more because Pip was in the last room. I picked up an extra 3 after the first one I had got. So, old Longfellow and Bruce here, Bruce, will head him off, and then everybody here will not do much more, but they will make it to the 3rd room. Mr. Handy's not looking so great. Uh-oh. We need to... Come on. Don't kill him. Oh, there we go. They won't survive the last room. And I think the reason... I did this before. When I was sending everybody out on the quest, I got a Deathclaw attack, and they made it... All 3 of them made it all the way to the last room before they died. And I think it's because of the placement of the Mr. Handy when they entered into the vault. Yay! What did we get out of that? We got another lunchbox. So I think the Mr. Handy not being close to the front door when they broke in allowed them to make it all the way to the 3rd room with all 3 intact. Whereas this time around, I think Mr. Handy was a little bit closer and was able to chip in on the fight. And therefore, they lost one in the middle section. And again, this is how I like to have it. We've talked about in the past. Residence with the front door, not a resource room, because resources are precious. And you don't want to have that. And I think this gauntlet, set them up, knock them down, and leave off that last elevator. Oh, Mr. Stranger, right there. I got you. Uh-oh, what the hell? Not so mysterious now, is he? Congratulations, you found that he's got some caps for you. Interesting. Claim your reward or double your results by watching a word from our sponsors. Oh, we're going to do it. We're going to do it. Okay, what did we get? 5,000. So we would have gotten 2,000 caps just from him being there to begin with. I mean, now granted, I got shit because I got 999,000 caps. But, yeah. And I still maintain that the whole point of having the updates come out on mobile right now is because they can monetize this real quick with what just happened. You know, you can get this for your reward or watch a video, advertising in the game, monetization of the game, and get more. You know, so I may not be buying anything with my own money, but I'll sit through a video that they had, and therefore they get money out of that. So yeah, like I said, and what that really does is it prevents other developers, whether it be for the console version or the Steam version, to take players away from this revenue stream. That's probably primarily why it's not being updated. Now, once they see the plateauing of users in the game on mobile devices and using these, watch the video to get a reward, that kind of stuff. Once they see that plateau and start to drop off and start to not be a bigger thing, they may say, okay, we'll release out, the holdouts that are out on Steam or the consoles, release it out to them and then let them have the new content, and then maybe they'll do the same thing where they have to buy, lunchboxes, or they monetize, the store, that kind of idea. So, all right, let's bring back you, my friend, and see what you got. And that's just my theory. I have no advanced knowledge of any of that stuff. That's just coming from, knowing how things like that. Well, what was that? That was a 2.3. Okay, no, not that big of a deal. Let's see. We got to get rid of stuff. Hold on a second. Hold on 1 second. Oh my gosh, we are filled up, aren't we? Inventory management. I forgot I had to do this for a long time. But we're going to be building some stuff, so that's great. We'll need all this. I don't know that I'm going to start tanking over people from other rooms to do crafting, but I'll be doing a lot of that offline. Oh, it doesn't matter, Cappy. Bottle's the only one that would actually give me anything at this point, and I'm not really looking forward to finding... Bottle only happens like one time. You ever notice that? Cappy is always there dancing for money, like like the exotic dancer he is, and Bottle does not... He's not doing his Ed Lover dance down anywhere where you can find him half the time. In fact, I don't even know where is Bottle, by the way. He's probably in the... Oh, and then the Mysterious Stranger's back. Yeah. Okay. So what do we got left? Let's close it out on a high note. Ghostly Gag. Oh, he's returned. Yeah. Okay. We needed to get rid of some stuff. Sorry. Oh, another duplicate. We've got another Assaultatron head, and a duplicate there too. So we didn't really get much out of that. All right. Fine. We will... Let's see what we got happening here. Game Show Gauntlet, we get another Mr. Handy. Well, I'm going to do that offline, just besides the point. And then no other theme related or other that we haven't done yet. So let's go ahead and open up our lunchboxes, all 12 that we have. Do we have all lunchboxes? What do we got here? We got a Mr. Handy and we got lunchboxes. Okay, no pets. Well, maybe we'll find it in here. Never know. Wonderloo, caps, food, bespoke attire. That's good for your whatchamacallit, and an amplified plasma pistol. Not that big. Not that big. Desk fan, nightwear, stim pack, and again, I don't know because these were brought in from another vault that were already established. I already had most of those lunchboxes ahead of time. I don't know that means that nothing... Well, I got the skeleton costume, so that would tell me one thing. You would think that maybe they'd have some of the new stuff in here as well. I don't know if they're infiltrating it that way. Amplified plasma. Got another one of those things. Woof. Let's see. Come on now. For food. T45A power armor. Well, that's, you know, useful for something. Caps. Toy car. Junk. And a ghost costume. If anything, I'm just now getting some more outfits for the holidays, which I loved. I have to get those, you know, that's my thing. I have to get those every holiday that happens. There's Bottle, the yellow bastard. Now the toilet won't flush. Jonathan Brown. Yes. He's just a named guy. He's a rare guy. He's not a dweller of a legendary status. Oh, yay. More of that stuff. Alrighty. Oh, he's got a top hat and everything. Armor-piercing minigun. That's pretty decent. That's good for somebody. I mean, this vault is pretty much... Look, goes Cappy fleeing. How about that? This vault's pretty much stacked. There's not really much else we can do. We're just doing the new stuff for the new stuff. And getting rid of everything else, pretty much. Caps! Right away! We got 4 of these suckers left. Or 3 of these suckers left. Craig Allen. Okay. We're gonna get the 200 dwellers the way this is going. Yaga! Caps. Food. Enhanced scope. A lot of crappy weapons. Oh my. Okay, so come on. Yeah. Yeah. Heavy leather armor. Not that great. And a Rottweiler. Pets being what they are. Alright. Caps. Camera. Baseball bat. Power. And a skeleton costume. Oh, and then Mr. Handy. Hello! Always a pleasure to serve you. Not that I really want to. Alrighty. We did it. Oh, now there's a feral ghoul attack. Well, shiver me timbers. How about that? We got plenty of... Yeah, we're gonna get rid of... We can scrap some of this stuff to get... Yeah, we can't scrap. Our inventory's full. Not too worried about the feral ghouls. They don't make it past the first room anymore. And boom down, boom down, boom down, boom down, boom down, and boom down. There you go. A licky boom boom down. Farmer. Wow. Yeah. Alrighty. Woo. That was fun. Come on back, guys. You can come back now. Let's get the Mr. Handy in there first. So we pretty much have got Mr. Handy's almost on every floor. That one doesn't have one. That one doesn't have one. Everything else pretty much has one. Yeah. I wanna put him here, just because I've got a lot of people they're going through training and they're not all that. Actually, no. You know what? No. The main training floor is up here, but that's got a Mr. Handy on it, right? No, it does not. It does not. Where is he at? Let's go to this floor. And that actually both of these floors. Let's do that. We'll do the middle one. That'll be fine. Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to Fallout Shelter and the Angry Cast. Hey, if you are new to Fallout Shelter or are starting over for the new content that recently launched on mobile, you will want to get up to speed on doing quests as soon as possible. However, starting a new vault takes time to reach to that point. So, once you have 18 dwellers in your vault, the Overseer's office will become unlocked in the build menu. You can then place it in your vault for the cost of 1,000 caps. This will allow you to send dwellers out on quests for rewards, including the new Searching in the Dark questline, released as part of the Bethesda 25th anniversary update. However, while you're out hunting down alien invaders, you're going to need help keeping the lights on back at your vault. Mr. Handies are a great way to do that because they will collect resources when they reach a room that has them available. They can also collect caps out in the wasteland, and they will assist in fighting off enemies that attack a room or the vault in general if they are assigned on the floor the issue occurs on. But instead of waiting on them to show up as rewards for objectives or spending your hard-earned cash on in-game purchases, I've identified 9 quests that give a Mr. Handy as a definite reward for completing them. Number 1. Scare Tactics, the 5th and final mission of the Halloween-themed questline, The Mystery of Vault 31. Get your dwellers up to level 15 and use the ghost costumes you've acquired to go scare off the raiders. Now, depending on the layout, the raiders will be found on the 3rd floor or higher, and the encounter can be completed without ever having any combat with them if the first dialogue option is selected, by using the ghost outfits to their full potential. All other dialogue options will lead you to a fight to the death. But regardless of your approach, finish the quest, and the Mr. Handy is your treat. Number 2. I once shot a deathclaw in my pajamas. How I got my pajamas? I'll never know. What we do know is that the 12-point buck is the 6th of the 7 total quests in the multi-stage questline, The Thrill of the Hunt. This one requires level 27 or higher dwellers wearing PJs. Make sure you take max stimpaks and some good weapons and head out to take down the Alpha Deathclaw. If your dwellers have high luck, their critical meters will fill faster and you'll get critical hit chances. But save them until the end, where you'll take down multiple Deathclaws alongside the Alpha. Number 3. Robot Retrieval is a single-stage quest which sends the team out to recover a Mr. Handy box. But be warned, you will need your best dwellers, as the base requirement for them is to be at level 50. During the quest, you may encounter an Alpha Deathclaw or a raider party with a boss-level enemy. Make sure to target them first and save any criticals you pick up along the way. Number 4. Another single-stage quest is called Too Good to Be True, and it is, because once again you'll need level 50 dwellers with plus 7 for strength and any minigun class weapon, so get training and get crafting. The worst part of this quest is an Alpha Deathclaw with a very large high hit point range. Whenever dweller is fighting it, keep their stat card open and double spam the stimpaks after each hit. Save any critical hits you acquire for this fight, as it will be a long one. You may want to use high agility outfits to increase the number of shots fired before the enemy can get to attack. The Mr. Handy should be in the container in the next room. Number 5. Sticking with this theme, you'll be back in it with Queen of the Deathclaws. This single-stage quest requires a level 45 or high dwellers. Take some high agility outfits, major firepower, and maxed impacts for this one. And also, again, save your critical hits for a room full of Deathclaws. Defeating the Alpha is only half the battle, though, because you see the Queen is actually a raider boss in another room. So focus all your dwellers on her first, and then clean up her companions in order to complete this quest, and then get the Mr. Handy you came for. Number 6. Houston, we have a problem. Vault 233 is in trouble in signal failure, a single-stage quest full of raiders, mole rats, and ghouls. Your level 28 or higher dwellers armed with weapons that can deal 11 or more damage must make their way through the vault, finding notes along the way until they learn the horrible truth. The ghouls used to be the dwellers. Oh well, at least they won't need the Mr. Handy anymore. Yoinks! Number 7. Collateral Murder is the 5th of 7 total quests in the Zines from the Commonwealth questline, one of the multi-stage questlines you first get when you build the Overseer's office. In your efforts to confront the editor of the New Boston Bugle, this quest takes you to the Robco plant to search for settlers who were attacked by raiders after they were mentioned in the paper. Upon completing the quest, the Mr. Handy is your reward. Number 8 and Number 9. The 8th and 9th quests are different from all the rest because they are not found in the Overseer's office, but are actually found out on quests. Those are those quest clues you get in random containers on other quests or random encounters out in the wasteland. And even then, when you find one, you have a 2 in 5 chance of getting the specific quests you need, called With Friends Like These and Welcome to Paradise. Now, unfortunately, I do not have the exact footage of me getting their quest for, or actually completing their quest for With Friends Like These, but I can tell you that another quest from the Overseer's office will give you a quest clue that can get you started. And that is in the final quest of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse Part 3 quest line, called Just Desserts. At the end of that quest, your level 30 dwellers with 12 plus damage weapons will get a quest clue, which may result in one of the 2 secret quests that give you a Mr. Handy as a reward. Welcome to Paradise In Vault 242, you'll face rad scorpions, mole rats, and an alpha deathclaw alongside 5 other regular ones. Your rewards will be worth it though, because you'll get a T-60F power armor, a fire hydrant bat, a pet carrier, 15,000 bottle caps, 10 stim packs, 4 Nuka-Cola quantums, and of course a Mr. Handy. And with friends like these, you will need level 50 dwellers with 15 plus damage weapons in order to take on the raider boss Willard Glover and a possible mole rat broodmother. Make sure to target her first so you can keep her from calling in reinforcements. Once you free the slave, you can complete the quest and retrieve your Mr. Handy as the reward. Okay, that's it. 9 quests to give a Mr. Handy as a reward. Thanks for watching, everybody, and if you like what we're doing here at the AngryCast, please remember to subscribe, like the video, leave me some comments, check out my merch, or if you're really generous, hey, maybe buy me a coffee. Links are in the description below. If you find any other quests that give a Mr. Handy's reward, please let us know in the comments, and we will go check them out ourselves. And until then, take care of yourselves, take care of each other, take care of the planet. Hey, we'll see you next time. Have a good one. Bye-bye.